Sing first, don't we? Who play part first? No, sing first. We'll sing first. We'll have our national anthem, and today we have the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us commend. Carton brasse torte le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thanks, everybody.
Great job. Hey, good job,
Thanks,
buddy.
Leanne. Thank you.
Good job, Bob.
Thank you.
I think
Ready? Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, this season the Sioux Greyhounds have been celebrating their 50th anniversary in the Ontario Hockey League. Since they joined the OHL in 1972, they have become one of the top producers of hockey players in the league. They've had over 160 players who have been drafted to the NHL and numerous players that are playing around the world. Wayne Gretzky, Darnell Nurse, Jeff Carter, Joe Thornton, Ron Francis, Ted and Jordan Nolan are just a few to name. They started their career on the Great Red and White and continue to make Siouxites proud of their ongoing accomplishments. The Sioux Greyhounds' current and alumni rosters continuously support and inspire younger players, teaching and guiding them to success. Mr. Speaker, the Sioux Greyhounds are playing incredibly well in the playoffs this year and are swiftly moving forward in the season. Hound power continues to burn up the ice, and we look forward to winning the Robertson Cup. Mr. Speaker, I wish to join my fellow neighbors and colleagues in wishing the Sioux Greyhounds the best as they move forward this season, and congratulations on 50 years. Go, Hounds, go!
The honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the thousands of Canadians that will be participating in the March for Life right here in Ottawa and in provincial capitals across the country. Every year, folks from all backgrounds march for the lives of those in the womb who have no legal rights or recognition here in Canada. The theme for this year's march is I Am. Participations recognize the value and dignity of human life at all stages, especially among the most vulnerable. This includes the 300 babies who lose their lives every single day here in Canada, and many of them simply because they're just a girl. This year's event is connected to the March for Life, includes the candlelight vigil at the Human Rights Memorial, the Rose Dinner, and a youth summit, and many more events. I want to welcome and thank those who are coming to honor, respect, and celebrate life. As the abortion survivor Gianna Jensen says, the best thing I can show you to defend life is my life. It has been a great gift. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Orleans.
No, je pense que...
I think that you are on mute. I will wait. Try again.
Non, on vous entend pas.
We cannot hear you.
Okay, vas-y.
Go ahead.
Encore.
Still no.
Chance to call you, and we'll move you to a place a little further down.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Beijing's Nunavut EU. No one is ready. Okay. The honourable member for Abitibi-Beijing's Nunavut EU. Mr. Speaker, we're in the middle of the National Nursing Week, and I wanted to take a moment to recognize the extraordinary contribution that nurses make to our society. This is nothing new, but it is even more evident since the beginning of the pandemic. The theme this year is We Will Answer the Call, and it's quite fitting. Through the many roles that nurses play, more than ever in our healthcare system, these essential caregivers truly have answered the call. They are the ones who are closest to patients, and their tasks are as humane as medical. They must be both competent and compassionate, and this is all under extreme pressure. This is why they deserve all our admiration, gratitude, and solidarity during this week dedicated to them. Dear nurses, bravo and thank you.
Okay, on va essayer de nouveau. Je pense que...
We'll try again. I think the microphone is now on. The honourable member for Orleans.
Excellent. As a Rotarian, I was pleased to attend the Rotary District 7040 conference this Saturday to hear from Michel Rodrigue, President and CEO of Mental Health Commission of Canada, and our own Dr. Vera Etches, Medical Officer of Ottawa Public Health, on the impact of COVID-19 and mental health. Their insight and experience in the field were very insightful and presented valuable lessons in dealing with the remnants of the pandemic and in transitioning to a post-COVID environment. I also had the pleasure to witness Orleans Rotarian Julia Ginley and Gail O'Day receiving the Paul Harris Society Fellowship Award from District Governor Faye Campbell, also an Orleans resident. The Paul Harris Society Fellowship Awards recognizes individuals who have contributed their time to community involvement. Because of their dedication, the Orleans Rotary chapter will continue to flourish as an indispensable branch of the Rotary International. Bravo.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, May 9th, the David Suzuki Foundation announced the 15 finalists for the 8th edition of Demain le Québec Award. Among the finalists are projects that highlight Canada's Aboriginal heritage and culture, as well as initiatives to protect the territory and biodiversity. One of the 15 finalist projects takes place in my riding of Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. The Espace Monarque is a project that allows young people to explore the world of insects and the monarch butterfly in order to better understand the interaction between flora and fauna. It highlights ecology while providing the opportunity to learn and develop a sense of belonging and commitment of young people. This is a great collaboration between the Argenteuil MRC, the Oasis Elementary School, and the Richelieu Club of La Chute. Congratulations to Argenteuil MRC Prefect Scott Pierce and his team, Eric Pelletier, René-Claude Bergeron, and Émilie Jutras for their initiative, which makes this MRC, Quebec, and Canada shine. Thank you.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, it was the great Winston Churchill who said, "Never does a man portray his character more vividly than when proclaiming the character of another." I am deeply troubled by the rhetoric this Prime Minister has used to describe Canadians who've chosen not to be vaccinated. According to the Prime Minister, the unvaccinated are racists, misogynists, and dangerous extremists who don't love their neighbors, don't believe in science, and shouldn't be tolerated by society. He continues to use mandates to punish the millions of Canadians, including federal public servants, by taking away their livelihoods for simply making a personal, private medical choice. This government says they're following the science. They obviously mean the political science. It's not our job to judge the medical choices Canadians make for themselves and their families. This fear-mongering, this division, this stigmatizing must stop. It's time to end these divisive, discriminatory mandates.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to share with this House that just last month, the Rohingya Centre of Canada opened its doors in Kitchener. Waterloo Region is home to 60% of the Rohingya living in Canada, the vast majority of which are in my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler. We are honoured to have this centre located in our region, as it not only benefits those receiving services, but enriches the wider community as a whole. The Rohingya are often cited as one of the most discriminated people in the world. However, through this tragedy, they have shown us their ability to persevere no matter the odds. The Rohingya Centre of Canada perfectly captures this spirit of perseverance, as it ensures Rohingya Canadians thrive after arriving in Canada. Here, new arrivals can get employment resources, celebrate their culture, receive assistance in navigating the customs of their new country. I ask the members of this House to join me in applauding the Rohingya Centre of Canada and the work they do to support people and empower communities.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nicolina Bolzo. If you do not recognize the name, you must Google her right now. This 18-year-old singer and songwriter from the city of Vaughan took the world by surprise back in February with her rendition of She Used to Be Mine on American Idol, of the life that's inside her, growing stronger each day, till it finally reminds her to fight just a little, to bring back the fire in her eyes. These are the lyrics from Nicolina's audition song, where she brought back the fire in our eyes. Nicolina keeps raising the bar at American Idol each week after week, flawless being a recurrent word used by the judges to describe her artistry. The journey of her voice is so infectious that it leaves us all at the edge of our seats and wanting more. Now in the top 5, Nicolina could become the first Canadian American Idol. Nicolina, we can't get enough of your voice. You make Canada proud. The city of Vaughan and all of Canada are rooting for you, along with your parents, Dave and Marcella, your grandparents, and your sisters, Alessia and Isabella. Mr. Speaker, go Nicolina, go!
The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadante.
Mr. Speaker, today I am rising in Parliament to commemorate the loss of a Barrie fundraising hero, William Dwyer, who passed away this week at the age of 96. My condolences go to his family, friends, and organizing team he was part of. Will was the epitome of selflessness and perseverance. He had struggled with cancer, being hit by a car. He was a World War II veteran and had several other health conditions. Yet, despite all this, Will never stopped fighting for a cure for cancer. Will spent over 4 decades tirelessly fundraising for the Terry Fox Foundation. And whether he was on foot, using a walker or a wheelchair, or having his son drive him door to door, he never gave up his goal to raise over $1 million for the foundation. As soon as Will accomplished that goal of $1 million raised, he set his sights on $2 million, and no one doubted that with more time, he could have done that. From myself and the member from Barrie Innisfil, we would like to thank you, Will, for dedicating your life to serving the community, our country, and for all the difference you have made. Rest in peace, Will.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, Brampton plays a significant role in Canada's automotive sector and is home to the top-tier manufacturers like our Stellantis assembly plant. This auto manufacturing plant is an essential part of our community. Since being elected, I've understood the importance of protecting these well-paying, middle-class jobs and securing the future of manufacturing in my city. I've spoken directly with union leaders and workers regarding their fears around a potential plant closure. But those fears can be put to rest because last week, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry announced alongside Stellantis an investment that protects the existing 3,000 jobs, creates over 1,000 new jobs, will return the plant's third shift and provide a plant-wide transition to producing electric vehicles. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that the highest quality Brampton-built technology will help shape the next chapter in Canada's electric vehicle transition for years to come.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Chemins-Lévis. Good day, Mr. Speaker. I want to highlight the accomplishments of a family in my riding, the Blais family, which has been named the Farm Family of the Year 2021. Marcel Blais acquired a small farm in Honfleur in 1969. That same year, he married Monique Bélanger. They had 2 children, Dominique and Guillaume. At the beginning, they had 23 cows, 92 acres, and a maple grove. Today, the farm has 300 head of cattle on 235 acres, and they tap 1,400 maple trees. The farm produces 11,900 kilograms of milk, recognized as excellent milk, lait par excellence by the milk producers of Quebec. Marcel, Monique, and their sons are all owners of the MB Marronnier farm, and the succession seemed assures with the grandchildren they're having. Time does not permit me to list all the achievements of this family, but I would also like to underline the exceptional social commitment of all the members of the family. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I wish to express my admiration to this family and wish them many more years of success. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Excessive control and distrust of the Canadian people are the trademarks of this Liberal government. The Liberals want to choose what Canadians watch online. This is the latest of their assaults. They justify this power grab in Bill C-11 by saying they need to, quote, protect Canadian culture. Not only do the Liberals think that Canadians don't do a good job promoting themselves and their culture, but they actually laugh, as they're doing right now, or criticize those who suggest that we have the ability to promote our own culture. Thank you very much, Minister. So here's the truth. Canadian artists are hitting it out of the park when it comes to growing online audiences and reaching a global market. Government interference, or so-called modernization, is unwelcomed. We don't need it. There's nothing about it that actually promotes Canadian culture. Here's the thing. Canadian artists don't want their content downgraded just because it doesn't match the government's values test. And viewers don't want to be told what needs to be forced in front of their eyeballs simply because the government wants them to watch it. Instead, Canadians want to stay true, north, strong, and free. Choices, they matter. Leave it up to the Canadian people.
Just want to remind folks to keep the chatter down a little bit as we finish up the statements by members. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, the French language is an integral part of the life, history, and future of Canadian culture, which has been sustained nationally through official bilingualism. I had the privilege of taking part in French immersion at the Pauline Johnson School, where I was able to begin learning French as a child and one of the many French immersion programs in all parts of my riding. Our government has introduced legislation to modernize the Official Languages Act to protect and promote the French language across Canada, including in my province of British Columbia. We are also building on our successful Francophone immigration programs, which allow us to recruit immigrants like the wonderful Moroccan chefs who have been recruited to Whistler and who have enriched and formed a valued part of that community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Women working in Canada's sex trade deserve safety. Unfortunately, one shared experience by all those working in the trade is stigmatization. Stigmatization means barriers in accessing health care. Stigmatization means workers not reporting abuse in fear of judgment by those in power. Stigmatization means Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited individuals overrepresented in the sex trade continue to go missing or are murdered. Stigmatization means organizations working to provide essential supports are struggling to access reliable funding. Stigmatization means those working in the sex trade were not eligible by this government for CERB. And finally, Mr. Speaker, stigmatization means this government is dragging their heels to deliver legislation to protect sex trade workers, instead driving them further into isolation. How many lives need to be lost before this government finally takes action?
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the largest aluminium smelter in the Americas is celebrating its 30th anniversary. The Alouette aluminum smelter is a source of pride for the North Shore, a jewel for Quebec, and a perfect example of how it is possible to be a large, environmentally responsible company with a human touch. A company like Alouette is first and foremost the strength, knowledge, and expertise of its employees, more than 900 North Shore employees who work with their heart for a company that has been involved in the community since the very beginning. Whenever I can, I don't hesitate to promote this company with its deep roots in our region, and every visit reminds me of how proud we can be of the expertise on the North Shore and in Quebec in terms of technology. I hope to wish them a very happy 30th anniversary through its CEO, Claude Gosselin, all the people who work together. Let's work together so that the company can continue to grow and promote the know-how of the North Shore and Quebec throughout the Americas and beyond. Thank you.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, May is Asian Heritage Month. Over Over 6 million people of Asian heritage live in Canada and have enriched our country with their unique cultures, languages, and traditions. I'm proud to say that Douglas Jung, the first Chinese-Canadian MP, Bev Oda, the first Japanese-Canadian MP, and Nellie Shin, the first Korean-Canadian Member of Parliament, were all proud Conservatives. As we celebrate this year's theme of continuing a legacy of greatness, I encourage all members of this House to take time to learn about the inspiring stories of Asian Canadians who stood up to injustice and worked to overcome barriers. In spite of the challenges they have faced, Asian Canadians have made countless contributions to Canada. In medicine, music, literature, and business, Asian Canadians have blessed Canada and have added to the incredible richness of our country. Let's all celebrate these contributions and learn more about the ways in which our country was shaped by Asian Canadians. Happy Asian Heritage Month.
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise in this House today to welcome the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Program Class of 2022 as they begin their first full week here in Ottawa. This program began in 1991 under the authority of then Speaker of the House, John Allen Fraser, happening every year until 2020, when the program was put on hold due to COVID-19. This year, we welcome back the program with the largest number ever having participated, and for the first time, all women. All 40 interns will be working in MPs' offices from different parties until the House rises for the summer, getting the opportunity to learn more about Canadian government and parliamentary procedure. Mr. Speaker, this program began the same year that the Ukraine Parliament adopted their Declaration of Independence and has produced over 1,000 alumni, including current Ukrainian cabinet ministers. It is fitting that they return this year, even though the road has been far more difficult. This is why I invite all members of this House and their staff to join us tonight at the Metropolitan in support of these resilient young women who continue to work for a democratic and free Ukraine. Thank you.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
When the Prime Minister invoked the Emergencies Act on Canadians, he said it was because police said they needed it. Well, yesterday we found out that wasn't quite true. The RCMP Commissioner clearly stated in committee yesterday that the RCMP didn't request that the Act be invoked and that police used existing legislation to resolve border blockades. Speaker, we cannot trust these Liberals to tell the truth on why they use the Emergencies Act. So will they stop the cover-up, come clean, and release all the documents related to Cabinet decisions around the Emergencies Act? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as Commissioner Lucky told the committee, the Emergencies Act allowed police to maintain a secure perimeter and refuse entry of individuals traveling to the illegal protest with the intent of participating. It gave police, quote, the enforcement authority to arrest individuals who continued to supply fuel, food, and other materials. And it gave police, quote, new powers to compel individuals to provide essential goods or services for the removal, towing, and storage of vehicles and equipment. We've now announced the independent inquiry to examine the circumstances that led to the declaration and the measures taken in response. We all look forward to Justice Rouleau's work and the inquiry's answers on this matter.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the problem is the Prime Minister has been spreading misinformation and disinformation about the protest. He called people names, he wedged, divided, and spread misinformation about them. Speaker, those who have nothing to hide nothing. But it's clear this Prime Minister is worried about Canadians hearing the facts. The fact is the Prime Minister didn't have a legitimate reason to use the Emergency Measures Act. It was an overreach, and now he's trying to cover that up and use Cabinet confidence as an excuse. Isn't that the truth, Mr. Speaker?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The issue seems to be the Conservatives seem really frightened about the fact that there's going to be an open, transparent inquiry into these illegal blockades, these illegal protests that they were continuing to support throughout. Mr. Speaker, Canadians were disrupted in their homes, in their communities, in their places of work by these illegal blockades, and we took the responsible and restrained measures necessary in order to restore order to this country and continue to defend peaceful protests everywhere. That matters, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we're continuing to do.
Here, here. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling every day because of this government's policy, whether it's the cost of living, long lineups at airports, or continued mandates. Canadians are worse off today than they were 6 years ago. Now, Canadians know the Prime Minister doesn't have to go to a grocery store. He doesn't have to pump or pay for his own gas. Canadians know the Prime Minister doesn't have to wait in line at airports. He doesn't have to wait for a passport at a Service Canada office. The Prime Minister simply has no understanding or empathy for Canadians, and because of that, he's doing nothing to fix all of the problems he's created over the last 6 years. Isn't that the sad but real truth, Mr. Speaker?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Over the past 6 years, we've been focused on supporting the middle class and helping those working hard to grow to join it. We've continued to have Canadians' backs with things like lowering taxes on the middle class so we can raise them on the wealthiest 1%. We moved forward with a Canada Child benefit that stopped the Conservatives' practice of sending millionaires checks for their families and instead gave more money to the families who actually needed it. We continue to move forward in increasing supports for seniors, increasing supports for young people, and during the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, we had Canadians' backs. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, Conservatives voted against these measures.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has become a master in the art of disinformation, and it was the RCMP Commissioner herself who demonstrated this clearly in committee. 1, the RCMP never asked for the Emergency Measures Act. 2, the RCMP never asked to have protesters' bank accounts frozen. And 3, in fact, the RCMP learned at the same time as the rest of us that the Prime Minister had invoked the Act. Does the Prime Minister agree that the law was unnecessary and only a political decision? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As Commissioner Lucky said in committee, the Emergency Measures Act enabled the police to maintain a security perimeter and refuse entry to people wanting to join the illegal demonstration. The act gave the police the power to arrest people who continued providing fuel, food, and other equipment, and it also provided new powers to prevent people from providing services or that to enable people to tow vehicles and so on. Now there's an independent inquiry into the circumstances, and we will continue to remain open and transparent. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, that all happened afterward, but the RCMP said they didn't need it. That's the fact the Prime Minister is trying to avoid. Making stories up and denying reality, that's the Prime Minister's specialty, Mr. Speaker. Despite the fact that the Prime Minister's office has in hand a study that says Canadians are being forced to take a second job to make ends meet, they're delaying their retirement plans and postponing vacations. The Prime Minister is currently not doing a thing about it. After 2 years of pandemic, Canadians deserve better. When will the Prime Minister come down to earth and give families a break on gas tax? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. If the Conservative Party seriously wanted to make life more affordable for Canadian families, they wouldn't delay passage of the Budget Implementation Act from day one. To make life more affordable, the budget provides a 2-year ban on foreign investment in property. We're doubling the tax credit for access to housing and other assistance Canadians need including $2 billion to the provinces and territories to reduce wait lists for surgeries. We are there to help Canadians. The Conservatives are playing political games. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois yesterday tabled a motion to change the standing orders of the House and replace the daily prayer in support of the British monarchy with a private moment of reflection that everyone can use as they choose. As everyone says that that's an important step. There are a lot of frivolous arguments against it, but I think everyone here will have to stand up today and vote in the full view of Quebecers and Canadians. The Christian and British monarchy, the prayer in favor of the British monarchy, there's a choice between that and separation of church and state. How is the Prime Minister going to vote? The Honourable Prime Minister. As the member for Papineau, I'm very proud to be a Quebecer, but I can tell the leader of the Bloc that these days, Quebecers are more concerned about the cost of property, the cost of gas, and the cost of groceries, about climate change, and the war, the illegal war by Putin in Ukraine. There are all kinds of other concerns that we are dealing with here on this side of the House, and we will remain focused on Quebecers and Canadians and their real needs, their daily needs. That's our priority, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, you can be attached to the monarchy and to the prayer. That's legit, but we're talking about this is not a referendum on religion. These parties say one thing in Quebec and a different thing in the rest of Canada, but today that will no longer be possible. You're going to have to stand up and take a stand on this rule, this standing order. Prime Minister, are you in favor of or against the maintaining of this religious symbol and this monarchic symbol in Canada and Quebec? It's a simple question, the Right Honourable Prime Minister. We see how desperate the Bloc is to find a wedge issue and create squabbles all across the board. Mr. Speaker, we already have a separation between church and state in Canada. We have respect for all the different religions, and we will continue to make decisions based on the values and interests of all Canadians here in the House and elsewhere in political assemblies all across the country. We will always respect the choices of others, and we will not look to pick fights where there simply is no need.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are paying $2 or more per liter at the tanks. People are hurting. Families are hurting. At the same time, big oil and gas companies are posting huge profits, in some cases record profits. We also know that the government has seen an increase in revenues. So will the Prime Minister take the side of people and tax the excess profits of these companies and reinvest that into the pockets of Canadians by increasing the child benefit and the GST credit by $500 each?
Hear, hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a number of years ago, we attached the Canada Child Benefit to the rising cost of living. So, indeed, the cost of living increases go with the Canada Child Benefit. On the issue of asking those who've succeeded most to pay more, we have done that. We raised taxes on the wealthiest 1% and lowered them on the middle class as our very first action. And unfortunately, the NDP in those days voted against that measure. Furthermore, in our latest budget, we're moving forward and asking those largest companies and banks to pay a little more in helping Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Canadians are struggling. They're paying around $2 a litre for gas, and meanwhile, Imperial Oil is making its biggest profits in 30 years. Big companies are winning, and Canadians are paying the price. Will the Prime Minister tax the excessive profits of big companies and put that money back in the pockets of ordinary Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. to make an economy inclusive and equitable. That has always been one of our top priorities. That's why we increased taxes on the 1% of the wealthiest to lower taxes for the middle class. We increased the child benefit and stopped sending checks to millionaires in order to send more money to families in need. And that's just some of what we've done. And Budget 2022 provides a temporary dividend for the economic recovery and provides a higher tax rate for the big banks. We're continuing to make the tax system more equitable for all.
Yesterday, in a strong and clear decision, Alberta's highest court ruled that the job-killing bill C-69 is an ugly power grab. In her ruling, Alberta's justice states, "History teaches the government by central command rarely works, and Canada, by deliberate choice, is a federation, not a unitary state." And the Prime Minister was very quick yesterday to say that his government would appeal this decision. His tactics are well entrenched, my way or the highway. With all the bright lights around this Prime Minister, how did they not see this overreach would not withstand a constitutional challenge?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
A few years ago on the carbon pricing issue that ended up in our favor at the Supreme Court. The Impact Assessment Act delivered on an important promise we made to Canadians to reform a broken system. While the previous Conservative government passed a bill that gutted environmental protections, we took a different approach. We spent years working with companies, with communities, with Indigenous peoples and more, and that input made Canada's rules stronger. These better rules for major projects restore public trust in the process and protect the environment, advance reconciliation, and ensure that good projects can move forward.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
But the truth is, zero pipelines have been proposed or built under these Liberals, and they've killed billions in projects and hundreds of thousands of jobs. The PM ignored experts, workers, Indigenous leaders, investors in every province and territory on Bill C-69. The court said it's a, quote, profound invasion, a chokehold on provinces, a wrecking ball that smacks of paternalism and overrides Indigenous agreements. It's uncertain, unpredictable, unquantifiable, and unreliable, just like Conservatives warned. So, instead of wasting more time and tax dollars to appeal, will they just repeal Bill C-69?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Failed approach on major projects. Nothing was getting done in Canada because communities, Indigenous peoples, and others kept taking every project to court because they didn't have a proper environmental assessment process. They didn't have a proper evaluation process for major projects. We changed that by working with communities, by working with companies to give that clarity that understood that it is essential to both protect the environment and build a stronger future. That's the only way to get things built. Unfortunately, Conservatives remain stuck in a world where they think you can ignore environmental responsibilities.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, will the government commit to releasing their policy directive to the CRTC before voting on C-11?
Great question.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know how important it is to ensure that Canadian producers, Canadian creators of content resonate not just across the country, but around the world. We've always had measures in Canada that promote Canadian music on Canadian TV and Canadian radio, Canadian content. That is something that we've long had to protect Canadian content creators. Unfortunately, once again, Conservative politicians stand against the arts community, stands against creators. We believe in making sure that Canadians can succeed around the world, and in a digital world, that's what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister is so proud of his approach, why does he not simply release the policy directive that he will be sending to the CRTC to implement this law? This just trust approach does not inspire confidence with the Canadian people. The government is asking an entity that has neither the capacity nor the competency to regulate vast swaths of the internet, but the government will not disclose how they will instruct them to do so. Canadians are rightly concerned about how this will impact what they see and hear online. Why is the government asking Parliament to give the CRTC more power over Canadians without telling Canadians what the CRTC will be doing with that power?
Great question.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Minister.
In this country, the CRTC has always ensured that we promote Canadian creators, creating Canadian content. That's what they've done on the radio waves for decades, ensuring that we have Canadian music played on radio stations. That's what they've done with TV, ensuring that Canadian content gets put on Canadian TV, not just as a way of telling our stories, but also as a way of encouraging creators and producers in Canada. In a digital world, we need to ensure the same way Canadian producers of content are protected and upheld, and that's exactly what C11 does.
That's right.
Honourable member for Lethbridge.
Well, the Prime Minister continues to mislead Canadians. He tells them that Bill C11 will, quote, level the playing field. What he means by this is actually that digital-first creators, those who produce on YouTube or TikTok or Twitch, well, they're too successful. So they actually need to be held back through more regulation and by putting fees on top of them. Digital-first creators will be forced to subsidize commercial producers or broadcasters. Let that sink in for one moment here. This government's definition of leveling the playing field looks like punishing those who are successful so they can be equal with those who are not. Tell me, how is that fair?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We've heard for quite a while now the member from Lethbridge get up and completely mischaracterize what this bill is all about. The fact is, it is there to ensure that Canadian creators, that the Canadian artistic community, that Canadian producers of content are able to be found by Canadians and by people around the world on the internet. That is something that matters in order to continue to support our creative and artistic community in this country. Why are Conservatives continuing to stand against creators, artists, and the stories that Canadians want to tell to each other?
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Once again, the Prime Minister proves that he is either incompetent or absolutely committed to misleading Canadians every step of the way. He continues to do this over and over and over again. The fact of the matter is, Bill C11 would actually tip the scales in favor of traditional broadcasters by punishing digital-first creators, artists, those who use TikTok or YouTube or Switch or Spotify in order to get their message out. And somehow, magically, this is supposed to protect Canadian culture. Punish the little guys, reward the big guys. That is the plan here. So why does the Prime Minister insist on punishing digital-first creators?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for decades, Canadian music has been not just succeeding in Canada, but around the world. And one of the reasons it has is because we had a system put in place that made sure that Canadian content got played on Canadian radio stations. And it allowed extraordinary artists not just to succeed in Canada, but around the world. The fact is, in a digital world, we need to ensure the same opportunity for Canadian creators of content to resonate across Canada, around the world, and that's exactly what C11 does. Unfortunately, yet again, we see the Conservative Party standing against artists and creators of content in this country. Why are they so scared of Canada's artists? I think we all know, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Allard. 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 Je sais mon mieux ici.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that he did want to defend all religions, but every day it's the Christian God, the Western God, that MPs are asked to pray to. There must be a few people here that bugs. Why not solve it once and for all? Let's vote and change the standing order, and all religions can be equal. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we can see all the great things the federal government must be doing for Quebecers to push the bloc to tackle such an innocuous issue as the morning prayer. We will continue to focus on what Quebecers and Canadians truly need. We have paid $8 out of $10 of all the assistance that Quebec has needed in the pandemic. It's come straight from the federal government. We will continue to help Quebecers meet their priorities while the Bloc can just try to pick fights left, right, and centre. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I'm so annoyed by having to pick these fights, too, that I'm on the edge of tears. I'm trying to get the Prime Minister to reflect a little bit on this issue. If secularism, if the separation between church and state is so unimportant, why would the federal government deploy federal resources to fight legislation in Quebec on this issue? Why not just let Quebec do as it sees fit and allow MPs here to choose their own religion? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I think we're finally getting to the big debate that Quebec would like to import here to the House of Commons on secularism. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that we will always stand up for the rights of all Canadians, of all religions, because that is what makes our country so strong. Our diversity will always be a source of resilience for our communities, for our parliament, for our country, and we will continue to be there to defend fundamental rights and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms for all Canadians.
Honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Anything and anyone, even vulnerable Afghans. The Toronto Sun reported 50 Afghans who worked at Canada's embassy in Kabul were taxed 50% on their pensions and severance pay, and the government wanted more. None of this money was earned in Canada. These were Afghan citizens, and they already paid income tax in Afghanistan. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and return the money that they took from those vulnerable Afghans?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
For 20 years now, Canada has been there with Afghanistan, for Afghanistan, to support with our Canadian Armed Forces, with our humanitarian aid, with the work that Canadians continue to do to resettle Afghan refugees. We will continue to be there to support vulnerable Afghans, to support the families of people who've supported Canada over the many years. We will continue to do what is right by them all.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Wonderfully failed. As the Taliban hunted for heads at doors, this Prime Minister kept his ministers busy hunting for votes at doors. After 9 months, only 31% of promised Afghan refugees have arrived in Canada. At the Afghan Committee, the Defense Department stated that 3,800 Afghan files were referred to IRCC, but only 900 have arrived here. Where are the other 2,900 applications? Did this government lose them in the Liberal-made immigration backlog, or are they not as important as other refugees when it comes to photo ops?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We remain firm in our commitment to resettle 40,000 Afghan refugees to Canada, and we're working tirelessly to bring them home to Canada as quickly and safely as possible. In the last month alone, more than 2,400 Afghan refugees have arrived in Canada, with hundreds more arriving every week. We've now welcomed over 12,000 Afghan refugees to Canada, and I was very pleased to meet with representatives of the Afghan community last Friday in Hamilton. We're going to continue to support families seeking a better life by remaining the open and welcoming country that Canadians expect us to be, Mr. Speaker. It's something we will always stand for. We believe in a stronger immigration for all Canadians.
Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the government's lawyers are stuck in Afghanistan, 28 of them. They worked for the Canadian Embassy, and they're being hunted by the Taliban because they worked for Canada. The Foreign Affairs Department passed along their names to the Immigration Department so they could escape to freedom and to Canada, but the Immigration Department has yet to process their application. This has been going on for 8 months, plenty of time to fix this problem. When will this problem be fixed?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
December 2021, we opened a pathway to permanent residence for extended family members of previously resettled Afghan interpreters. We know that many of their families may face danger because of the work of their loved ones. That's why we are sparing no effort in our work to reunite families.
Charles Saint-Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg. Mr. Speaker, Canada had promised to resettle 40,000 Afghans, and give priority to Afghan interpreters who risk their lives to help our Canadian soldiers. But the repatriation of interpreters is blocked by the minister's insane demands to provide travel documents that aren't available without going through the Taliban. So we want to know, 1, the total number of interpreters who worked for Canada, including their family members, and 2, how many of them have arrived in Canada. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, we intend to keep our promise to resettle 40,000 Afghans, and we've been working tirelessly to bring them to Canada as quickly as possible and safely. In the past month alone, over 2,500 Afghan refugees have arrived in Canada, and hundreds of others are arriving every week. We have brought in over 12,000 Afghan refugees to Canada, and we will continue working on bringing in even more.
Be South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our healthcare system is on the brink. We see long wait lists for emergency rooms and for surgical procedures. These wait lists are out of control. Our healthcare workers are exhausted, overworked, and under-resourced. All the while our healthcare system is struggling, the Prime Minister won't even meet with the premiers to discuss how we protect our public healthcare system. We need an injection of long-term, stable funding to defend our public healthcare system. Why won't the Prime Minister meet with the premiers to discuss how we save our healthcare system?
Hear, hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic, and we've invested and worked with provinces and territories to keep Canadians safe from COVID-19, committing over $69 billion in new spending on healthcare-related measures. We've procured enough vaccines for everyone. We've delivered billions of items of PPE. We've sent out rapid tests across the country. We announced a one-time top-up of $2 billion to help clear surgery and diagnostic backlogs created and made worse by the pandemic, and we will continue to work with provinces and territories to strengthen our healthcare system for all Canadians, both for today and tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The Rogers and Shaw merger will only result in massive layoffs for workers and increased prices for Canadians, when Canadians already pay some of the highest prices for cellular and internet services in the world. Now, the Competition Bureau opposes this merger because they know it's going to be bad for Canadians. Why doesn't the Prime Minister oppose this merger as well?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians have long faced some of the highest bills for cell phones and wireless in the world. That's why we made a commitment a number of years ago to reduce the cost of cell phone bills in this country by 25%. And, Mr. Speaker, we did exactly that. Canadians continue to save money because we increase competition. We continue to ensure that Canadians are given proper services and reliable internet and cell phone services. And we will continue to make 10 times the amount of investments in a few years that the Conservatives made over 10 years.
Order. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, residents in my riding of Etobicoke Lakeshore continue to watch in horror as Russia pursues its war of aggression against Ukraine. The courage shown by the people of Ukraine is inspiring. Canadians expect our government to do everything they can to support their fight for freedom and democracy. Can the Prime Minister update this House on his recent visit to Kiev with the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, including raising our flag above the Canadian Embassy?
Hear, hear. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I thank the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore for his question and for his solidarity with the people of Ukraine. I recently traveled to Kyiv with the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs to announce the reopening of our embassy. I met with President Zelensky to discuss how we can help them defend their democracy and bore witness to the atrocities committed by Russian forces. I think all Canadians are extremely proud to see the maple leaf flying once again over the streets of Kyiv.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
The cost of living crisis under this Liberal government is getting more and more dire. Gas prices across the country have skyrocketed, and we know it will only worsen over the coming weeks. In places like Vancouver, the average price of gas is $2.23 a litre. Canadians simply can't afford for it to keep rising. When will this government finally take this crisis seriously and provide Canadians with some much-needed relief.
Good job. Honourable Prime Minister.
Inflation crisis, first caused by this pandemic and second by Vladimir Putin's illegal war in Ukraine, is putting far too much pressure on families, including with the rise in gas prices. Canadians deserve more support. Instead, the Conservative Party has opposed policies that put money directly back into Canadians' pockets. They voted against cutting taxes for the middle class. They voted against cutting childcare fees in half this year. And they voted against more support for families, for seniors, and for students. Also, by opposing our price on pollution, they oppose giving more money to 8 out of 10 Canadian families in places where we brought in the price on pollution.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Mindabor.
The Prime Minister can learn that we can have both.
That's right.
If we didn't have the unconstitutional Bill C-69 limiting our Canadian oil and gas exports, then Canadians would actually be able to afford to fill up their tanks so they could go to work and take their kids to school. Right. When will the Prime Minister take responsibility for his role in this cost of living crisis and finally stop making life harder for the average Canadian?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
For 10 years, Stephen Harper tried to create projects in this country to solve problems by ramming through with gutting environmental protections, and big surprise, nothing got done because Canadians know that the environment and the economy need to go together. So we brought forward C-69, which actually protects the environment and gives clarity to companies, and we've been able to move forward on large projects since. Canadians know the environment, the economy goes together. Why don't the Conservative politicians?
The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Bill Seabrook has owned Belmont Small Engine Repair for 30 years. He serves farmers, seniors, and everyday Canadians. The cost of fuel is crippling his company, and like all small businesses, his increased costs will be downloaded to the already struggling customer. People are having to choose between buying food, gas, or rent. Now, I know the Prime Minister has never been in a situation of such hardship, nor does he know the cost of these necessities. So my question is, how would he advise my constituents? Should they choose to buy gas, or rent, or food?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Our government has always had the backs of small businesses. By lowering small business taxes to 9%, we've moved forward with Budget 22 on allowing businesses and workers to succeed by reducing costs, by supporting Made in Canada innovation, by investing in a sustainable future. We're supporting entrepreneurs and businesses as they start up and scale up across Canada and around the world. Through this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, we had the backs of small businesses with the CEBA, with the wage subsidy, things that the Conservatives regularly railed against. We will continue to support small businesses during this difficult time.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, for Canadians that want it, property should be accessible. There's been a 21% increase in house prices in the Quebec City area. Even with a good job, Mr. Speaker, buying is simply not possible. Young families are having to give up their dream of owning a home altogether. The Liberals are unfortunately insensitive to this situation. Mr. Speaker, will this government be remembered as the government of broken dreams? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Housing is of a particular concern for the Canadian middle class that seek to purchase their first property. So, Budget 2022 provides investments to double the construction of houses over the next decade to help Canadians to buy their first property, to reduce disloyal housing practices that are increasing costs, and to increase affordable housing. We, on this side, are acting, and we will continue to act to help Canadians so that they can buy their first property. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Roxham Road has been here for a long time. The Premier has asked this Prime Minister to close this road. Quebec will receive 36,000 immigrants through Roxham Road this year. And Quebec has to pay 92% of irregular immigrants arrive in Quebec. We do not have the capacity to offer services and housing to 36,000 new people every year. The Prime Minister could unilaterally close Roxham Road. Will he suspend the agreement on safe third countries? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We have spoken with relevant interveners when it comes to Roxham Road, and the government is working with our American counterparts with regards to our common border. This includes the third safe party country agreement. We would like to modernise the agreement, and we will continue to make sure that our asylum programme is strong and is filled with compassion, whilst protecting both Canadians and those who seek our help. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister could unilaterally suspend the agreement. He does not need anyone else's permission. So he should do his job. There's another job, paying the bill. Asylum seekers are under federal jurisdiction, but Quebec has had to invest $50 million in housing for irregular migrants. $72 million footed by Quebecers. Will the Prime Minister suspend the agreement, close Roxham Road, and compensate Quebec for once a federal jurisdiction? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On this side of the House, we believe in the strength of our asylum system and our immigration system also. We work in close collaboration with various stakeholders. With regards to our border, and our government is working with its American counterparts when it comes to our common border. We will always respect our commitments, both nationally and internationally, with regards to asylum seekers.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
This government has never met a single emission reduction target. And the Commissioner of the Environment has now told them how they failed to meet another target. This is with respect to a just transition for coal workers. Despite repeated promises that they would be there for coal workers as they shifted away from coal, they were not. Coal workers were left out in the cold. And now they talk about other transitions. What are energy workers across the country supposed to think? Will the Prime Minister actually be there for them, or will he leave them out in the cold just like he did with coal workers?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Our government's plan for the Futures Fund is clear. Deliver comprehensive action, including through legislation. We're speaking with workers, unions, Indigenous groups, stakeholders, and the provinces and territories on the best path forward. We're delivering strategic investments in skills and training, regional strategies, and projects across Canada that create sustainable jobs. Achieving the economy of the future requires coordinated planning to make sure Canadians have sustainable jobs that will carry them from tomorrow into a sustainable future.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, coal workers lost their jobs years ago, and they got nothing. And that answer gives them nothing. They don't have a trust fund. They do not have an expensive Mercedes. They are on EI or nothing because the government did nothing. And to listen to the Prime Minister talk about some future fund while coal workers are sitting there with nothing is an embarrassment. Will the Prime Minister apologize for the deplorable treatment of coal workers?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Conservative governments at the federal and provincial level have long denied that climate change is a reality, have long resisted taking action to support families and workers in the transition towards cleaner economies and a lowered reliance on fossil fuels. While on this side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, we've recognized where the future is going, and we've been there to support and transform communities and jobs for everyone. The Conservatives are continuing to ignore the science and the reality of climate change and not taking the action that is necessary to support people and their careers and their communities into the future.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the government has committed that by 2035 all new vehicles sold in Canada will be zero-emission vehicles. The RBC estimates that from here on in, an investment of $25 billion per year will be required to build a network of charging stations. Department officials told a committee last week that the cost calculations for building this network hadn't even yet been done. Whoops. Is the government choosing to be completely ignorant, or is it just doing so because it simply does not care about additional costs to Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we clearly heard Canadians from coast to coast to coast asking to have better access to electric vehicles and zero-emission vehicles, and that is the reason for which our government has put forward an ambitious and bold plan to ensure that Canadians have access to electric vehicles with reduction programs, with investments in charging stations, allowing us to be at 20% of electrification by 2026, 30%, or rather 50% by 2030, and 100% by 2035. We will be here, Mr. Speaker, and we trust in the future we are building together. The Honourable Member for Laval-Lazille. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers want to know what this government is doing for them. Again, this week, we see that our Bloc Québécois colleagues are trying to stir up trouble where there is none by claiming to be defending Quebec's interests. On our side, Mr. Speaker, we are 35 Quebec Liberals who are working tirelessly tooth and nail to bring results for the province of Quebec and for Quebecers. Can the Prime Minister update this House on the ways in which this government supports Quebecers and Quebec? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to thank the member for Laval-Lazille for his question and for his diligent work. Indeed, our government is always here for Quebecers. Recently, in that province, we announced more than $13.3 million so that the PHI Foundation Montreal can expand and continue to offer contemporary art, $9.4 million for the construction of an innovation and advanced training centre in Rivière-du-Loup, $9.1 million to build a new arena in Magog, $2.25 million to build the INAFIB Research Centre in Trois-Rivières, etc., etc. We have always been there for the interests of Quebecers and we will continue to be here for the interests of Quebecers.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, exactly 14 months ago, Conservatives stood in this House and warned the government not to ignore Canadians with disabilities and mental health advocates and their very real concerns with the Liberals' medically assisted dying bill. Look where we are now. We've all read the horror stories over the last few months of medically assisted death being administered to people not because they were near death, but because they were vulnerable. Does the Prime Minister see any issues with how medically assisted death is now being misused in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, respecting the rights and the choice of all Canadians has always been a priority for this government, and we will continue to stand up for Canadians' rights to make choices. At the same time, we need to make sure we're investing sufficiently and partnering with provinces and territories to ensure quality health care for seniors, including with national standards, quality palliative care, things that we're ready to work with the provinces on and invest in. We respect provincial areas of jurisdiction, but we will also always ensure that we're standing up for the fundamental rights of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the lives of vulnerable Canadians, yet the Liberals took months to reconstitute the committee to review this legislation after the Prime Minister put a stop to their work when he called his election. Now we're learning of Canadians who see medically assisted death as an alternative to a lack of health care or a lack of safe housing. When it comes to this tragic misuse of medically assisted death, why does the Prime Minister continue to ignore the pleas of vulnerable Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the question of medical assistance in dying has always been a deeply personal one, a deeply important one for all Canadians, and getting the balance right between respecting people's fundamental freedoms to make their own choices about their life and the protection for the most vulnerables has always been the priority of this government. That's why we took a responsible, step-by-step approach on this, continue to be informed by data. Obviously, we've heard extremely concerning stories going on this, and that's why we need to be there to continue to protect the vulnerable, to ensure top quality health care right across the country, including palliative care and senior support.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, there have been several well-documented cases of abuse and non-compliance under the Liberals' MAID regime. This has drawn rebuke from disabilities rights organizations, a UN Special Rapporteur, and now the RCMP have launched a criminal investigation into the questionable MAID death of a BC woman who suffered from depression. And until now, not a word of concern from the Prime Minister. So will the Prime Minister admit that Canadians that are vulnerable are falling through the cracks and that there are serious abuses under the Maid regime?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Beginning of this debate, this government has moved forward with a careful mindset of both upholding Canadians' fundamental rights and protecting the most vulnerable. That's what the Supreme Court decision demanded that we do as a government, and that's what we've moved forward with in a responsible way, incrementally, with massive consultations, with collection of data. We will continue to follow the evidence. We will continue to base ourselves in science. While Conservatives continue to be wrapped up in ideology, we will respect Canadians' choices and protect the most vulnerable.
London of the Deputy de Saint-Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, we know that everyone in Canada deserves access to safe and affordable sexual and reproductive health care. It is vital to abortion rights and is necessary for equitable and appropriate access to a full range of reproductive and sexual health services for vulnerable Canadians, women and girls, Indigenous peoples, 2S LGBTQ2+ community, and youth. Can the Prime Minister tell this House how the government intends to support Canadians in need of such services?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I'd like to first thank the member for Saint-Laurent for her important question and her leadership on standing up for women's rights. Finally, we firmly believe that all people in Canada, no matter their circumstances, should have access to a full suite of sexual and reproductive health care information and services that are free, that are safe and free of stigma. It's why we just announced $4 million worth of funding to projects under the Sexual and Reproductive Health Fund to develop resources and tools to support the 2S LGBTQI+ communities. It'll help 3 national projects led by the Community-Based Research Centre, EGAL Canada, and Sherborne Health. We will continue to improve reproductive health services for people who experience the greatest barrier.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week, another report was released about the over-incarceration rate of Indigenous women, who currently make up over half the population, the female population in Canada's federal prisons. The Liberal government is aware of this crisis and has chosen not to address it in spite of the calls for justice in the final report of the missing, murdered, and Indigenous women and girls. It's time to stop making excuses. When will this Prime Minister implement the calls for justice and put an end to this systemic racism?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his question and his passion on this file. It is something that we absolutely share. That is why, since 2015, we've moved forward on the calls to justice, the calls to action. We've moved forward on the path of reconciliation. We recognize there is so much work to continue to be done, but this government is continuing to move forward in partnership with Indigenous peoples to change the systemic discrimination and racism that continues to exist in all levels and institutions across Canada. We continue to stand strong and move forward with Indigenous peoples.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Prime Minister is on the subject of single-use plastics. But first, I really want to thank the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, and Foreign Affairs Minister for their recent trip to Ukraine. Turning to single-use plastics, less thanks and more demands that we do something about the mounting amount of plastics in our environment, the microplastics that permeate almost all the water on Earth, and the plastics that are found in the stomachs of animals that wash up dead. The Prime Minister promised to eliminate single-use plastics by 2030. We don't have a plan. The regulations that in draft form are completely inadequate. When will we see a plan to eliminate single-use plastics by 2030?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, in 2017, when we hosted the G7 in Charlevoix, we moved forward with a historic oceans protection charter that moves forward on eliminating single-use plastics, on working with partners around the world to reduce the impact of plastics in the oceans and in our biosphere. We will continue to work with science, with experts, with corporations, and with Canadians to make sure that we are eliminating toxic single-use plastics, continuing to protect our environment for future generations. And I thank the leader of the Green Party for all her devotion to this and many other important issues.
And that's all the time for question period today. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I requested the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the next sitting be 12 midnight pursuant to order made Monday, May 2nd.
That's excellent.
2022.
It's a great idea.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, May 2nd, 2022, the Minister's request to extend the said sitting is deemed adopted. Now we have a number of l'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations between the parties, and I think that you will see unanimous consent for the following motion in order to put in place a permanent solution to the irregular passage of migrants at Roxham Road, that this House ask the government to suspend the Canada-U.S. Safe Third Country Agreement, and that it calls for the passage of migrants through regular channels throughout Canada, and consequently the closure of Roxham Road. I already hear nays.
Monsieur,
the Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consultations amongst the parties, I believe that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House condemn the murder of Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, ask for an independent investigation into her death in order to ensure that those responsible answer for their crimes, and stop and recognize that targeting journalists is a war crime. All those opposed to the motion will say nay. Okay, the House has heard.
I've heard a no. You know what? I want to say something here, too, is that we've been using these kinds of motions without consultation with the other parties. So all I would ask for the parties to consult with one another to make sure that we know what's coming up so that we can pass things amicably here in the House of Commons. Merci beaucoup. 3:19, pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Champoux related to the business of supply. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members. That's what a whip walk should sound like, folks.
Love it, Speaker. Love it.
All right, I want to remind everybody to keep the tone down a little bit while we make the call. The question is the following one. La question est la suivante.
Mr. Champoux, seconded by Mrs. Gill, moved that given that the House respects the beliefs and non-beliefs of all parliamentarians and of the general public, may I dispense?
No, j'attendais no.
No, I hear some nays. And it is committed to the principle of separation of religion and the state, the diversity of views and freedom of conscience, while upholding the secularism and religious neutrality of the state, and out of a desire for inclusiveness, the reading of the prayer at the opening of a sitting be abolished and replaced by a moment of reflection, and that accordingly, Standing Order 30 be amended in paragraphs 1 and 2 by substituting the following. 1. A moment of reflection be observed every day at the meeting of the House before any business is entered upon. And 2, not more than 2 minutes after the moment of reflection, the business of the House shall commence. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barça-le-Duval.
Monsieur Barça-le-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Shampoo.
No.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Bouleris.
Correction. Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fautier.
Madame Fautier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Briard.
Madame Briard.
Mr. Kuzmayarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Jauhari.
Mr. Jauhari.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Madame Latanzio.
Madame Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findley.
Findley.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Lantzman.
Lantzman.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martin.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Patzer.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Blakey. Mr. Vong.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Able to vote due to technical difficulties, and may I use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. And I see Madame Petitbat-Taylor, and I think she's already been registered as a nay. Madame Petitbat-Taylor? Okay, we'll move on to Madame Roy.
Yes, my vote is nay.
Roy, nay, con.
And I'll give Madame Petitbat-Taylor one more try. Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats du vote.
Yeas pour 56, 56. Nays contre 266, 266.
I declare the motion defeated.
That's that batch. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Ms. Kwan to motion M44 under private members' business. The question is the following one. Mr. Sarai, seconded by Mr. Scaparleggia, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the government should develop and publicly release within 120 days following the adoption of this motion a comprehensive plan to expand pathways to permanent residency for temporary. May I dispense? Yep. Merci. Go to that tab. No? Okay. Okay, I'm getting both here. May I dispense? No, we're getting no, so all right. With significant Canadian work experience in sectors with persistent labor shortages, and such plans should incorporate the following elements. A, amending eligibility criteria under economic immigration programs to give more weight to significant in-Canada work experience and expand the eligible occupational categories and work experience at various skill levels. B, examine evidence and data gathered from recent programs, such as temporary resident to permanent resident pathway, Atlantic immigration, the AIP, rural and northern immigration program, our NIP, and agri-food pilot and provincial and nominee process, PNP. C, incorporating data on labor market and skill shortage to align policy on immigrant selection with persistent labor gaps. D, assessing ways to increase geographic distribution of immigration and encourage immigrant retention in smaller communities, as well as increasing francophone immigration outside Quebec. Identifying mechanisms for ensuring flexibility in immigration, selecting tools to react quicker to changes in labor market needs and regional economic priorities. And F, specifically considering occupations in essential sectors that are underrepresented in current economic immigration programs, such as health services, agriculture, manufacturing, service industry, trades, and transportation. Ms. Kwan, seconded by Mr. Julian, move that the motion be amended. A, by adding after the words comprehensive plan to expand, the following the economic immigration stream to allow workers of all skill levels to meet the full range of labor needs, and B, in paragraph F, by adding the word caregivers after the words health services. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
All those to my right in favor of the amendment will please rise, and I believe it starts at the back of the class. No? Yeah.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
The next row.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mrs. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mrs. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Madame Latanzio.
Madame Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Pulowski.
All those in the fourth row.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those in the third row, please rise.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Briard.
Madame Briard.
Mr. Kuzmayarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr.
Fillmore.
Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. De Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Lozo.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
All those in the second row, please rise.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Ms. Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
All those in the first row, please rise.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the amendment will please rise. In the back row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Berube.
Madame Berube.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
All those in the fifth row, please rise.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wong.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Lew.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Please rise.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Back to Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon,
Monsieur Plamondon,
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay,
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay,
Madame Posey,
Madame Posey,
Ms. Gazan,
Ms. Gazan,
Mr. Green,
Mr. Green,
All those in the third row, please rise.
Mrs. Gallant,
Mrs. Gallant,
Mr. Viss,
Mr. Viss,
Mr. Caputo,
Mr. Caputo,
Mr. Small,
Mr. Small,
Monsieur Godin,
Monsieur Godin,
Monsieur Martel,
Mr. Martel,
Monsieur Gould,
Monsieur Gould,
Mrs. Vecchio,
Mrs. Vecchio,
Mr. Steinley,
Mr. Steinley,
Ms. Rude,
Ms. Rude,
Mr. Ellis,
Mr. Ellis,
Madame Vien,
Madame Bien,
Mrs. Goodridge,
Mrs. Goodrich,
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman,
Ms. Camp-Nyman,
Ms. Ferrari,
Ms. Ferrari,
Mr. Stewart,
Mr. Stewart,
Mr. Baldinelli,
Mr. Baldinelli,
Ms. Gladue,
Ms. Gladue,
Monsieur Thériault,
Mr. Thériault,
Monsieur Villemur,
Monsieur Villemur,
Madame Larouche,
Madame Larouche,
Mr. Cannings,
Mr. Cannings,
Mr. Johns,
Mr. Johns,
Mr. McGregor,
Mr. McGregor,
All those in the second row, please rise.
Mr. Jennis,
Mr. Jennis,
Mr. Schmale,
Mr. Schmale,
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West,
Macaulay, Edmonton West,
Mr. McLean,
McLean,
Mrs. Stubbs,
Mrs. Stubbs,
Mr. Seaback,
Mr. Seaback,
Mr. Lloyd,
Mr. Lloyd,
Mr. Lawrence,
Mr. Lawrence,
Mr. Genereux,
Mr. General,
Mrs. Gray,
Mrs. Gray,
Mr. Calkins,
Mr. Calkins,
Ms. Lanceman,
Lanceman,
Mr. Halan,
Mr. Halan,
Mrs. Kuzi,
Mrs. Kuzi,
Mr. Perkins,
Mr. Perkins,
Mr. Malillo,
Mr. Malillo,
Mr. Lake,
Mr. Lake,
Monsieur Garon,
Monsieur Garon,
Madame Gill,
Madame Gill,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Madame Gaudreau,
Madame Gaudreau,
Monsieur Fortin,
Monsieur Fortin,
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe,
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe,
Mr. Garrison,
Mr. Garrison,
Ms. Blaney,
Ms. Blaney,
Ms. Idlout,
Ms. Idlout,
Tous ceux dans le premier rang, s'il vous plaît.
Monsieur Paulus,
Monsieur Paulus,
Mr. Bazan,
Mr. Bazan,
Mr. Moore,
Mr. Moore,
Monsieur Brassard,
Monsieur Brassard,
Ms. Bergen,
Ms. Bergen,
Monsieur Berthold,
Monsieur Berthold,
Mr. Fast,
Mr. Fast,
Mr. Albus,
Mr. Albus,
Ms. Findley,
Ms. Finley,
Ms. Dancho,
Ms. Dancho,
Mr. Nater,
Mr. Nader,
Mr. Barrett,
Mr. Barrett,
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Madame Vignola,
Madame Vignola,
Madame Normandin,
Madame Normandin,
Monsieur Simard,
Monsieur Simard,
Monsieur Bergeron,
Monsieur Bergeron,
Mr. Julian,
Mr. Julian,
Ms. Kwan.
All those at the right opposed to the amendment will please rise. Since I didn't see anybody. And all those to the left opposed to the amendment will please rise. No. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, may I use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. I see nobody with their hands up. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 323, 323. Nays contre 1.
I declare the amendment carried. All right, still more there. The next question is on the main motion as amended. The question is the following one. Mr. Sarai, seconded by Mr. Scarp. May I dispense? Thank you. Yes. Thank you. And the one time we don't have the tags ready to go.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion as amended be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre. You're asking for a recorded division?
Yes.
Okay, recorded division. All right. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. And we'll start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those to my right in favor of the motion as amended will please rise, and starting from the 6th row.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
All those in the 5th row.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mrs. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mrs. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Madame Latanzio.
Madame Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
All those in the 4th row.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Those in the 3rd row.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Madame Briard.
Madame Briard.
Mr. Kuzmayarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmayarchuk.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Sahoda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. Dabrusin.
Ms. Dabrusin.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
All those in the 2nd row.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fautier.
Madame Fautier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Those in the 1st row, please rise.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those to my left opposed to the, all right. All those to my left in favor of the motion as amended will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Mr. Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
All those in the fifth row please rise.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
All those in the fourth row please rise.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Those in the third row.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
All those in the second row.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkin.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallam.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Mrs. Kwan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion as amended, please rise. And all those at my left opposed to the motion, please rise as amended. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Nobody there? Bon. Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 324, 324. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the motion as amended carried. I'd like to make a statement concerning similarities between two bills that are currently before the House. These are Bill C-250, an act to amend the Criminal Code, promotion of anti-Semitism, standing in the name of the member for Saskatoon Grasswood. On Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, and other measures. Le libellé de l'article
Clause 332 of Bill C-19 contains near identical text to Bill C-250. To be more specific, the two bills seek to amend Section 319 of the Criminal Code pertaining to hate propaganda. For similar purposes, both make an offense to willfully promote anti-Semitism by condoning, denying, or downplaying the Holocaust through statements communicated other than in private conversation. There is only a minor difference in the wording of one of the acceptable defenses. Bill C-19 was adopted at second reading and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance yesterday. The House is now placed in a situation where a decision was made on one of the two bills that contain very similar provisions.
There's a long-standing practice that prohibits the same question from being decided twice by the House during the same session, as stated at page 568 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition. Quote, two bills similar on substance will be allowed to stand on the order paper, but only one may be moved and disposed of. If a decision is taken on the first bill, for example, to defeat the bill in advance or advance it through the stage in the legislative process, then the other may not be proceeded with, unquote. The chair recognizes that these bills are not identical, as Bill C-19 is much broader in scope and contains other provisions related to the implementation of the budget. Toutefois,
however, in adopting Bill C-19 at second reading, the House has also agreed to the principle of that bill and consequently has agreed, among other things, to amend Section 319 of the Criminal Code dealing with hate propaganda. As I explained just a few moments ago, these are provisions substantially similar to the ones contained in Bill C-250.
For the chair, should Bill C-250 be allowed to proceed further in the legislative process at this time? In the chair's opinion, it should not be allowed. The House should not be faced with a situation where the same question can be decided twice within the same session, unless the House's intention is to rescind or revoke the decision. Government and private members' bills belong to different categories of items, governed by different sets of rules and precedents. Standing Order 94-1 provides the Speaker with the authority to make all arrangements necessary to ensure the orderly conduct of private members' business. Applying this authority, I'm ordering that the status of Bill C-250 remain pending and that it not be called for second hour of debate. This leaves open a possibility that C-250 could be reinstated in the next session pursuant to Standing Order 86-1 should by any chance Bill C-19 fail to be enacted in this session. And I thank all members for their attention on this matter. Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 13 petitions. These returns will be tabled in electronic format.
Tabled. Dépôt de projet de
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting from committees. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee advises that pursuant to Standing Order 91-1-2, the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider the order for the second reading of a private member's bill, public bill, originating in the Senate and recommended that the item listed therein, which it has determined should not be designated non-votable, be considered by the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 91-1-2, the report is deemed adopted.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, entitled Main Estimates 2022-2023, Votes 1 and 5 under the Department of Veterans Affairs, Vote 1 under Veterans Review and Appeal Board. Thank you.
Monsieur Député, dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
Of petitions. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Speaker, it gives me a great honor to rise today and present a petition on behalf of the residents of Windsor-Tecumseh. As a border community, I can tell you that the pandemic has changed our relationship with the border, and that is especially true for the thousands of residents who cross the border every day to work in the U.S., and that includes nurses, skilled workers, and engineers, be it at General Motors, at Ford, Stellantis, and others. That includes serious tax implications. This petition seeks fair consideration by the Canada Revenue Agency and of those implications and those issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, Président de Pétition, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise virtually in this place to present a petition that constituents have pressed upon me, and there are many of them. They call on the government to take seriously the climate emergency that was passed by a motion in this place in June of 2019, and that the target to take the climate emergency seriously is 60% below 2005 levels by 2030. They add that the situation is more urgent by the day. They also call on the government to stop all subsidies for fossil fuels. There are a long list of measures, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to summarize them by saying there's a wide range of social justice elements, including a just transition for workers, setting an end date to create certainty for when Canada will cease the production and use of fossil fuels in accordance with scientific advice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it is an honor to be able to stand in this place. And today, I have the honor of presenting a petition signed by 109 Canadians who have expressed great concern with the Liberal government's election platform commitment, where they would impose a values test upon charitable organizations within this country. Therefore, the petitioners in this particular petition call for the House of Commons to, number one, protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of another, quote, values test. And two, affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to be able to table this petition in the House today.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to table this petition on behalf of people from Courtenay and Cumberland and Royston in my riding. They're calling on the federal government, Mr. Speaker, to support and initiate a national matching program for all provincial farmers market nutrition coupon programs across Canada that would match provinces who are already contributing to their farmers market nutrition coupon program like British Columbia, and encourage provinces that do not have such a program to implement one by offering matching funding. They cite that farmers markets are a key tool for COVID-19 recovery, as small business incubators, domestic food system and food security builders, and local economy community builders and farmer market coupon programs are a key support for new market development and support for existing markets and their provincial associations, and so much more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petition, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Don Valley North.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's my honor to present a petition on behalf of 708 residents of Canada to call upon the Minister of Finance to select Wong Alexander Camus to be featured as the face on the new redesigned $5 bill. In 1861, Wong Alexander Camus was born, first Canadian-born Chinese, and we believe that in face of the anti-Asian racism, this initiative will give a better understanding and appreciation of Asian Canadians' contribution and sacrifice made in Canadian history. I'm proud to be sponsor or endorse this petition, and I'll sign my name to it. Thank you.
Petitions, présentation de pétition. The honourable member Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a number of petitions to present to the House today. The first petition is on Bill S-233, a bill that would make it a criminal offence for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent. It would also create a mechanism by which the persons could be deemed inadmissible to Canada if they're involved in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Members may be interested to note that this bill will be up for debate on Friday, and I commit to stopping introducing petitions on it as soon as the House passes it. The next petition that I'll be tabling highlights the horrific ongoing situation in Ukraine. Petitioners note recent events and note the fact that the invasion of Ukraine started in 2014 with the invasion and occupation of Crimea as well as the Donbass, and we've seen the escalation of that violence in recent months. Petitioners have a number of specific asks with respect to the government's response to these events. They include standing with the people of Ukraine in their struggle, calling on the international community to take decisive action against the Putin regime, including through various sanctions, the removal or marginalization of the Russian regime within international organizations. In particular, petitioners are also calling for a boycott on Russian oil and gas imports into Canada and Europe, and for us to establish secure energy access for our democratic partners, increasing military equipment and in particular lethal military equipment to Ukraine, increased humanitarian assistance, and petitioners are also called for support to refugees, joining with the call by the opposition parties, all three of them, to have visa-free travel for those fleeing from Ukraine. The third petition that I'm tabling is on an issue very important in my riding, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. It notes the important role of carbon capture and storage. That while some politicians in this place think carbon capture doesn't work, it's happening right now. It's happening in my beautiful riding. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to introduce new tax incentives to attract carbon and capture and storage investment to Canada. The next petition I'm tabling is on another private member's bill that stands in my name. This is Bill C-257. Petitioners speak about the right for people to be protected from discrimination, and that we see increasing political discrimination, that is discrimination against people on the basis of their political views. Petitioners note that it's in the best interest of Canadian democracy to protect public debate and exchange of differing ideas, and that Bill C-257 seeks to do this by adding political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Canadian Human Rights Act. Petitioners want this House to support Bill C-257 and defend the right of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. The next petition that I'm tabling is on the ongoing detention of Hussein Chalil, a Canadian citizen who has been detained in China for more than a decade and a half, who has never met his youngest son, who is now a teenager. The case of Hussein Chalil has moved many Canadians, but petitioners also note the need for it to get more attention from the government, on par with the attention that has been given to other consular cases of Canadians detained in China. The specific asks of petitioners are that the government demand that the Chinese government recognize Hussein Chalil's Canadian citizenship and provide him with consular and legal services in accordance with international law, formally state that the release of Hussein Chalil from Chinese detention and his return to Canada is a priority for the Government of Canada of equal concern as was the unjust detention of the two Michaels. The petitioners want the government to appoint a special envoy to work on securing Mr. Chalil's case, and also to seek the assistance of the Biden administration and other allies in attaining Mr. Chalil's release. That was something as well that we've seen in the case of the two Michaels, but doesn't appear to have occurred in the case of Mr. Chalil. The next petition is on the ongoing humanitarian situation and human rights concerns in the context of Ethiopia. Petitioners are concerned about what has happened in the Tigray region of Ethiopia, and they want to see increased and ongoing engagement by this government with the government of Ethiopia around humanitarian access and human rights issues. They want to see the government engage with the government of Eritrea as well as the government of Ethiopia with respect to that conflict. Madam Speaker, the next petition I'm posting is one that specifically highlights the importance of Alberta's industrial heartland to Canada's national economy. Alberta's industrial heartland is in my riding. It covers it goes into the riding for the member for Lakeland, who's here, and a number of other members. Canada's industrial heartland is Canada's largest hydrocarbon processing region and has 40+ companies, several being world scale, providing fuel, fertilizer, power, petrochemicals, and more to provincial, national, and global consumers. Energy-related manufacturing, as seen in the heartland, is a critical part of our national economy. Petitioners want to see the government advance policies which support growth in Alberta's industrial heartland and growth in energy-related manufacturing in general, and to support permanent accelerated capital cost allowance for energy-related
manufacturing. The next petition highlights the issue of energy security, bringing together concern for foreign policy and security as well as our energy sector, two significant priorities for my constituents. Petitioners want to see the Government of Canada work to immediately put in place a plan for an east-west corridor to replace foreign oil so that Canada is the source of oil and energy for Eastern Canada, and that we have a greater capacity to export energy to Europe. Madam Speaker, the next petition that I'm tabling highlights concerns about an election platform commitment made by the Liberals to politicize charitable status. The charitable sector is concerned. The government has said explicitly that they want to bring in a values test associated with charitable status and deny charitable status to pro-life organizations on the basis of their views. We saw something similar to this with the Canada Summer Jobs values test that Liberals brought in, and people don't want to see this again. So petitioners want to see the government apply charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of a values test, and to affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. And finally today, Madam Speaker, I do want to present just another petition on Bill S-233, which is coming up for debate on Friday. It is a bill to make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent. I am very hopeful that debate will collapse on this bill on Friday and we'll be able to move it forward. People have been working on this bill for 15 years. It's a no-brainer. Everyone agrees. Petitioners hope that we will finally get Bill S-233 passed so that Canada can do its part to combat organ harvesting and trafficking. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 431, 433, 436, and 438.
Is
it the pleasure of the House that these questions be transferred into documents and the documents be tabled immediately?
Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 426 to 430, 432, 434, 435, and 437 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Finally, Madam Speaker, I'd ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Oh, we have the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I see a great deal of excitement for my rising, which I'm always happy to see. Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of International Trade, that in relation to Bill C-11 Act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before this House shall be interrupted, if required for the purposes of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Ng, moves that in relation to Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a question period, a 30-minute question period. I would invite honourable members who wish to ask a question to stand or use the raise hand function to give the speaker an idea of how many people wish to participate in this question period.
Debate.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and here we go again. This House has just gone through the process of debating one of the most egregious power grabs that I've ever seen in my time here as a Member of Parliament, with Government Motion 11 basically seizing control of the House. And we know that the government used an argument, and the argument that they used was that we need more time for members of Parliament to debate legislation. And yet here we find ourselves in an arrangement between the NDP and the Liberals to grab that power. They are still moving time allocation. Madam Speaker, this House is going to sit until midnight tonight. That's fine. Conservatives are happy to show up to work. We've just received notice that the House is going to sit until midnight again tomorrow night. That's fine. Normally, Madam Speaker, this House reserves the last 2 weeks of the spring session to have the extended hours, but you know, we're willing to do the work. We're willing to allow Conservatives and all members of this House to speak on behalf of their constituents, the millions of constituents that have trouble with the legislation that's before this House. And Madam Speaker, Canadians have a lot of trouble with this piece of legislation. This is formerly Bill C-10. The government is now censoring this House with Motion 11, censoring this House with time allocation on a bill that's going to censor Canadians online. Why?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I mean, on the first point on Government Motion 11, after almost 5 months of delaying the economic and fiscal update that was, by the way, last fall, it became very clear that the Conservatives didn't have any interest in allowing any government legislation to move forward. And we continually asked how many more speakers, how much more time. We'll get back to you, we'll get back to you, we'll get back to you, and on it went. And so the reality is that we had to extend hours to make up for all of the House time that was burned by their obfuscation, and as well look to move time allocation. The reality is that this is there's already been 4 days on C11. There were six days previous in the previous Parliament. There were 28 days at committee, and we see a continued obfuscation. And the reality is, Madam Speaker, this is an incredibly important bill to promote and support Canadian culture and content providers. And so we need to be able to move forward. And I would, of course, remind the Conservatives who were moved time allocation just about every day I was in opposition. It's quite strange to see their aversion now. It was quite dizzying to watch the time allocation motions they would move at that time. Suddenly now, after they obfuscate for 4 months, the tactics they used when they were in government are now abhorrent and an affront to democracy, which is curious. But we have to move forward on this, Madam Speaker. It's enough of the blocking.
Séance des commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member Courtney Albany.
Speaker, and it is critical that we get some work done. And you know, certainly we don't want to be rushing legislation, and we want to make sure that we're doing the work, and that's why we supported sitting till midnight so that we have proper debate. But Madam Speaker, you know, I was thinking about yesterday and the Conservatives' obstruction. We could have had applied votes yesterday. We had a vote, and if you look on the record, Madam Speaker, we had another vote where we wanted to see an applied vote, but they wanted to vote on division, and they did it not just once, but twice, Madam Speaker, which delayed all committees that were sitting yesterday afternoon. So they sat late. Most members had previous engagements and commitments, so what we had is shortened committees on really important issues. I sit on OGO, Madam Speaker, and we had some really important witnesses on the biggest spend in Canadian history around Navy and Air Force procurement. and really important witnesses to talk about that. Instead, we had a shortened meeting because the Conservatives wouldn't apply the vote. This is the kind of obstruction that we're seeing here, Madam Speaker. We need to get to work. We need to get to work now.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments and his question. I completely agree. I completely agree with the point he makes. I mean, it's passing strange to me that the Conservatives say that they are upset that they don't have enough time to speak, and yet they move concurrence motions that block their ability to speak, including on C11 in this Parliament, when they cut 3 hours of debate time and stop their own members from being able to speak. And we see this obstruction happening on every level. This bill, in its previous iteration, had 28 days at committee to hear witness testimony. It had 6 days previously, 4 days now. And, you know, frankly, based on the experience with C8, we'd be here for the next 4 years. Well, they still had their comments to stand up and say the things that they want to say. The reality is we have to move forward. You do not have the ability as one party to obstruct this place and to block it from doing its work. So it's essential that we move forward, and there's going to be an opportunity at committee. There's going to be an opportunity when it comes back to the House again. So not only were all the opportunities that existed behind us, but there's still committee and coming back to the House for a further reading in the future. So there's more than enough time to continue having these conversations, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's remember C10 and the work that was done by my colleague from Drummond. And I helped him on a few occasions because I was co-critic along with him in the previous parliament. So here we are with C11, which is basically the same thing. The bloc has constantly worked on improving things and in communication with the artistic community. So this bill is basically the same, and it satisfies the artistic community. It's a good piece of work. It took a lot of time and energy, and I think it meets with the satisfaction of basically all players in the cultural industries in Canada and in Quebec. And we in the Bloc are very proud of the role we played in all that. I'd like to ask the government House Leader what is causing him to take this road today.
Merci beaucoup, Madame le Président.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's clear that it's time for action. A lot of time has been spent. The member opposite is right about that. This has taken a long time. And this bill is so important to the artistic community all across Canada and in Quebec, too. We have artists and creators who are creating essential heritage for our country, essential history. They're telling our stories. It's so important to help people like that. And in my opinion, after the last session, after a lot of debate, after a lot of time in committee, after a lot of time here in the House, now's the time for action. That's what I think people want all across Canada, and that's why today we are going to continue to the next step.
Comments? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the Honourable Government House Leader, I'm very distressed that we're once again seeing time allocation. I understand the predicament. The House leaders aren't able to schedule properly how long it takes to look at a bill. But it's not our fault as opposition members of Parliament that C10 was put back to before the starting blocks because of the election that we as opposition members clearly did not call. So in terms of C11, we've had very little time in the House to debate it. We do need to have improvements made. That's clear. I don't want to appear in any way to join in any overheated rhetoric that the bill is about censorship, but the bill needs work. And it does need to go to committee, but we need to discuss it and debate it first because that's what Parliament is for. I would urge the Honourable Government House Leader to consider that we enforce our own rules. We would have much more well-organized debates if we had the discipline to say we will observe the rules that say that no member can stand up and read a pre-prepared speech. That will reduce the number of members who are truly engaged on a file, able to give a speech off the cuff. It should help organize our House time. I'd urge the honourable member to think of that instead of continuing to use the methods that were honed by the previous government of Stephen Harper.
Honourable Member, Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the suggestion by my honourable colleague. I think that there's going to be an opportunity to debate the standing orders. It's going to take place in June. I think it's essential that members take part in that debate. I myself always endeavour to speak extemporaneously because I do think that something gets lost in prepared remarks. But I think that that's a conversation for all members to have to be able to reflect upon what rules best serve this place. I share her frustration that my preference would be to work with all parties to be able to accommodate a calendar where we have fair and reasonable debate. But it's become clear, and look, it was over months and months and months with C8 where there was absolutely no progress made, nothing offered even to get any progress, none whatsoever. And in terms of this bill, the reality is Canadian artists, Canadian cultural producers, the people who tell the story of this country, are demanding action. It's time to move forward. There's been an enormous study of this issue. There's going to be an opportunity to move to committee to study the issue further. And of course, it's going to come back to the House yet again. So let's move forward. Our artists, our creators, they deserve that, Madam Speaker.
Comments, Your Honour, Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, from at least my perspective of sitting in the House day after day, witnessing what's going on across the way, it would appear to me as though Conservatives are just hell-bent on ensuring that absolutely no legislation gets through. It doesn't even appear to matter what the piece of legislation is. It just seems to be motivated from this place of wanting to make sure that the government is unsuccessful regardless of what the issue might want to be. And I think, and I believe that that's why we're seeing time allocation come forward. Can the minister comment on, how he sees this and where he sees the opposition and their intent to playing these games?
The Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his comment and question and share his frustration, obviously, that there is an expectation when we're elected to this place that we continue to move the business of the nation forward, and that when we get bills before us that were debated not only previously but obviously very importantly during the last election, that they expect that we're going to engage meaningfully in processes that are going to advance that. And so seeing all of the dilatory actions that are taken to slow and delay and to shut down and obfuscate I don't think is in the spirit of what people were expecting from a minority government. The reality here in this bill is that we have Canadian artists and producers who absolutely expect us to take action. It was run on by not just our party, but many of the opposition parties to take action in this regard. Canadians expect it. I understand Conservatives want to block it, but they are one party. They do not control this House.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And he's spoken a lot about these concurrence motions and how petty politics. Can we have a guarantee from this House Leader that we will not see a concurrence motion from the Liberals until after January or June 24th of 2022?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, you know what I absolutely will offer, Madam Speaker, is the opportunity to sit down, as I've always said from the beginning of this, to be able to work as we did on C3 as an example. And I have to say that the Conservatives came forward with a number of proposals on C3 to improve the bill, and that we were able to do that. And in so doing, we also created a calendar for when we were able to adopt it, to be able to get, to make sure that we got to Canadians the support that they needed, both for the pandemic and to also make important changes that the Conservatives have brought forward. And so I would say to the member opposite, as I said to their House Leader many, many times, that if they want to bring something forward that they're looking to improve a bill with, or they're looking to give us concrete information on how long they want to debate something, that we would absolutely work with them. But I can tell you that in my time as House Leader, that has happened exactly 0 times. I have been approached since we've started this session in January. There hasn't been a single offer of that nature. There has been nothing put in front of us to improve a bill or to work with us on anything. The only thing, unfortunately, we've seen, Madam Speaker, is obfuscation and blocking.
want to remind members that I have a clock in front of me, and I want to remind members that while someone has the floor, that they shouldn't be interrupting as well, and we're getting a lot of it on this side. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House to address the step that's being taken here to expedite passage of this bill. Now, this, in the view of the artistic community in Montreal and Quebec, it's high time this legislation was passed. Enough time has been spent on this. Why don't we move swiftly forward and pass this bill so that people in Quebec and Canada, artists and creators, can benefit from it?
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Absolutely. The member is totally right. It's time for action. It's time to support our cultural communities and people who contribute to our heritage all across Canada. This industry has been waiting for far too long. The time to act has come, and that is why we are going to move forward to the next steps, the next stages of this bill. And clearly, today is not the end of the debate. There will be opportunities to talk about this bill, other opportunities at committee, and of course, the bill will come back here to the House of Commons very soon for third reading as well. So there will be a number of opportunities, but I think it's essential to our cultural communities. We need to take action, and that's what we're doing now.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I find it passing strange that the minister is citing his need for, or the excuse for time allocation because there was a lot of time debated C10 in the previous Parliament. So I think Canadians would be interested to know that this is truly just a repeat of C10 from the previous Parliament. I have a very specific question for the minister. The government is committed to providing policy directive to the CRTC after Bill C-11 is passed. So the government will decide after this bill is passed how things like discoverability, Canadian content, the impact on digital-first creators, that impact will happen after Bill C-11 is passed. So we're being told, just trust us. So a very simple thing to ease the minds of many opposition MPs. Would the government be willing to table the policy directive to the CRTC prior to the passage of Bill C-11?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, the member will know two things. One, that CRTC will only impose regulations that will make material impact in achieving the goals of the bill, which is specifically to level the playing field for platforms showcasing Canadian content. And we have a circumstance today where broadcasters in more traditional lines of media have an obligation to contribute back to Canadian culture and Canadian content. And it is only reasonable in the digital space that the same expectation be held. If you are Netflix or Disney and you're profiting from the Canadian market, the expectation that you're going to contribute back to the cultural fabric of that market is absolutely essential. And that's not just something that we ran on as a party, but that many of the parties in this House ran on. And that I heard all over Canada that we have an essential obligation to support Canadian content and Canadian culture. And that means, Madam Speaker, that we have world-class talent that not only enriches our lives and helps tell the Canadian story, but frankly enriches the planet. And our obligation to say to those internet giants that they have to contribute to the place that they draw their profits from, I think is something that's preeminently reasonable and levels the playing field with more traditional media forms.
The Honourable
Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Bloc Québécois isn't favourable to this kind of manoeuvre. Democracy has to supersede all. We do have to deplore, however, the fact that the official opposition doesn't recognise the fact that this bill, C-11, is much better drafted than C-10, and that it could still be improved at committee. Quebec and Canadian artists have been waiting for decades that something be done. In my opinion, it is high time to finally birth this bill. And so, does the member not deplore the fact that this kind of manoeuvre is being used? we should have enough time, and we will have enough time to debate this without time allocation. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and absolutely, the MP is right. There are many changes made in Bill C11, and this is important because during the previous election campaign, we heard many different voices on this issue and on the cultural sector in general. A big thank you, by the way, for the Bloc Québécois, because some ideas have come from them as well, to increase support to the cultural sector. They also have good ideas for many bills and generally, and I will repeat it once again, there will be many opportunities for us to amend the bill and change it and improve it at committee, and then thereafter we could refer it back to the House. There will be enough time to work, but this is just to make this bill move forward more rapidly. That's the reason for which we are here today.
Mata, questions and comments? The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Really appreciate being recognized, Madam Speaker. Anyway, that being said, some confusion here in the House. One of the things that really is fascinating here from the opposite side is that they are trying to create legislation here that they're listening to on their Walkman, their Discman. These are things that people don't use anymore, Madam Speaker, and they're trying to create this legislation for things that that people don't do anymore. They're using an archaic method, the CRTC, which is nonsensical in many Canadians' opinion. And when you look at it, this is the new way. This is called the Internet. This is how people are now getting their information. They're watching movies on it, no doubt. They're listening to music on it, Madam Speaker. And to think that we need to adopt this liberal government knows best style of government to continue to indoctrinate people in Canada is really beyond what anyone could possibly imagine. And I think the other part, when we begin to think about time allocation on this, approximately 1/3 of Canadians are under the age of 24, so they would probably be the highest users of this information. And from this side of the House, we think it's exceedingly important that we give those approximately 10 to 15 million people their due diligence and understanding what this government's attempting to make them do.
Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, the last time this legislation was updated, the technology that the member is referencing was the technology that was prevalent. And the reality for how the technology is utilized now is very different. People are consuming media that is coming from online streaming sites and online streaming services who are not subject to the same rules that traditional media have been subject to. And I know that the Conservatives traditionally had not supported Canadian artists, and the idea that that broadcasters have a responsibility to take some of their profits and to support Canadian artists and to promote Canadian artists in what they put on when we were, whether or not it was on radio or whether or not it was on television. Should they not have? I suppose they're continuing their battle to block.
Order, the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
I would really appreciate if the House Leader would stick to the facts, not spread misinformation. And if he actually has proof that the Conservatives, I'd like to see.
This is debate. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate that I appreciate the member's anxiousness to participate in the debate, but I will say very clearly that when they talk about defunding the CBC, that when they talk about not supporting Canadian content, including in this specific case, does the member not across, who is arguing against support for this bill, does not believe that Disney or Netflix, who profit here, should be promoting Canadian content? Does he not believe that they should be giving dollars back to Canadian producers of culture and content? It's a battle that they've fought for a long time, Madam.
I have a lot of people, individuals wanting to ask questions. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, maybe my colleague and the Government House Leader can speak about the sense of urgency. We've got, cultural workers, artists that suffered the most under the pandemic. Many of them couldn't operate at all for 2 years, Madam Speaker. And even the programs that were offered to them, many of them couldn't access those programs. When you have zero revenue coming in, the wage subsidy doesn't help you, or the rent assistance program, Madam Speaker. The sense of urgency is real. In the meantime, the big web giants, they had record profits, Madam Speaker. They took all the gas out. There was a massive economic leakage happening in our country. So maybe through you, Madam Speaker, the House Leader could talk about how critical it is that we plug the economic leakage to the big web giants and that we get to this work rapidly and quickly and get this to committee.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his point and his question. The reality is, as we've seen a shift in the way that we consume entertainment and media, there has not been a similar shift to apply the same rules that apply to traditional media to new media. And he's absolutely right. We saw during the pandemic that the artists who perform in local venues and who enrich our local communities got hit incredibly hard. They weren't able to participate during that pandemic. But at the same time, the streaming giants enjoyed record profits and record participation. And this bill continues a long tradition in Canada to saying that if you profit from the entertainment industry in this country and you profit from the cultural sector, you have an obligation to pay back into it, to help build it up. And as I look at cities and communities across the country, and I look at the quality and the depth of the culture that is there, I would say that it is there in no small part because of that rule, because of that obligation that we put to say that if you profit from that sector, that you have to invest back in it. And I would say it's not only our local communities and artists that have benefited from it, but I think the world has valued the Canadian voice in culture and heritage.
And comments, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
I think what we continue to hear again and again and again and again from across the aisle is that there is an agenda and that agenda needs to be followed, and therefore there needs to be this push for C11 to be brought through this House of Commons without proper debate. That's wrong. That's absolutely anti-democratic. You have 338 elected individuals who were sent to this place to rigorously debate issues. That is our responsibility, and that responsibility is being taken from us right now. That's not just shameful for those who are in this House. That's actually shameful for the sake because of what it does to Canadians. I represent 125,000 people from the riding of Lethbridge. You just squashed their voices.
I want to remind members not to address questions and comments directly to the chair. I will allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to answer. I have time for one more question after that. The Honourable House Leader to answer.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So 2 points. One on this bill, which is talking about there is absolutely an agenda, and that agenda is to say that those who make money from the cultural sector in this country have an obligation to invest back into it. That has been the tradition in this country. It just hasn't been updated to reflect the new media that's there, so that our content creators on the ground in the community who suffered during the pandemic can be supported, so that Canadian art and culture can be expanded. But with respect to democracy, let's be very clear. I was there in opposition when the Conservatives created a 200-page handbook on how to control, like puppeteers, committees, how to shut them down and how to run them through their parliamentary secretaries. I was there in this House day in, day out, as we saw incredible command and control of everything that happened in this place. It is rich beyond measure. To compare that to this, there is more than enough opportunity to go from here to have further debate at committee and for it to return to the House.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. One last quick statement from me. I'm always a bit shocked to see how some people seem to forget the realities of content creators, artists, those who feed into our world's cultural renewal. And today, once again, we're thinking of time and how much time we will spend debating whether or not we will spend more time to debate something that was retabled. C10 already existed. C11 has been retabled. We've already worked on it. We've strengthened it. The Bloc put in a lot of love and effort. the cultural sector is happy with it, but now we're talking about how much time we're going to spend discussing it. I'm rather shocked. I would like to hear what the parliamentary leader has to say about the urgency to act for these people who are losing money every single day. I need time allocation for answers as well. So the Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Time is of the essence for us, for our artistic creators and for our cultural community. After the global pandemic, well, we were in a very difficult situation for the cultural sector during the pandemic in our community. This was a situation where people could not go to events, could not organize events. Large broadcasters, for example, and online streamers had record profits, which was not the case for the rest of the cultural community, and so that is the reason for which it is essential for us to act rapidly and immediately in order to continue for the next step. And committee is the next step. It's not just today that we will debate this, it is at committee as well. And so it's odd that the Conservatives are so angry that the process will be moving forward to the next stage. And the reason for which they are angry is because the Conservative Party is against supporting the cultural sector in general. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight are as follows.
Caledon, climate change, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton, taxation, and the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, grasslands, health.
It is my duty to now interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forth the question on the motion now before the House.
Is as follows. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Ying, move that in relation to Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. Dispense? Shall I dispense? Call in the members. Oh, sorry. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we request a recorded division.
The members.
go. The question is the following one. Monsieur Holland, après par Miss Madame.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Ng, moved that in relation to Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. May I dispense?
La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Ms. Debruson.
Ms. Debruson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobara.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Jahal.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
All those to oppose to the motion, please rise.
Monsieur Brassard. Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Dennis.
Mr. Dennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Lou.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. I see Ms. Zurowitz has her hand up.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, I just want to make sure that my vote was registered as a yay.
Yeah, you were registered as yay. Thank you very much. Anybody else? No. The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 145, 145.
I declare the motion is carried.
Recount. Recount. Mr. Chair, recount.
It being 5:40, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-234, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, standing in the name of Mr. Lobb.
I believe when we left off, we had the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change was up next. So, the Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to take part today. Sorry, just making sure it was still me. Yes, okay. To take part in today's debate on Private Members Bill C-34, or 234. This is an important issue. Agriculture plays an essential role in Canada's economy. Our farmers also help to feed the world. I'm a city person, and I can tell you, city people, we rely on farmers across our country for the food on our tables, and for that we're deeply grateful. Perhaps now, more than ever, at this time of geopolitical uncertainty and rising costs, it will be vitally important to ensure that Canada's agricultural production continues to grow. Our government is supporting Canada's farmers to make that happen, and we will continue to do so. The question we have to consider, Madam Speaker, is how best to do so. More specifically, the question is, how do we deliver support for farmers that is effective in helping them ramp up production without undermining important goals like addressing climate change, which itself poses a severe threat to agriculture production? We know for a fact, Madam Speaker, that farmers across the country are experiencing the impacts of climate change firsthand, like floods and droughts. In fact, I was looking at some reports about the recent flooding over the last year in BC, which is an example of weather events caused by climate change, caused massive damage to farms in the area. So one farmer was talking in one report about having lost 600 acres of crops, all underwater. There were stories of expensive farm technology lost in floods, cattle that died, other farm animals, and that is tragic for so many reasons, for the disruption in people's lives and also in hitting their bottom line. To their great credit, they are taking action to address it. Farmers have been leading the adoption of climate-friendly practices like precision agriculture technology and low-till techniques that can help reduce emissions and save them both time and money. And I believe just fairly recently, Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Environment both went to visit a farm to look at some of those practices. Our government is taking action to support them. Our recent budget, for example, proposes to provide a further $329.4 million over 6 years, starting in 2022 to 2023, with $0.6 million in remaining amortization to triple the size of the Agricultural Clean Technology Program. It also proposes to provide $469.5 million over 6 years, with $0.5 million in remaining amortization, starting in 2022 to 2023, to Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada to expand the Agricultural Climate Solutions Program on-farm climate action fund. It proposes $150 million for a resilient agricultural landscape program to support carbon sequestration, adaptation, and address other environmental co-benefits, with the details of this to be discussed with provinces and territories. And it proposes to provide $100 million over 6 years, starting in 2022 to 2023, to the federal granting councils to support post-secondary research in developing technologies and crop varieties that will allow for net zero emission agriculture. The budget also proposes renewing the Canadian Agricultural Partnership, which delivers a range of support programs for farmers and agriculture in partnership with provincial and territorial governments. Each year, these programs provide $600 million to support agricultural innovation, sustainability, competitiveness, and market development. This includes a comprehensive suite of business risk management programs to help Canadian farmers cope with volatile markets and disaster situations, delivering approximately $2 billion of support on average per year. At the same time, Canada's agricultural sector already receives significant relief under the federal carbon pollution pricing system compared to other sectors. The federal fuel charge regime provides substantial upfront relief for farmers for their purchase of gasoline and diesel fuel, provided that all or substantially all of the fuel is for use in eligible farming activities, such as the operation of farming equipment and machinery. And our government also have proposed a refundable tax credit in the 2021 economic and fiscal update for farm businesses operating in backstop jurisdictions, starting in the 2021-2022 fuel charge year. It is estimated that farmers will receive $100 million in the first year with this amount, increasing as the price on carbon increases. This will help farmers transition to lower carbon ways of farming while maintaining the price signal to reduce emissions. These are the right ways to help farmers increase production while addressing climate change that threatens production, Madam Speaker. My concern is that Bill C-234 could take us in a very different direction. The bill would amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, sometimes referred to as the GGPPA, which somehow is not easier to say than Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, to expand fuel charge relief to farmers by modifying the definition of eligible farming machinery to include heating and grain drying. More specifically, it would modify the definition of qualifying farming fuel to include natural gas and propane. And this raises a range of potential concerns that must be carefully considered. For example, as this bill stands, farmers would effectively be double compensated. In effect, they would benefit from the proposed tax credit while also being almost fully relieved from the fuel charge. This would come at the expense of households or other sectors in those provinces, as a federal carbon pricing system is revenue neutral, and proceeds must remain in the jurisdiction of origin. Let me remind the honourable members that Canada's carbon pollution pricing system is efficient and cost-effective precisely because it puts a price on carbon pollution and then allows businesses and households to decide for themselves how best to reduce emissions. And with a significant support for farmers already in place under Canada's pollution pricing system, the additional financial supports proposed in Bill C-234 run the risk of removing this price signal completely. This price signal is the linchpin for effectively executing Canada's climate change plan, Madam Speaker. A price on carbon pollution provides Canadians with an incentive to make more environmentally sustainable choices and to invest in greener alternatives that create a greener, cleaner economy and reduces greenhouse gas emissions. Rather than telling Canadians how to reduce emissions, a price on carbon pollution allows businesses and people to make those decisions in a manner that best suits their own circumstances. Carbon pollution pricing also delivers economic benefits because it encourages Canadians and businesses to innovate and to invest in clean technologies and long-term growth opportunities that will position Canada for success in a cleaner and greener global economy. That means more jobs for Canadians, benefiting their families and communities across the country. And Bill C-234 may very well undermine the effectiveness and benefits of the system. These are all important considerations that Canadians expect us to take into account as we assess the potential merits of Bill C-234. As we do so, we must bear in mind that the federal carbon pollution pricing system is not about raising revenues. The government is not keeping any direct proceeds from the federal carbon pollution pricing system. That must be underlined. It's not staying with the federal government. Our plan directs all proceeds from federal carbon pollution pricing back to the jurisdictions from which they were collected. Returning these proceeds helps Canadians make more environmentally sustainable consumption choices, but does not change the incentive to pollute less. With this system, consumers and businesses have a financial incentive to choose greener options every time they make a purchase or investment decision. Canada has been a leader in this regard, and we should not do anything to compromise this. Though in the context of Bill 234, we must be carefully considering it within the context of this pricing system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member, oh my God, for Battle River Crowfoot. No questions and comments. I'm sorry, we're on private members' business. Of course. L'honorable député de Berthier.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. My apologies. Yes, there are no questions, Madam Speaker. No questions. So, good evening, everyone. I hope that everyone's having a great time. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-234 this evening, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act. I closely listened to what the previous speaker had to say. I would like to reassure her we adhere to the principle of pricing pollution. This is an important principle. Polluting has to cost something, but the aim of this pricing, this taxation, is as an incentive. We don't want to modify the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act. However, we believe that removing certain agricultural combustibles and fuels from this tax would be the right thing to do. It would be the right thing to do. Perhaps if people could continue their conversations outside the House, it would help me concentrate on my speech. I will still continue. It seems to be getting better. This bill was addressed in the previous Parliament. It was called C-206. Everyone remembers it, actually. It was democratically voted upon by various political stripes, who are now a majority in this minority situation. It was adopted at third reading, and just before it was adopted in the Senate, the Liberal government decided to trigger an election, which means that we had to start from the very beginning, Madam Speaker. I would like to take the opportunity this evening to denounce this kind of maneuver. This is a very undemocratic maneuver, but if we have to start from scratch, we will start from scratch. So here we go, C-234. The basic principle is relatively easy to understand. The carbon tax prices pollution to incentivize people to transition. However, to trigger this transition, we need alternatives to which we can transition. That is where the problem lies. Madam Speaker, from the very beginning of my speech, it's just been far too noisy in the House. Yes, during the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, it was the same.
Members to take their conversations to the lobbies, please. We'd like to respect the speeches that are being made in the House. Thank you.
So, it has to be an incentive. For there to be an incentive towards a transition, there has to be something to which to transition. If I want to buy a V8 SUV, to go from my work to home when I don't need it, that vehicle will be taxed to incentivize me to buy an electric vehicle, to incentivize me to buy a smaller cylinder vehicle. That's perfectly logical. Such a measure would be fine by me. But grain producers that have to dry their grain, we have to recontextualize agriculture in North America. From the very beginning, we don't have the same climate as our competitors down south. And oftentimes we have to dry our grain. If you harvest humid grain, you have no other choice. Otherwise, you cannot send it to market. There are no other ways, efficient and rapid ways to dry grain and less polluting ways than the use of propane to dry grain. I hope that my statement at the beginning of this speech reassured everyone about our position. We are for pricing pollution. We are for measures towards a transition. But in this case, we also have to act in an intelligent way. And if these fuels are taxed, either this reduces our farmer and producers' profit margins that are already very small because they don't control the price at the market. Either we reduce their margins or we increase the price of products because we cannot reduce pollution with such a measure. We have to act where it counts, and where it counts will be when it comes to natural gas, to oil, new oil wells, for example, Baie du Nord. If we had been promised that there would be a reduction in tar sand exploitation because of Baie du Nord's approval, that would be at least a step in the right direction, but that has not been the case. So we have to act where it counts. I already spoke about bills that died because of the new election. There was C206. There was also the supply management bill that died. That will have to be retabled. So what this bill does is very simple. It seeks to change the definition. There are already exemptions for some agricultural fuels because there are no alternatives. And here we're adding natural gas and propane. That's it. Adopting this bill will not lead to more pollution. We will guarantee that production costs aren't increased. That is where the difference lies. You know that this bill doesn't directly affect Quebec. In Quebec, we have a carbon market. We have a parallel system where, in theory, farmers and producers are exempted, but they are still impacted secondarily because when they buy fuel, a portion of large companies' costs are felt as a knock-on on those prices. Despite all of that, our producers and farmers in Quebec have told us we need you to adopt C234 because that is the thing to do. That is what we have to do for our agricultural world, and that is what we will do, Madam Speaker. The subjacent principle is one of just transition. I could draw a parallel very quickly with other products like pesticides that we could use in our fields. We know that this is a sensitive question, and we are of those who jump the highest when some people try to increase limits during the construction vacation, thinking that no one would notice. We are very sensitive to that question, but before we remove a product from the market, we have to make sure that there is an alternative. We have to figure out what the next step will be. That is why we have to act prudently. We have to act in the right direction, and we have to go further. And what is further in this case, perhaps? To establish an environment pact or partnership, as I have often mentioned. This partnership, this environment partnership, is as follows. If efforts are requested from our farmers and producers to reduce their environmental footprint, then that's great. And they're always willing to do so. However, for example, we'll ask them to stop harvesting on the riverside, for example, where they were harvesting for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, even more. We're therefore asking them to simply we're asking them to stop harvesting in one place, which reduces their income. But that reduction in income shouldn't be only felt by the producers, because it is at the benefit of everyone. So there needs direct support for this kind of measure. We need to compensate them fairly. That will be a springboard towards agricultural performance improvement. It's not the first time I've mentioned it, but if we trust our people, if we decentralize these sums of money, there are programs that could do so. Some programs exist that are a step in the right direction. The Climate Action Fund is one that goes in the right direction, but we can't ask farmers to fill out 100 pages of forms to do so. Decisions have to be decentralized. So these amounts could be used to compensate the non-use of a riverside parcel of land. This money would be put into an account like agri-investment, and the farmer and producer could use it for his or her next technological investment. So perhaps 2 years later, he or she will create a geothermic stable. That will be a new innovation when he or she wanted to do it with just compensation, incentivizing them to make their next investment. All farmers and producers that I meet don't want to pollute. They are the first victims of flooding, of dry spells, of droughts. Remember what happened out west last year? It was horrible. They are aware of this. They have always been aware of this. They have their feet in the ground. They understand the land much better than us. And we have to trust these people. And so let us compromise by adopting 234. And then there may be a limit to the program, but we will incentivize a transition. I don't know how much time I have left because I stopped for 30 seconds. I think I've finished my presentation. Thank you very much.
Effectivement, l'honorable député.
In fact, the honourable member would have been interrupted. The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am rising to speak today to talk about Bill C-234, this act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act. The bill was introduced by the member from Huron-Bruce. I have a great deal of respect for him, and we have to remember that this was already introduced in the House by my colleague and friend, the member for Northumberland Peterborough, and it was about to be passed before the needless election call by the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, this bill is a bill that makes a lot of sense, and it would really help our producers financially and allow them to provide the products that Canadians need. Farmers and breeders need it. They need propane or natural gas to dry their grains, aerate their lands, heat their buildings and greenhouses in order to feed Canadians and stimulate our export markets under the Pollution Pricing Act. Farmers and breeders are unfairly penalized by the increase in the carbon price. Madam Speaker, this tax is added to the general increase in the cost of foods and reduces the ability of producers to invest in innovation and technology that would promote sustainability and production gains. In my riding of Beauce, we have many types of different producers. We have a strong concentration of pork or hog and poultry producers, just to name a few. And I can tell you that the message is clear. The farmers with whom I have spoken support this bill. I would like to remind the House that our party had also had the Bloc Québécois and NDP support the last time this bill was debated and voted on. I simply hope that with the new creation of the NDP Liberal Coalition, our NDP friends won't turn their backs on farmers and won't forget what we're talking about now. I would also like to raise the attention of the House of the fact that all the stakeholders in the Farm Carbon Alliance are in favor of this measure. This includes representations from the largest farm groups across the country. I think it would be an error not to take into consideration this measure and the impact for the main producers in our country. Madam Speaker, as inflation is hitting our country at a rate that has never been seen in the last 30 years, the prices of everything is rising astronomically. The Conservative Party of Canada continues to seek ways to help Canadians to rise above. What better way to help Canadians than to lower the cost of food within the country? And that is exactly what this bill will help to do. When farmers are hit by very high carbon tax bills, who will have to pay the price for this increased costs? Of course, it will be the consumers who will suffer. We need to be able to find real ways to help to reduce the cost of food, and this bill is exactly one way to do that. I am convinced that my Liberal colleagues will say, what about the environment? Well, I would answer them this. And I know what I'm talking about. I'm the fourth generation of a farmer on a family farm, and I can say that farmers have a reputation for protecting the environment and being innovative. They have adopted new technologies and proved their ability to continuously reduce their environmental footprint while increasing their production and maintaining productivity. Unfortunately, in the absence of viable replacement alternative fuels to dry grain and heat their greenhouses, it is impossible to reduce the use of current fuels. I would say that the Parliamentary Budget Officer conducted a study on the efficiency and effectiveness of the carbon pricing tax and the refund. It was a devastating report that was no doubt shredded in many Liberal offices. They say Canadians have more money in their pockets. Unfortunately, in the study provided by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, a farm in Manitoba was used as an example, and it would only get 32% rebate for all of the carbon tax that they were forced to pay in 2021. Madam Speaker, our farm industry in Canada wants to turn to the future. They want to find a way to be efficient, more efficient, and greener. But they need time to adapt, to make the changes that are required. Pushing our farmers down with this carbon pollution pricing will help no one. The government always seems to find a new way to push down our farmers and our cattle raisers. I can give you some examples, Madam Speaker. Our farmers are already facing difficult weather conditions and other issues that are often outside of their control, such as the closure of the borders of certain importing countries. The government has now decided that it had to increase the carbon tax starting in April. The government also will cap the use of manure. And the increased price of manure is crushing farm families. In conclusion, Canada must be considered as a world leader when it comes to animal production. There are so many things happening around the world, be it the war in Ukraine, many tensions between different countries, the heat waves in India and Pakistan, and the conflict in Afghanistan. Canada needs to be able to provide support to these countries with food production, but our producers can barely continue their activities due to tariffs and taxes that the government itself has imposed. It's absurd. Madam Speaker, as I said many times in this House, Canada must use its agri-food and agricultural sector as a motor of the economy to move things forward. We have seen nothing in the 2022 budget for agriculture, only re-announcements. The Liberals and the Bloc, the Liberals could block this bill. They have a lot of imagination and they find lots of ways to slow us down as a country. Madam Speaker, I hope that all my colleagues who are listening today will understand the importance of this bill and the good that it will do not only for farmers in our country, but also young parents who are trying to put food on the table, seniors who are having trouble making ends meet, as well as families in other countries. This would greatly help them. All this bill does will be positive on our ridings all across the country. I hope that when it comes time to vote on this bill, that all the parties will come together and do what needs to be done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always a privilege to rise in this chamber and speak on behalf of the residents of Chatham-Kent-Leamington and indeed on behalf of agriculture across Canada. I'm also pleased to speak on my colleague from Huron-Bruce, his private member's bill C-234, that affects so many of these constituents, including our own family farm. The bill seeks to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act by adding natural gas and propane as qualifying farm fuels, and that's for the purposes of both grain drying and heating and cooling farm buildings. I did have the opportunity to speak on this bill's predecessor, C-206, in the previous Parliament, where it was passed, only to die in the other place when the Prime Minister called the unnecessary election. Madam Speaker, our farmers are the first environmentalists, and our farmers are great competitors. They can hold their own against anyone, but not with one arm tied behind their back. They can't continue to be first-rate environmentalists when they're hamstrung by policies that their competitors don't face. But before getting into the specifics of this bill, I wish to kind of remark on 4 different framing points that will outline where I'm going. As I just stated, as individuals, farmers are environmentalists by nature and by necessity. The drive to leave the land in a better condition than when they found it is innate to every farmer that I know. And farmers are environmentalists by necessity. It's the condition of their land, the condition of their flocks and of their herd that supplies the farm family with a return on their labor, on their investments, on their inputs. And so it's in their own self-interests to leave the vehicle of their own prosperity in better condition for the next generation. Secondly, collectively, agriculture has a strong record of reducing their environmental footprint, be it through the adoption of low-till or no-till, be it through the refinement of working through nutrients through the lens of the 4 R's, putting the right nutrient at the right place at the right time with the right amount, be it through the more intensive use of cover cropping or rotational grazing. They've all done this without regulation and without additional taxation or without an additional government-imposed price signal. I'll come back to that point in a moment. A third point, ag has a strong record of innovation, of adopting new technologies. The use of GPS technology on the farm, the use of variable rate technology in seeding and crop protection products, robotics in our dairy sector, climate controls and automation in our greenhouse sector. As soon as there's a viable commercial alternative fossil fuels, believe me, once that's available in rural Canada, farmers will adopt it and quickly without the stick or a price signal embedded in a tax. And that leads to my final framing point. By and large, farmers are price takers. They cannot effectively pass along cost input increases to their buyers. So let these 4 points set the stage for my remarks on Bill C-234. When we initially debated its predecessor, C-206, the Harvest from Hell 2019 had just occurred in Western Canada, and that really demonstrated the need for this carbon tax exemption. It was a very, very particularly wet fall, where with frost and rainfall, et cetera, interrupting the harvest, and the use of natural gas and propane was required to put the grain into a storable condition. Farming in Ontario and in Eastern Canada requires the use of grain dryers each and every year, particularly for grain corn, but also for soybeans, for wheat, canola, oats, etc. So when we studied Bill C-206 in the previous Parliament at committee, we did look at alternatives to fossil fuels. In many parts of our economy, electrification is a viable alternative. But given the obvious nature of agriculture situated in rural Canada, the lack of our grid capacity, this is simply a non-starter. We also looked at a second option, and that was the use of using crop residues as a fuel source. And that means gathering them after harvest and then burning them in heaters. And while there are some prototypes being trialed, they're simply not available at scale. But even more problematic with this approach, crop residues are incorporated into the soil, or they're left on the surface, and they become soil organic matter for our soils. They sequester carbon, and they increase our soil organic matter levels, which helps both with crop production and our climate goals. The voluntary adoption of reduced or eliminated tillage provided improvements in soil moisture retention, the reduction of soil erosion, and of course an increase in carbon sequestration, all without the imposition of a tax, something that was not acknowledged in the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act. Madam Speaker, it now does not make sense to apply a tax to reverse the environmental improvements that the farmers put in place voluntarily. But the question then remains, does it make any sense at all now to apply such a tax on fossil fuels to increase the agricultural community's focus on reducing the use of fossil fuels? And the answer to that simply is no, for several reasons. There simply aren't commercially viable, scalable alternatives to using natural gas and propane available today. But because there aren't viable alternatives, the demand for fuel tends to remain unaffected by price. And that makes these additional fuel charges simply an additional tax and an inefficient policy to lower carbon emissions. And this very fact was confirmed by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. The recent budget, it's been alluded to in other speeches here this evening, did put some more funds into the Agricultural Clean Technology Fund to upgrade present drying systems to a higher efficiency. But these funds only have the potential to update 500 of the 50,000 grain dryers across Canada. Madam Speaker, that's 1% of them. The second point, as opposed to granting an exemption from paying the carbon tax, proposed in Bill C-6 is a rebate program to maintain, in their words, a price signal to the farm community to change their ways, even though there are no viable alternatives. So I explored with several of my constituents the impact of these two approaches. Madam Speaker, my riding is a large rectangle, and up in the northeastern corner, Ron and Francine Verhelli farm with their family. This past year, they needed 89,670 liters of propane to dry their almost 7,000 tons of corn. Wow. They paid over $5,550 in carbon tax. So if the 2022 conditions on their farm are the same, they're anticipating that cost to go up to almost $7,000 this year. Wow. Under the Liberal plan, the eligible farm costs on their farm would have to be over $3.2 million using the planned $1.73 per 1,000 in eligible farm expenses in order for that rebate to recoup their carbon tax cost. Farm input costs are definitely skyrocketing, Madam Speaker, but fortunately they won't be that high or no farmer will be in business this coming year. Okay. Paul Thiessen and his family, they farm just down the road from my home farm. They're a third-generation grain farm, and their total natural gas bill for 2021 to dry 107,000 bushel, or just over 2,900 ton of corn, this past year was $10,000, $10,010 actually, of which almost $2,500 was a carbon tax. But under the Liberal proposal that would have been in place for 2021, kicking back $1.47 per 1,000 in expenses, they would only get a fraction of their carbon tax costs returned from this past crop. My final point, Madam Speaker, is simply to call for basic fairness in the marketplace. Our Canadian grain competes directly with American grain. It's priced off of the Chicago Board of Trade. No customer of grain will pay more for Canadian grain because it incurs a carbon tax, not if they can source it from the Americans. The Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act did exempt gasoline and diesel fuel on the farm for this very reason. And Bill C-234 is looking to correct the oversight regarding natural gas and propane for grain drying and barn heating and cooling. And surely, Madam Speaker, if this government cannot control their spending ways, they don't have to use farmers' bank accounts as a cash flow mechanism to finance their own spending. Making farmers pay this carbon tax in the fall and then having them file their taxes in the following spring to apply for a rebate, all that does, it returns a portion of their costs, plus now incurring all the administrative costs on the farm and the administrative burden on government to manage this program. In fact, the Parliamentary Budget Office, this past budget has estimated that cost for government alone to be $30 million. What does that do? All that does, it serves to increase the size of government and not add any additional value to our climate goals. And so, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I would again urge all members of this House to support passing a bill that removes the potential of being at cross purposes for lower greenhouse gas emissions. Please support the removal of a tax that has, where the users have absolutely no viable options, and please support basic inherent market fairness. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, sir. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce for the right to reply.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank all the speakers who have presented this evening. I especially like to thank my colleagues from Chatham-Kent and the Beauce, both farmers and both very familiar with the costs of operating a farm and making a living at it. The member from Chatham-Kent highlighted pretty much everything I wanted to talk about, but the key points I'd like to highlight is, in addition to that, we still have, Madam Speaker, an outstanding issue with the fertilizer tariff in this country. That's going to add another $100 per acre to the corn crop and other crops, in addition to all the other issues. So we have, in addition to the carbon tax that farmers are paying to dry their grains, heat their barns, they also have another tariff that hasn't been dealt with by the government. And it's our belief, March 2nd, there should be tariff relief for farmers on that. It's millions of dollars, and they need the help now. The member made another good point when he talked about the economic action, or the fall economic update, where the Liberal Party highlights their carbon tax rebate. It's $1.47 per 1,000, and like I said in my first speech, I thought it was $1.47 per 100. But if you calculate it out at $1.47 per 1,000 and $1.73 per 1,000 of eligible farm expenses, it's a slap in the face to farmers. And I'd welcome the Liberal member who spoke earlier today. She's welcome to come to my riding, the member from Beauce, the member from Chatham-Kent, any rural riding, talk to some farmers, get in the cab of a tractor or combine, stand around while the grain is being dried in the fall, see what it's like, and you'll have a whole new appreciation for the programs you're trying to create. Farmers get no credit for the carbon they sequester on farm. Their crops, the fall crops they plant for cover crops, for the grasslands, for the haylands. They also don't get any carbon credit for the sequestration that takes on their ethically managed woodlots. There's thousands of acres in my riding and hundreds of thousands of acres of ethically managed woodlots across the province of Ontario and beyond. They get no credit for that. So the idea that a farmer is somehow a huge emitter or a contributor or whatever, we should be embracing these individuals. We should be looking to them to learn on what are some of the best practices that have been in place in this country for over 100 years. That's where we need to begin the discussion. We need to cut this unnecessary tax on farmers, natural gas, propane to dry your grains and to heat your livestock barns. We don't want farmers to walk away from their livestock barns because they can no longer afford to heat them. We want them to be able to keep those barns warm, to keep the chicks warm when they're first moved into the barn, or in a hog barn when the weaners are just at a very young age, very small. That's what we want to do. And so I would just ask all the members of Parliament here and the Liberals to reconsider and to take a long look at what we were talking about, maybe replay the tapes and to see. In addition to that, I'd like to thank all the farmers across this country for what they do day in and day out. Right now, they're in the cabs of their tractor in my area, planting corn, thinking about soybeans, trying to get it right, but facing huge costs for fuel, huge costs for fertilizer, and for what? To feed the country and to feed the rest of the world. That's what we have to keep in the back of our minds when we're looking at all this stuff. I'd like to thank farm groups, the farm families, the complete supply chain that work 24 hours a day this time of year to keep our crops growing. And let's just look at agriculture, the environmental good it does, the economic good it does. It's the number one economic driver in the province of Ontario, and let's support it. They are a line of credit, like the member of Chatham, Ken said, for your GST, HST rebates. The government's line of credit on agri-stability. And now this new program, they're once again going to be the government's line of credit again. I humbly ask for the support. Let's get it to committee. Let's have some farm groups come. Let's have some farmers come and explain the pain they're feeling right now and the relief Parliament can provide them. Thank you. God bless everybody.
The question is as follows. Mr. Love, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moved that Mr. Love, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moved that Bill C-234, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Si un député d'un parti reconnu...
If a member of a party in the House...
Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent en Chambre désire demander...
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair.
Kent Limington.
I'm so eager, Madam Speaker. I would respectfully ask for a recorded division. Hear, hear.
Hear, hear. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 18th, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:30 so we can continue on with the business of the House.
Agreed? So, orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre éminent du gouvernement, projet de loi éminent du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate of Bill C-11, the Online Streaming Act. In the name of Mr. Patzer, the sub-amendment. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. The Honourable Member has 3 minutes remaining. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I remember the discussions we had about C-10 in the previous Parliament, about the risk of infringing on freedom of expression and of users of social media being taxed. And sections 2 and 4.1 clearly specify that users will not be taxed. And there is no clause in this bill that would limit freedom of expression. So now let's talk about access to culture. It's it doesn't make sense that it would be easier for Quebecers to get access to Korean cultural content than Quebec cultural content. And I am not criticizing the Korean cultural content at all, but Canadians and Quebecers should be able to have access to work, high-quality work in their own language. And you might say that curiosity is something that needs to be cultivated. Well, today, in order to cultivate curiosity and interest, we need to facilitate access to quality content. And some might say, well, you just have to look for it. But this is an alarming thing to say. Why should I have to look harder for things from my own culture when others never have to make any effort to access their own culture? Some who might say such a thing might say that the only good culture is culture that's readily accessible. Well, that means U.S. culture. Maybe these people have no problem accessing Canadian cultural content. Maybe they consider Canadian culture and American culture to be one and the same, or similar at least. I assume that they would say, no, Canadian and U.S. culture are not the same thing. So why not allow Francophones and Francophiles in Quebec and Canada and elsewhere in the world to have as much access to Quebec and Francophone cultural content as other people have to American or English content? C11 allows online broadcasters to be cultural broadcasters and to improve access to cultures present in Canada. I think C11 is a good bill that deserves to move forward in the legislative process in good faith on all sides. And it deserves this because, I remind you, we mustn't let a foreign culture dominate our own. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I studied economics at university, and one of the first courses we took talked about a pre-competitive market where one party would have a competitive advantage or would have better access than another. But in my view, this bill, the purpose of this bill is to influence the distribution network so that our products have access too. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Absolutely. The way things work currently is that in order to have access to certain content, whether it's cultural or other, the users have to ask for it. But on the internet, users are heavily influenced because algorithms decide what should be suggested to them, what they should be encouraged to watch. So that's a problem. So we want broadcasters to present more Canadian and Quebec content options to users, more than is currently available. Questions and comments?
Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And certainly I have a great deal of concern about the fact that time allocation was moved on a bill that truly I have serious hesitation about being able to trust the government and them saying to simply take them at their word when it comes to not actually impacting the ability for Canadians to have free expression on the internet, especially after some of the outrageous things that the previous Minister of Heritage had said, in which the previous minister said, and I quote, "We're not censoring the whole internet, we're simply censoring some of the internet." Madam Speaker, my question, though, is very, very simple. Does this member support our request, very simple request, that the government provide the terms of reference that they will be providing to the CRTC prior to the bill being passed, so that members in this place can understand exactly what is being asked of the CRTC when it comes to the impacts that this bill will have on Canadian content?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. That's an excellent question, but I don't have the proposal that my colleague is suggesting for the CRT, so I will refrain from answering directly. That said, it's important for things to be done right, and in order to get it right, we need to move forward with this bill and study it at committee. And I would encourage all my colleagues. I know that C11 is a fairly voluminous bill, but we really need to take the time to look at it from every angle and study it in depth at committee and make reasonable proposals for change. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that all artists, the whole arts and culture industry in Quebec is in support of this bill. There must be something good about it. There must be some protection for Francophone culture. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say on that. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague. Not only will this bill allow artists to get some revenues, but that revenue will allow us to showcase our Francophone culture. It's an amazing culture. It's unique in North America, sometimes with a bit of a funny accent, but that's part of our charm. So this bill will enable us to shine as well as everyone else. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's kind of a pleasure to speak to Bill C11 because I'll offer a few things based on a career, or at least my first career, of dealing with the CRTC as a broadcaster, as a person who was on the radio and occasionally on television, and especially as a manager of stations that were required to follow the CRTC regulations. I think the first distinction, though, and I have to say that the concerns that have been expressed about C11 need to be paid attention to. We shouldn't just dust them off and say, no, there's no problem here. The questions are legitimate, but we also need to drill into the details and see exactly what the implications are. I think when you do that, you're going to end up feeling a lot more secure and confident that C11 is going to be a significant value add to Canada. First of all, this is the Broadcast Act that we're talking about. The Broadcast Act relates to broadcasters. So I want to quote a couple of things here that kind of settle what we're talking about. Undertakings for the transmission or retransmission of programs over the internet will be a distinct class of broadcast undertaking. So in other words, basically we're saying that the web platforms that distribute and carry programming to Canadians will be classed as broadcasters. But the legislation also says the Broadcast Act does not apply in respect to programs uploaded to an online undertaking that provides a social media service by a user of the service. So in other words, the cat videos, the homegrown YouTube, even the production that you may have spent some money to develop will not be covered, will not be influenced by this. And further, I think that there's one exception that we need to note. And it's as follows. It's right in the legislation itself. It says the person who uses a social media service to upload programs for transmission over the internet and reception by other users of that service, and who is not the provider of the service or the provider's affiliate, does not, by the fact of the use of that service, carry on a broadcasting undertaking. So I want to go back to my radio days. 15 years of misspent youth, but it was an amazing education in a lot of ways. I came into the radio business just after the initial Canadian content regulations came to radio. And here's how that worked. The original rule said that 30% of the music that we played from 6 a.m. until midnight had to be Canadian content. And I'll describe what that is in a second. Later, the CRTC and the governments of the day came forward with a formula where the radio stations had to contribute to a fund. Initially, it was called the Canadian Talent Development Fund, and there have been other names and other versions of it. So the two things were, first of all, you had to profile Canadian content, and then later on, you had to contribute financially to the basically to the creation of Canadian content. So what we're doing here now is no different than what was done 50 years ago. Now, how did we know what Canadian content was? Well, in the radio business, every record had what they called the Maple logo, M-A-P-L. It was a system that identified music, artist, production, and lyrics of the piece. And the rule was that anything produced after, I think it was 1971 or 72, had to have two of those categories covered off as Canadian to be classified as a piece of Canadian content. It was tough in the beginning, I have to say. I had grown up listening to radio that was free to play anything it wanted at any time, within reason, mind you, and I'll get to that. But the fact is that all of a sudden we had to play Canadian content, and in those days it was scarce. At least, the kind of music that we wanted to program on our station was scarce. I still today cannot listen to Snowbird by Anne Murray because we played it to death. Because it was, it was what we had at the time. That no longer exists. And it's because the Canadian content rules led to the development of a Canadian music industry that punches way above its weight around the world. But there was a unique proposition to those early CanCon days that are totally different to what we face today. Radio, by its nature, is very linear. The listener listened to the piece of music that I had on the air, and they got it in the order that I gave it to them. And if they were going to listen to our station, they would get that 30% of Canadian content, period. But it's different in this case. We're asking the online broadcasters to simply make Canadian content available. So for those of you who use Netflix, you go in and there are little tiles that show you all of the movies available. What this rule will do is say to Netflix, look, you've got to make sure that Canadian content is represented in those tiles. People don't have to choose it, but they have to know that it is there. So that way, we're going to at least give Canadian creators access to audiences that can choose to view their material or listen to it or not. Now, the actions of the regulator certainly changed throughout my lifetime. Sometimes when I talk to kids in school, they ask me what it was like in the olden days when I was a kid, when we would ride our dinosaurs to school and all that good stuff. Well, when I was a kid, Canadian radio stations were not allowed to play commercials on Sunday. If they played a recording, they had to announce that it was a transcription so that people wouldn't think that the performance was live. Well, that was then. And so over the years, the broadcast regulator updated, streamlined, etc., allowed things that weren't allowed previously. But I do remember only 2 times, maybe 3, that the Canadian regulators stepped in and actually got in the way of a licensed broadcast undertaking. One was at a station that I ended up working for as one of my first stations, CJOR in Vancouver. The family that put the station on the air was forced to sell because they lost control of the programming. And the programming in those days, in the mid-1960s, was pretty rough when you looked at the community standards of the day. Another refers to a general category of radio called radio poubelle, garbage radio, trash radio, which has been a unique property, particularly in the Quebec City area. And station CHOI was forced to be sold, again, because they could not control some of their announcers who were doing some hideous things on the air. I could quote, but I won't, because you really don't need to hear the sort of things that were going on there. The CRTC had been more than patient, but I'll tell you, it was far beyond what anybody could ever accept. Now, the obligations of a broadcaster. There was an article co-written by our former Supreme Court Chief Justice Beverly McLaughlin entitled, "Regulate the System, Not the Speech." So when we look at Bill C-11, what it's really going to do is regulate the broadcaster, and the broadcaster is responsible for the material that's played on it. I could play any record I wanted, but if I didn't follow Canadian content rules, the broadcaster, i.e. the station I worked for, would get in trouble. But nobody was standing over my shoulder saying, well, you've got to play this next, you got to play that, you can't play that record, except, if it didn't match the format. So it's not the content producers. It's the platform that provides the content to the public that C11 will regulate. And by making Canadian content more available to Canadians, we will do something about that cultural, and I use the word advisedly, juggernaut to the south of us, and particularly when it comes to French production. One of the most delightful things in my time as a member of Parliament is the fact that I have a home in Quebec. I love it here. Quebec is such a wonderful, unique thing, and we must do everything we can to protect this unique culture in such a unique country such as ours. So, Madam Speaker, I think I'll end it there. Let's go to questions, but I have to say that although some of the fears may be quite legitimate, they actually don't get borne out when you look at the details behind Bill C-11. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate a fellow British Columbian speaking here tonight. Now, the gentleman has described his experience in radio with the CRTC, but Madam Speaker, the Internet operates on much different principles. In fact, when I speak to younger constituents who specifically cite the concerns around net neutrality is literally a commitment by governments to not hold back data unless it is illegal content, Madam Speaker. And by pressing where now the government, through the CRTC, through some unknown policy directive, will now throttle back, actually block certain content from being seen by a consumer when they want to see it, Madam Speaker, violates the very principle of net neutrality. Does the member see how he might say, well, this is about the platform and about the consumer and making sure that they can see it? Does he not see that the Internet functions much different and this would violate net neutrality?
Honourable Member for Fleetwood Park Hill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the honourable member misunderstands what net neutrality is. The notion came up that the network providers, basically the people who allow you to stream stuff, would constrain access to bandwidth unless you paid more money to get more bandwidth. And this would certainly choke off the ability of content providers to stream, let's say, movies, etc., unless they ponied up the money to get the bandwidth in order to do it. That's what was meant by net neutrality. And the government, I think, has been firmly on side that everybody deserves the same treatment by those platforms, so that any content put into the platform will be treated equitably and equally across all of the potential users.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, first I'd like to note for the first time that I really appreciate my honourable colleague's radio voice.
Honourable Member's phone is buzzing. Thank you.
Pizza. Try to get some audio neutrality. No, my honourable colleague has a wonderful radio voice, is what I was trying to say. I have to pick up the comment of my previous colleague from the Conservative Party that I appreciate much of what was said, but I do think that the analogy between a radio station, say in the 1980s, is not a completely apt metaphor to the internet today, because your average listener on a radio station could not add to the content or participate in generating content on the radio station. It was a one-way platform, whereas the internet is something where the public meaningfully participates in. So I'm interested in my honourable colleague's comment on that, but more particularly, I do have constituents who are concerned that there will be an attempt by the government to regulate and cause broadcasters, in this case online providers, to remove content that is deemed hateful or, in other words, requires a subjective determination. And they're worried that may lead to censorship of the internet. And I'm curious about my honourable colleague's thoughts on that. Is he concerned that C-11 may lead to that consequence?
For Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, I do appreciate the member's question, and I also appreciated his comments on my output here.
I think we do have to be concerned about that. Absolutely. That said, I think we've seen quite very clear examples of Twitter, particularly banning people for some of the things that they've put on. Facebook will send you to jail if you put some things on there that they believe offends community standards. And of course, the CRTC had done that sort of thing in the two stations that I had mentioned. So that kind of regime has always been in place, but community standards do tend to rule. Things, we can get away with things now on the radio, conventional radio, that we couldn't dream of doing when I was still on the air, or certainly when I was a kid. So things change, community standards change. I think that the Chief Justice, Beverly McLaughlin, in her article said, look, regulate the platform, but let the platform deal with the content. That's probably the best way to go forward.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And does this member really think that the CRTC is the right entity to regulate the internet? I mean, the CRTC has spent more than 14 months trying to renew the CBC license. They spent over a year trying to implement a 3-digit suicide prevention hotline. They have a chair who has private meetings. She goes out for beers with one of the largest businesses that they regulate, Bell Canada. And yet they want the CRTC with some unknown policy director to do this. Does this member really think the CRTC is going to be able to regulate the internet?
Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells, 15 seconds.
Well, yes, I do. I think the CRTC has demonstrated over time the fact that it keeps in touch. It stays in sync with community standards. It uses a very, very light touch. If you really look at some of their pronouncements over time, in fact,
and we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Here, here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The internet. What a credible invention, Madam Speaker. All the information in the world in the palm of our hands. And just as the creation of the printing press in the 1400s changed the course of history forever by allowing information to be disseminated to the masses rather than just to the elites of society, and it brought literacy to millions of people, so too has the internet revolutionized how we exchange ideas, amplify our voices, and it's brought freedom of knowledge and expression to billions of people. But before the printing press, censorship of dangerous ideas by the elites was easy. All you had to do was round up the heretics with fringe, unacceptable views and hang them high in town square and burn their handwritten notebooks. But with the printing press, dangerous ideas were shared far and wide, leading to the Protestant Reformation, the Scientific Revolution, the French Revolution, the Age of Enlightenment, just to name a few. And likewise, the internet and social media has helped spark political revolutions and political movements. It's empowered brave resistance to foreign dictators, like our Ukrainian friends against Vladimir Putin in their courageous fight. That really, social media has helped empower that and exchange information at a rapid pace. So we really do live in extraordinary times, Madam Speaker, and this is especially true for our online Canadian content creators. Influencers is now a career choice, and Canadian musicians, painters, bakers, commentators, and do-it-yourselfers can access billions of people and share their ideas and creations with the click of a button. All you need is an internet connection and a smartphone. Well, you do need one more thing, actually. You need a government that believes in your freedom to do so. And unfortunately, Canadians are experiencing a government who is trying desperately to control the internet. From the very wild and extreme Online Harms Bill to Bill C-18, the Online News Act, and now Bill C-11, the Online Streaming Act, which we are debating today, Canada's Liberal government is really butting into every aspect of our online world and proclaiming it's here to help. And it will show those big, scary boss streaming services like Netflix and Spotify who the boss is and save us all from scary, dangerous ideas on the internet. But in reality, these three internet bills all have the same aim: to regulate what you see when you open your cell phone apps, Madam Speaker. And now Canadians may remember how Bill C-10 exploded in controversy last year but died on the order paper. and it's back now in C11. And while the Liberals claim they have fixed the concerns from C10, really C11 is just a wolf in sheep's clothing. The issue at C11 was its control of user-generated content, which is, the posts and the videos that we share and upload on social media. The Liberals say that that issue was removed in C11, but experts don't agree. Notable communications law professor Michael Geist has pointed out that the CRTC has the power with C11 to subject user-generated content to regulation should it so choose. And if folks at home, if you're asking what CRTC is, it's the Canada Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission that has heavily controlled what we see on TV and what we hear on the radio over the past 50 years. Bill C11 essentially expands the CRTC powers to streaming giants like Netflix and Spotify, but also to podcasts, audiobooks, and news channels that we consume online. And it won't just control Canadian-produced versions of those things, but anything from anywhere in the world that Canadians want to consume online in Canada as well. And more than that, C11 in fact provides the Liberal cabinet the power to tell the CRTC how to regulate streaming platforms, how to define what Canadian content is, and the general policy direction of these internet controls. And it's important to note that Cabinet does not have this power currently over TV and radio. This will be a new power. Under the existing law, the CRTC is not directed by Cabinet. It is independent so that it can be free from political interference, which is very important, Madam Speaker. But this will no longer be the case under C11. Cabinet will have the power over what we see on the internet, which represents an unprecedented expansion of government power. And really, I think the bottom line, Madam Speaker, is that Canadian creators have more freedom now, before this bill comes in, ever before that they did with TV and radio. You can become a YouTube star. It's far more accessible than ever trying to break into network television. So why would the Liberals want to impose the same CRTC regulations that they have on TV and radio onto our online platforms? It really doesn't make sense if we're talking about boosting our Canadian content creators. And we know that over 90% of those watching our Canadian content are actually from outside of Canada. And the number of sort of influencers online in Canada earning $100,000 a year or more is rapidly increasing every single year. So I really do believe the last thing that our online content creators need is the Liberal government sticking their fingers into the regulation controls and messing around with the algorithms that have facilitated the content of our homegrown creators being able to share their content with the world. And YouTube, in fact, itself has alerted the online community and issued strong warnings to this Liberal government about the negative impacts of Bill C11, that it risks downgrading Canadian content in other countries, because if we artificially bump up Canadian content here, and for whatever reason that Canadian content isn't catching the interest of Canadians, the way the algorithm works, it'll actually downgrade that content abroad in competing markets like the United States, for example, which a lot of influencers in Canada depend on. So I do feel, though, that C11 isn't the only thing we need to be worried about. It's worrisome, but there are two other bills as well. There's C18, which has some issues. It's the Online News Act, which has been criticized as interfering in the independence of our news media because it controls how we share news articles on platforms like Facebook by forcing these platforms to pay news agencies every time we share a news article. Lots of people share news on their Facebook platforms, which it's odd that they would need this bill because it's great for news agencies. When you share their content, it takes you right to their website. It's free advertising. And Australia tried to do this. They tried to do the same thing as C18. And what happened? Well, Facebook played hardball and banned all sharing of news articles on Facebook until they were able to negotiate something with the Australian government. So there is serious issues here, and Facebook has raised, look, we're not opposed to doing the same thing in Canada. They raised that in committee. So really, it's just more control from government, C18, but that's not even half as bad as the online harms bill, Madam Speaker. This is a very scary internet control bill. In the last Parliament, it was known as Bill C-36, and it died on the order paper when that unnecessary $600 million election was called, but the Liberals are trying to bring it back again. And now, it is important to say that I welcome a conversation of how we can better fight terrorism that is organizing online and we can better enforce existing laws where things are considered fraud or libel or incite violence, and in particular child pornography or the sharing of intimate images online without consent. Those are all very important conversations and legitimate issues that need to be addressed. However, the Online Harms Bill would create a government regulator of speech on the internet that would decide what is harmful and must be removed. It is very subjective, depending on really who's behind the curtain dictating what is harmful. So really this bill, and I took a direct quote from Andrew Coyne in the Globe and Mail, who said the bill is direct state regulation of online content. Pretty significant. So, and then Twitter even went on to say, this is really concerning, that people around the world have been blocked from accessing Twitter and other services in a similar manner as the one proposed by Canada by multiple authoritarian governments like China, North Korea, and Iran, for example, under the false guise of online safety, impeding people's right to access information. Twitter is literally comparing this online harms bill to China, North Korea, and Iran, Madam Speaker. It's pretty shocking. And I really do feel that with the Liberals throwing around terms like misinformation and disinformation whenever they don't like something that we say, and free speech we know is constantly under attack, and really anything you say these days can offend someone, I am concerned about what bills like C-11 and the Online Harms Bill will do to our freedom of expression online. And with my remaining minute, Madam Speaker, I'll just conclude that, although society has evolved, before the creation of the printing press and the establishment, the press establishment or the establishment would, essentially murder heretics with unacceptable views, and they would burn books later on. We're not immune to authoritarian control of our freedom of expression, and we would also do well to remember that rights and freedoms are not always eliminated in one fell swoop. Often governing authorities will just pick at them bite by bite under the auspices of it's for your own good, we know better than you, we'll keep you safe. We see this happen in China, it's happening in Hong Kong. And really, I'll conclude by saying that considering when asked which country in the entire world that he most admires, our Liberal Prime Minister said China's basic dictatorship and its ability to get things done, we should listen when the Prime Minister tells us who he really is. And with these 3 internet control and censorship bills, Madam Speaker, I do believe he's made his intentions quite clear, and we should all be very, very concerned.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, according to Freedom House, Madam Speaker, an organization that's been around since before the Second World War, Canada's the 5th freest country in the world, but I'm sure that the Conservatives know better than they do. But it's interesting, this member brought up the issue about dictatorships, and so, but I heard her talk about what Twitter was saying, but I didn't hear her give her, she's going to be able to respond. I'm asking her a question. So the question to her is that she told us what Twitter is saying, but she didn't tell us if she agrees with what Twitter's saying. And I'll go back to a comment from the member from Thornhill that said, Canada will also become the first country to regulate online content created by people living in Canada. We will be in good company with dictators like Iran, Turkey, and North Korea. What a bunch of manufactured outrage, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can comment and answer the question of whether or not she agrees with the comment from Twitter, and whether or not she agrees with the comment from the member from Thornhill, if we will actually be similar to countries that I just listed.
The Honourable Member for Kildona St. Paul.
Speaker, I think what's really concerning, and what I alluded to and discussed in my speech, is giving this Liberal government the ability to decide what is misinformation and disinformation is very concerning. Just the other day, our critic and our Shadow Minister for Defence quoted an Ottawa Citizen news article talking about the military exercise of surveillance that flew around the convoy and was taking photos, recording audio. They said it's a training, fine. She didn't include anything that wasn't in a mainstream, far from conservative publication, the Ottawa Citizen. And yet the Prime Minister of this country said that she was guilty of spreading misinformation, disinformation, and conspiracy theories.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Sure. I want to quote a few key sections of this bill to my honourable colleague. 2.1 says a person who uses a social media service to upload programs for transmission over the internet and reception by other users of the service, and who's not the provider of the service or the provider's affiliate or the agent or mandatory of either of them, does not, by the fact of that use, carry on a broadcasting undertaking for the purposes of this Act. It says an online undertaking that provides a social media service does not, for the purposes of this Act, exercise programming control over programs uploaded by a user of the service. And finally, it says this Act shall be construed and applied in a manner that is consistent with the freedom of expression and journalistic, creative, and programming independence enjoyed by broadcasting undertakings. So I'm just wondering, what my honourable colleagues' take on those are. Does she not feel that those make clear that users of the internet are not covered as broadcasters and that this act will be construed consistent with the concept of freedom of expression?
Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. Section 4.2 of the bill actually provides an exception to the exception that allows CRTC to regulate user-generated content. Further, actually, under Section 7.7 in the bill, that's where it actually provides Cabinet, this Liberal government's Cabinet, the ability to, in essence, dictate the policies of the CRTC concerning online content. So again, very concerning. This is new powers that did not exist before under CRTC for radio and television that is now that the Liberal government is taking for themselves to dictate what we read and see online.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for sorry. Kelowna Lake Country, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. Bill C-11 proposes to give the CRTC the ability to, quote, make orders imposing conditions on the carrying on of broadcast undertakings, unquote, in 18 different categories of operations. Now, we know that it's been now just past 2 weeks where we hit the 500-day mark where there was a motion in this House for the government to create a suicide hotline, 988 hotline, and they tasked the CRTC with this, and they haven't been able to implement this. They have had consultations, and they haven't been able to implement this. So I'm wondering what kind of confidence the member has in the CRTC to take on this giant new mandate and new project, considering some of their recent record. Thank you.
Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
The answer is, Madam Speaker, and I think the member for her question is, I don't have a lot of confidence at all. And I certainly don't have a lot of confidence in this government to maintain transparency. For example, this House compelled the Liberal government 4 different times, to provide the Winnipeg lab documents. For the first time in a century, we brought someone to the bar, compelling them under the powers that we have in this House, the democratic powers, to bring those documents, and he refused to do so. And then the Liberals went and sued the Speaker for it. So I don't have any confidence whatsoever that these folks will maintain transparency.
Debate, the honourable member for Regina Lewin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to join in this debate tonight. And I'd like to thank the honourable member from Kingston and Island for allowing me to take and change speaking orders today, so I have an appointment later this evening, so I appreciate that very much. So thank you to my colleague from across the way. And when it comes to the CRTC and Bill C-11, I'm not an expert on information. They're an expert on misinformation, but also on internet and what the CRT should and shouldn't be doing. So I'm going to read a couple of comments from Michael Geis, who is an expert when it comes to information and the internet and what should be happening on and how it should be regulated. And one of the problems that Professor Geis has with C-11, which is very, very similar to Bill C-10, is, and I'm quoting, Madam Speaker, is that when we dig a little deeper, and it turns out that the bill is not quite as advertised. Well, Section 4.1 was restored. The government has added Section 4.1, subsection 2, which creates an exception to the exception. Now follow me, this gets complicated, Madam Speaker. An exception to the exception. That exception to the exception, in effect, a rule that does allow for regulation of content uploaded to social media service, says that the Act applies to programs as prescribed by regulations that may be created as within the CRTC, Madam Speaker. And it lays out 3 criteria that this exception to the exception may actually fall under. So the bill continues with the new section 4.2, which gives the CRTC the instructions for creating those regulations. The result is a legislative pretzel where the government twists itself around trying to regulate certain content. In particular, it says the CRTC can create regulations that treat content uploaded to social media services as programs by considering 3 factors, Madam Speaker. Whether the program that is uploaded to a social media service directly or indirectly generates revenue, if the program has been broadcast by a broadcast undertaking that is either licensed or registered with the CRTC, if the program has been assigned a unique identifier under an international standard system. The law does not tell the CRTC how to weigh these factors. Moreover, there's a further exclusion for content in which neither the user nor the copyright owner receives revenue, as well as for visual images, Madam Speaker. And I think these are some of the biggest issues that we take on this side with Bill C-11, is the fact that there are some of these hidden questions within this legislation, and especially this section where, with the exception to the exception, is a big concern. And also that the CRTC hasn't received all of its marching orders from this Liberal government as of yet. We're not quite sure what the mandate for the CRTC is when it comes to online content, Madam Speaker. And I've received some comments from constituents, and actually one of them is a country music singer, J.J. Voss. He just won an award. And he is concerned that we hold this bill up because there are some things in here when it comes to Canadian content and supporting Canadian musicians, Canadian culture, Canadians that are really doing great work. That is not our practice at all, Madam Speaker. What we want to do is make sure the people are protected. In legislation, when our job as the loyal opposition is to review legislation cautiously and see what might be some traps, Madam Speaker, because there's some things that are in these pieces of legislation that Canadians might not think are good ideas. And this, in particular, is one of those situations for sure, Madam Speaker, because I believe a lot of people in Regina Louvain, the area that I represent in Saskatchewan, are a little unsure of me voting in favor of a piece of legislation if they're not even sure what the mandate is to the CRTC yet. And if they're not sure what is exactly exception to an exception means, Madam Speaker. They're really not comfortable with the just trust us approach sometimes this Liberal government takes to legislation. And I can understand why, Madam Speaker. We've gone through a lot of situations over the past 2 years where just trust me has ended up in people not being able to go to weddings or funerals, or just trust us. We want to have the ability to tax and spend for 18 to 22 months without having any oversight whatsoever. That's another situation where people don't feel comfortable with the decisions this Liberal government has made. And then, Madam Speaker, when it came down to the case of us deciding, is this bill something you can really support, is do we think Canadians don't have the ability to actually use their own discretion when they're posting online? Why can't Canadians have that freedom of expression, freedom of speech, Madam Speaker? So when it comes to the Bill C-11, that's some of the questions that we've had. And also the fact, over the last 2 hours in this building, the fact that we're talking about C-11, which some people would see as censorship by this government, that they brought in closure on a bill about censorship, Madam Speaker, and that you can't make this up. We'd had 30 minutes of questions and answers where at one point in time, an NDP member from Courtenay, Alberni had the audacity to say, we are holding up legislation because we asked for a standing vote and didn't pass a piece of legislation on division, Madam Speaker. That's our job, is to stand up and be counted. That's why people send us to this building, is to stand up and be counted. So I won't be talked down to by someone from Courtenay, Alberni when they don't want me to be doing my job, Madam Speaker. And that was an actual conversation during the 30 minutes of question and answer when this Liberal government, once again, has used closure to try and pass this legislation faster because, quite frankly, I don't think they believe it stands up to the scrutiny that the loyal opposition has been putting it to. It doesn't pass the smell test, Madam Speaker. And for constituents that have sent us here, that is really our job. I'd also wonder, I think I understand why some of the members from across the way really, and we agree with them, everyone should pay their fair share, but why they really want to get some money back from Facebook and Netflix. Because, Madam Speaker, and it's interesting, I have the list here, how much money a few of these members, Liberal members, have spent on advertising for Facebook. And this is quite interesting, Madam Speaker. You'll enjoy this. So the member from Fleetwood, Port Kells, who just spoke about records, it was very interesting about the vinyl records, and he's spent from June 25th, 2019 to May 9th, 2002, almost $5,000 on advertising. And I bet you that's coming from his MOB budget. So that's $5,000 of taxpayer dollars he spent on advertising for Facebook.
Remind the honourable member that those expenses are perfectly legitimate and admissible. So I think it's not appropriate to be making it out as if it wasn't.
Well, Madam Speaker, this is talking about Facebook, Netflix, and the CRTC, so I think this would be something of interest for members. So I'll just talk about a few of the other bills that have been paid by the taxpayers. For the Prime Minister, $2.8 million has been spent on Facebook advertising from June 25th, 2019 to May 9th, 2022, Madam Speaker. Interesting enough, the member from Kingston and the Islands, who speaks often here, and I enjoy his speeches, so that he's probably boosting him for that reason. So he spent $43,578 on Facebook advertising from June 5th, 2019 to May 9th, 2002. Madam Speaker, the member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, $23,466 from June 25th to May 9th. Madam Speaker, yes, these are all Liberal members. The member from Hamilton Mountain, $2,787. And the Liberal Party of Canada has spent since June 25th to May 9th on Facebook ads, $4.2 million to Facebook, Madam Speaker. So I can understand when they talk about that, they want to get some of the money back from some of these big social media companies because they've given them so much money, Madam Speaker. It's really quite impressive how much money they've given them over the last June 25th, 2019 to May 9th, 2002, Madam Speaker. So I think when it comes down to it, we still have a lot of questions, and we will not be supporting Bill C-11. And when it gets to committee, our members will do the good work and really ask some of the questions, especially about Section 4, Subsection 2, on what does the exception to the exception looks like, and how are they really trying to regulate what online users are saying on social media. And I think those are some of the concerns that our members at the committee will bring forward, Madam Speaker. But when it comes to paying their fair share and whether or not we should make sure that we support our Canadian content creators, we will always do that, Madam Speaker, and I'll continue to advertise in my local papers while they advertise on Facebook, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Honourable Deputy de Saint-Louis.
Madam Speaker, I was wondering if the member could tell me how much I spent on Facebook. I'm curious. No, I'm just kidding, but every bill that is introduced in this House, every government bill has to be accompanied by a charter statement. That's something that our government brought in because we care about charter rights. We brought in, it was a Liberal government that brought in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. My question to the member is, and the great Democrat Stephen Harper didn't care to do that, I would remind the member, and he would introduce bills that could violate the Charter as private members' bills to get around the Department of Justice scrutiny. But my question for the member is, does he not respect the Charter statement on C-11 that says the bill passes muster regarding the Charter of Rights and Freedoms? And if not, is he impugning the professional integrity of the lawyers who drafted that Charter statement?
Honourable Member for Regina Levon.
Madam Speaker, I look forward to debate on the Charter and who respects the Charter more between the Conservatives and Liberals every time, because I remember just recently that there was a huge infringement on a Charter when that party brought in the Emergencies Act only a few short months ago, Madam Speaker. And the fact of the matter, if they would have respected the Charter rights of Canadians and their right to free speech and actually walked down and talked to some of the people that were here in late February, Madam Speaker, I think they would have really had a good lesson to learn. And Madam Speaker, when it comes to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, we will respect it. I really wish the Liberals would show that respect when people want their Charter rights taken seriously as well.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Regina Levon for his speech. But he talked a lot about how much money is going to Facebook for advertising. And the previous Conservative speaker talked a lot, mentioned C-18, which is where the rubber hits the road on this point, is how do we get some value out of Facebook and other web giants for that advertising. In Australia, they had, I think, 81% of their advertising was going to Google and Facebook. And the previous speaker seemed to intimate that their legislation was a failure, but it has produced revenues of over $100 million. It has allowed dozens of journalists to be hired, covers 50% of editorial costs. It doesn't sound like a failure to me. It sounds like for all that money that everybody here and everybody in Canada pays Facebook and other web giants for their advertising, we would get something back out of it through C-18.
The honourable member for Regina Livon.
Well, Madam Speaker, we are discussing Bill C-11, and maybe the member didn't hear me talk earlier about some of the issues we had specifically with C-11, which would be Section 4.1, subsection 2, where it talks about there's exceptions to the exceptions and some of the criteria that the CRTC has laid out on what could be admissible under the new Broadcasting Act and what may not be admissible. So there are issues that we have with this bill right now that we're talking about, Madam Speaker. So I laid that out quite cleanly in my opening remarks when we were talking about this bill, which is C-11, and we'll debate Bill C-18 another time, and then I look forward to having that discussion with the honourable member when that's the actual bill that we're supposed to be discussing on the floor today.
Honourable member for Central Okanagan and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to appreciate the work being done by the member for Regina Louvain tonight. He's a great advocate for his riding. But I want to follow up with what our Liberal friend had said earlier about the Charter of Rights. So, Madam Speaker, the Charter of Rights means government cannot do something directly to an individual. In this bill, the government is actually giving the authority to the CRTC, which, through a policy direction from government, will then force the algorithms of these companies to treat content differently. And in that case, it will be the company itself, YouTube, what have you, Facebook, Madam Speaker, that will say, our algorithm believes this content should not be shown. That is a direct change of the way the internet is supposed to work, Madam Speaker. And you know what? This government tries to work around that, Madam Speaker, through indirect means. Can this member speak about the need for the government to start respecting charter rights, even if they're using another agent, in this case, YouTube or Facebook or whatnot, to violate Canadians' right of free expression on the internet?
Honourable member for Regina Louvain, 15 seconds.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think my friend gets to the crux of the argument that Conservatives have on this side, and that's having the content they put on social media regulated by this government. Is there going to be a Liberal government czar that says what's good and what's not good for online content? And that's really what Canadians are scared of, and that's the questions I'm getting in my office. So that goes to the heart of the argument that we have why this bill is so flawed and should be scrapped.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin my speech this evening, first of all, by saying good evening to all of my friends from my past life and sometimes my still current life, the artists, the creators, the writers, a great team, a great family that I'm still modestly part of today, and I say hello to that artistic community tonight. And I'm going to start my speech otherwise with a quote from a great poet from Quebec, Raymond Lévesque, who was my friend, who was a great man, and I will quote him: "Continue to run, good people, not to meddle with anything. At the end of your race, you will find a garbage can and death. Tomorrow, you will curse those who have put you into this trouble, and yet you will have let them do it." That's a rough translation of the poem. Let them do it. That's what the two main governing parties who've traded power over the last 15 years have done when the world of broadcasting has seen a revolution. And when the digital era has completely taken over broadcasting, the cultural sector has seen its main sources of income be gobbled up by the digital world. And while they expected this and they tried to find solutions, they find themselves faced with an outdated federal law. So, as the cultural sector has done, they ask questions, they try to adapt, they try to find their way as well as they can, even faced with this great greedy monster that is the digital era. And it's worth noting that the content, all of the content that can be found online, has been gobbled up by the great monster of
the online world, and this has been going on for quite a while now. So the cultural sector is losing income from its content and also revenue from the sales of things like cassettes, CDs, and videos that we had in my day. So in a past life, I recorded songs, and those songs went out on cassettes and CDs, and I sold some CDs, Madam Speaker. You know, and so there was a part of income from that came back to me as the artist. There was a pie, if you will, and some of the income from sales of CDs went to production. It went to those who wrote the music, etc. And there was also additional income when our content was broadcast on traditional media. There were quota as well. For example, the Francophone quota. It wasn't perfect, but it was possible to make a living. And if there was some success on the radio or on the television, it was possible to get enough money to invest in creating future content, to invest in the next project. But since the coming of the digital age, the ability to make money from a culture has disappeared. And it's very difficult to fund productions, including individual productions especially. And so nothing has been done to adapt our legislation. Well, nothing was done before November 2020. There was a promise made in 2015. The promise was made again in the 2019 election. And when the government finally saw that pushing it back even further would be catastrophic, the government, 1 year later, following the Yale report, has found that it's necessary to table a bill. And so the first version was tabled in 2020. And, well, listen, better late than never. We've looked at it in parliamentary committee. We've consulted the cultural sector in Quebec, and we've noticed a number of great problems with the law, including the lack of protections for Francophone content, the trouble in making sure that our content can be discovered, and the lack of compensation for our artists. The Bloc Québécois has put the information given to us by the Quebec cultural sector at the heart of every comment and criticism that we've made of this bill. And we've did that for C10, the first version of this bill, and now for C11. And I know that the Quebec cultural sector is happy with the work that we have done to find the compromises that would make the best possible law. Now, that's what we do at the Bloc, and that's what we've done. 18 months and a second bill later, well, people are saying just one thing to us: let's get this darn bill passed. And right now, as we're speaking, the online world is still eating up all of the income from our cultural sector. So according to the Minister of Heritage, one of the last times he appeared on TV to talk about this, the cultural sector is losing more than $70 million a month because the bill hasn't been passed. So ever since the bill was tabled, the first version in November 2020, 18 months have gone by. And so that means one thing, that over $1 billion have been lost from our creators, from our cultural sector. That's over $2 million a day. Over $87,000 an hour. So now, I come from the cultural world, Madam Speaker. I know that sector very well. It's a very generous and resilient community. It's a passionate community. And their ability to rebound is absolutely incredible. They have the magic of being able to persevere. They're used to working hard. Now, we can't take income from them that they are owed. It's unacceptable that this bill continues to be delayed. So, if I were to wander around the House and take money out of the pockets of all my colleagues here in this House if I were to take out money similar to what the cultural sector has lost since 2020. I don't think anybody here would appreciate that. I think they would find that terrible. And yet that's what we're doing every day that this bill is delayed, and we delay the passage of this bill. So, Madam Speaker, my 10-minute speech, roughly 10-minute speech, would have cost artists $16,203. So, Madam Speaker, what should I do? Should I pass the hat around? Questions and comments?
For Regina Louvain on a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker. My friend from Lac St. Louis had asked how much money he spent on Facebook ads, and I wasn't able to answer, but he spent $2,833 on Facebook.
I'm sure he will appreciate the precision. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. And I think one thing in this House is that I think we all share the idea that we want to make sure that Canadian content is protected in this country. We want to make sure that Canada's linguistic duality is supported. We want to make sure that the big internet companies pay their fair share. We want to make sure that they are regulated properly. I'm just wondering, she must have heard from constituents, though, that are concerned about that the attempt to regulate the internet may negatively impact on people's ability to freely access the internet and post what they want. I'm curious about what the feeling in Quebec is and whether or not her constituents are expressing that concern.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Well, thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Well, what we're really concerned about, what my colleagues in the cultural field are really concerned about right now, is making sure that they can find their place within this new digital world. And it's our job to help them find that place. And where there are concerns is their concern of losing access to royalties, access to their copyright, to what they're due. There are rights that and royalties that come back to creators and should come back to them. And so what we're trying to do in this Parliament is make sure that creating content can represent an income. So I'm not sure if that answers the question, but I know that people in the cultural community, content creators, really want to make sure that they're getting something back for what they create, essentially, at the end of the day. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigit, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her excellent speech. Madam Speaker, you'll understand that the Bloc Québécois, we agree with Bill C-11. The modernization of the Broadcasting Act hasn't been done in over 30 years, since 1991, more specifically. And there's something very important here that I'd like to ask as a question to my colleague, and that is, what is the importance of Francophone content? Now, we know that for over 30 years, the way that things have been broadcast on different platforms has evolved, and I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on the importance of Francophone content in this bill. The Honourable Member for Beauport. I know it's quite a long writing name. I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. And, well, listen, this is really the crucial element for me, Francophone content. If it hadn't been for the fact that the Bloc Québécois was sitting at the committee table working on Bill C-10 and C-11, the discoverability, the presence, and the need to promote Francophone content would have been probably forgotten, or at least much less recognized than what we see now in Bill C-11. So we are satisfied that discoverability will be there. This is something that the sector has asked for. We answered that call. We've fought for that. My colleague from Drummond has worked very hard on this, and so we're satisfied, and we hope that the community will be satisfied as well, and we hope they will be because we brought their voice here. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain. Oh.
Madam Speaker. It's an honor once again to rise in this House to talk about Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. As a former journalist and broadcaster, this bill is close to my heart. J'ai suivi la version précédente.
I followed the previous version of this bill as a journalist before I was elected, and I find that it's very appropriate now for me to be able to take this opportunity to contribute to this important and relevant debate.
I was lucky enough to give my first speech in the House as a newly elected member of Parliament, but I'd like to revisit something I mentioned in my maiden speech, Mr. Speaker, that for more than 20 years I worked on the ground as a journalist, covering local news and community stories. I experienced firsthand how local news impacts people, how individuals rely on updates to stay informed about their communities. I worked as a journalist in Honduras while doing volunteer work, and then during journalism school, I worked at the Edmonton Journal for a summer. I was hired at the Hamilton Spectator after finishing my degree, and then lured over to the broadcast side by the astute and enterprising producers at CHCH News. I then spent another 20 years as a daily broadcast journalist. I heard regularly from viewers, still do, thankful for my work connecting them with their community and informing them of important issues in their city. This wealth and breadth of experience gives me a unique perspective on how this legislation will directly impact Canadians, on how badly this new law is needed in our country. And I'm happy to rise again as this bill has made its way to the second reading. I'm here to remind my constituents of Hamilton Mountain that I remain a steadfast voice for the value of local news in the city of Hamilton and in communities across this country. Local news ensures we remain connected. We continue to engage in important conversations, that we're informed about what's happening in our own communities. Local journalism is a pillar of democracy. And local news outlets are struggling to remain open because web giants offer cheap solutions without the burden of paying for content. So it's time that changed. We have been working hard, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that web giants pay their fair share, to level the playing field and protect Canadian culture, creativity, and storytelling. Since I last spoke on the Online Streaming Act back in March, I've continued to receive incredible support from my constituents about the passage of this bill. And I've held meetings with stakeholders who, like me, want to see this bill passed as soon as possible. And although my area of expertise is in news and broadcasting, I have met with a variety of different groups, actors, directors, musicians, radio hosts, writers, producers, broadcasters, and many more, about how addressing the unfair advantage to foreign platforms must be addressed in order to ensure that our Canadian artists, creators, and stories continue to not only thrive, but shine, Mr. Speaker.
We know where we need to start. Our system has to be fair and equitable. There needs to be one set of rules that applies to everybody. And that's the same for Canadian broadcasters and for the major streaming platforms. I've said it before and I'll repeat it again. If you benefit from the system, you must contribute to the system.
A fair playing field in place between all players will help ensure that online streamers contribute and help showcase and encourage the creation of Canadian culture. Our local media organizations and stakeholders will lose if this bill doesn't pass. And it's so important that we all work together to see this come to fruition. Because this act has not been updated since 1991. Let me say that again, 1991. We know it's time to get this done. It's hard to even remember back to 1991 before the ease and availability of the internet. I didn't have a cell phone back then. I carried a pocket full of quarters if I needed to make a phone call at the phone booth. If I needed to do research, I went to the library and found the appropriate microfiche. So the landscape has obviously changed significantly since then. We've evolved in how we access music, TV, and news. It's all changed. Therefore, our legislation needs to evolve along with the world around us. If foreign streamers are making money off Canadian content and local media outlets continue to lose money to them, we risk a total collapse of journalism in Canada. We need to do what we can now to protect, encourage, and promote the immense talent that we have here in our country. Same as
These measures will allow us to ensure that broadcasters and the streaming platforms like YouTube, Netflix, and others, not users and creators, pay their fair share.
Canadian stories, Canadian content, Canadian artists, Canadian creators, Canadian companies, and local news are all at the heart of this legislation. We're so proud of our Canadian talent. We want to showcase it. We need to support our own industries to tell our own stories and support our own creators. Bringing everyone into the same ecosystem and having everyone contribute to this ecosystem just makes sense. And that is what we will do with Bill C-11. By requiring online streamers to contribute to the production of Canadian content will ensure that more of our artists are showcased. Prioritizing our own creators, including from Francophone, Indigenous, gender diverse, racialized, and other equity-seeking backgrounds. The Online Streaming Act will allow for equitable and flexible contributions from online streamers while continuing to promote discoverability. I've heard from a number of stakeholders that it's imperative we continue to do our best to ensure that Canadians can find Canadian content on any platform. We know our productions and content are great. I don't think I need to tell my colleagues about how incredibly talented our Canadian artists are, but we also need to think a bit deeper, Mr. Speaker, about behind the scenes, the work that goes into every song, every movie, every TV show, every piece of content that you see, hear, and experience. There's writers, producers, broadcasters, all the magic that happens behind the curtain. We cannot risk even the thought of the collapse of any of these sectors just because streaming platforms like YouTube or Amazon Prime don't have the same requirements as Canadian companies.
So, if you don't mind, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak a bit more about some of these broadcasters.
Canadians rely heavily on Canadian news. It's woven deeply into the fabric of our communities. We saw this with the COVID-19 pandemic, how our local news stations provided updates on case counts and clinics. We see it today with flood warnings and weather updates, keeping citizens safe and informed on potentially life-saving situations. I know that at CHCH News during the pandemic, viewership increased dramatically. People needed to know what was going on. They needed to connect with their community and get important health and safety information. They tuned in to their trusted news, and they have continued to turn on the TV. That said, the broadcasting landscape has changed significantly over the past few decades, as I've already mentioned, with bigger players in the game dramatically affecting our Canadian news market. We need to ensure that our broadcasters can keep up and that they're protected. The rules are outdated, and in order to ensure fairness, this bill needs to pass now so we can better support our Canadian broadcasting sector. I will once again make my pitch to the honourable members of this House to support this bill, please, which in turn is supporting our hard-working broadcasting and creative sectors. We need to make these changes now in order to protect our industries and to set the stage for all the great talent we'll be lucky enough to see in the years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. I know the Conservatives are fighting over it, so the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's terrible. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people for Kamloops Thompson Caribou. And the honourable member made a number of points in her speech.
And one of the points was, as I understood it, was that, these are my words as well, is that media really is at the heart of democracy. You know what else, though, is at the heart of democracy, Mr. Speaker? Debate. Yeah. And what did this honourable member's party do with the help of the NDP who used to stand up for debate, who used to stand against closure of debate? They have closed debate. So how is it that this member reconciles closing debate on an issue that, by her own words and her own argument, is so vital and important to Canadians?
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As far as I'm aware, this is a debate, and this is the second time I've been up to debate on this bill, and I believe that our members have spoken more on this bill than anyone else in this House. I do believe it's really important to debate this bill. Let's get it right. Let's get it passed. And yes, let's talk about it until midnight.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. I probably should get my glasses out here. The honourable member of South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Hamilton Mountain for her speech. she tried to take us back to 1991, I think. I seem to remember getting my first email address sometime around then. But, this government has been in power since 2015, so let's go back to there. And since then, Facebook, YouTube, Netflix still haven't paid their fair share of taxes. And I'm just wondering if she can explain why the government has dragged its feet on this and how much these web giants have avoided in tax since 2015 because of the delay in the digital service tax.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member opposite for his question. I don't believe that this government has been trying to hold up this legislation. I believe we're trying to get it passed as quickly and efficiently as we can. I believe, although I'm a fairly new member, that it's been more a bit of opposition blocking the legislation from passing than anything that this government has done.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my honorable colleague who, like me, is a recovering broadcaster, or it's more than one of us in the House. Can the honorable member recall the heavy hand of the CRTC? Because in some of my comments earlier this evening, I said the CRTC demonstrates a pretty light touch when it comes to regulating content, which would be far more direct and focused on conventional broadcasters and not at all on the content online. But could she recall the CRTC really playing the heavy-handed bad guy in her days in television?
I can also say that as a recovering broadcaster, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you from the Recovering Broadcaster Caucus. I would say that I can't come up with any specific examples of the CRTC being especially heavy-handed. But I'd rather the CRTC be helping ensure fairness in this country than leaving it to Facebook.
The honourable member, questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member spoke about discoverability, and this is one of those things that's being left to the CRTC to implement based on a policy directive that the government will send after this bill is passed. So to the member, has she spoken to the Minister of Canadian Heritage, and how will he direct the CRTC to implement discoverability through Bill C-11?
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain, 45 seconds or so.
Thank you very much. Of course, I've spoken with the Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage, but I do not have any further information, and I would have to get the Minister himself to answer that question. Thank you.
For one quick, I know the member for Kitchener Centre has been trying to get up on his feet there a couple times, so the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Hamilton Mountain for her speech. Like her, I'm also really looking forward to ensuring more Canadian content is accessible. Folks in my community are also asking for that. Like her, I'm also a newer member in this place, and I'm trying to make sense of this conversation about user-generated content. Understanding exceptions to exceptions. Section 4.12, I'm understanding, is a bit of a concern. Can she share her perspective on the extent to which user-generated content is not part of this bill? Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain in about 30 seconds or so.
Platforms are in, users are out. Users, and the CRTC has been very clear, they have no interest in regulating the cat videos put up on TikTok and Twitter. It's the platforms that are being regulated with this legislation, not the user, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-11, but more importantly, to address the fake outrage that continues to ensue as it relates to anything that comes from the other side of the House. You know, the fake outrage, back to the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou just a few moments ago about time allocation. What the member from Hamilton Mountain was trying to say to him was that there have actually been more Conservative speakers speak to this bill than every other party combined during second reading. Okay, so this has been, there you go, heavily debated by Conservatives. despite the fake outrage from that member, but we continue to see it nonetheless. You know, I've heard a number of things said in the short time that we've been debating this evening, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to address some of those. First of all, you know, to one of the most recent questions that came, I think it was the last question from a Conservative member about the discoverability portion of this and how it will be decided to inform CRTC. If the member reads the bill, he will know that it specifically says that it will be an open, public, consultative process. That's exactly how it will happen. The member should know that because I know that he's read the bill. But this goes to my point of the fake outrage, Mr. Speaker. See, here's the thing, and I can understand the Conservatives, where they're coming from right now. A year ago, they were successful when it came to generating that fake outrage. They were successful. Now, though, they're not. This issue does not have anywhere near the traction that it did a year ago because people have come to realize that, maybe we were sold the wrong information when we were being told that our rights would be restricted by Conservatives. You know, I'll go back to another thing that was falsely said in this House a few moments ago by the member from Central Okanagan, Simikaneen Nicola, where he talked about algorithms. He specifically said that algorithms... Did I get the name not 100% accurate? My apology.
Order, let's slow it down. I know we got lots of talk tonight. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Simikaneen Nicola. There you go. Okay, there you go. Anyway, there you go. I know the member's your microphone's not on, so let me turn it on. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
I do apologize. I know that the member is a he. He and I will quite often talk to each other back and forth across the House, but we use our first names, of which I'm not allowed to do when I'm giving a speech. But nonetheless, he said, he referenced algorithms specifically and saying that the government would have the ability to control these algorithms that are going to impact what people see. Well, look at page 14 on the bill, Mr. Speaker. There is a whole section about restrictions and quote, computer algorithm or source code. It's in the bill. And it says, and I quote, the Commission shall not make an order under paragraph 1E that would require the use of a specific computer algorithm or source code. Now, why would members from the Conservative Party continually bring up this issue when it's written right here in black and white in the bill, Mr. Speaker? One has to wonder. I go back to fake outrage. They want the fake outrage. They want to generate this fake outrage because they want to stir up controversy. They want people to believe that we live in a country that is not free. Look at the leader. Sorry, he's not the leader yet. The almost leader of the Conservative Party. I hear some gays. I know who's on the side of the member from Carleton. But look at the member from Carleton, and his whole campaign is focused around this idea of Canada is not a free country. Well, I got news for my colleagues across the way. They may have heard of Freedom House, Mr. Speaker. It's a bipartisan-supported organization in the United States that was started in 1941 during the Second World War. Freedom House ranks countries throughout the world in terms of their degree of being a free country. Canada is ranked 5th out of all countries in the world. We are 40 out of 40 in terms of points when it comes to political freedom. We are 58 out of 60 points when it comes to civil liberties, Mr. Speaker. Where they are getting this, and I mean, like, they don't have to agree with this organization that has been around since 1941, that is true, that has, I obviously I'm hitting a nerve, Mr. Speaker. They're very concerned about this. They won't stop heckling me because they don't want Canadians to believe that we live in a free country, and I can't understand that. Why would you run an entire political organization based on the premise that Canadians are not free. It is so incredibly ludicrous, but we see it time after time after time. It's what the member from Carleton's entire campaign is based on. It's what the fake outrage time after time from the Conservatives is based on, and it's indeed what this particular issue is to them. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is a bill to make sure that the proper measures are in place to be able to protect Canadian content. That's what this is about. This is about working with those web giants and the very large distributors of content to make sure that they pay into a fund, the same fund that radio stations and TV stations and other broadcasters for decades have had to pay into, so that we can preserve Canadian content. Canadian content like the Tragically Hip from my riding in Kingston and the Islands. An incredible success story of Canada that has had the opportunity. You know, back in the day, the bands like the Tragically Hip wouldn't have been able to get on the radio had it not been for some of those requirements that were there, had it not been for money that was put aside to help promote Canadian content. That's what this is about. And it just alarms me, Mr. Speaker, to hear Conservatives play with the importance of that cultural identity just for a tiny little bit of what they perceive to be political expedience to help convince Canadians that they're not free. And it's absolutely crazy when you think and you listen to the narrative that continually comes from that side of the House on issues like this. I ask them, and you know, perhaps one of them can, I know they're just sitting chomping at the bit to ask me a question, perhaps one of them can identify somebody other than Michael Geist who they quote time after time after time after time in this House. Can they quote somebody else? Use another reference of somebody who also feels the same way, that can honestly speak to this particular issue in the same way. So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about ensuring that we put the right measures in place, we're really talking about ensuring the cultural identity of Canada exists in perpetuity, exists into the future, that future generations can celebrate from that same, the same success stories of small artists, small bands that have the opportunity to grow and prosper in our country that neighbors another country that has 10 times the population and that can be quite overbearing and dominate us from a cultural perspective from time to time. That's what this was all about. That's what the whole purpose to, I know the member from Port Coquitlam, Port Kells earlier was talking, or Port Kells, sorry, earlier was talking about maple and having to identify with two of those four areas of Canadian content. That's where those ideas came from back in the day. That's what was intended to help preserve Canadian content. And so when we look at amending the legislation, we're talking about amending legislation that has not been touched since 1991. I was in grade 10 in 1991, maybe grade 11. What was the popular song then? MC Hammer, I think, was the big artist at the time. Okay, that's the last time that this legislation was updated. MC Hammer was wearing his big baggy pants, dancing around on music videos on Much Music. If you suggest for a second, Mr. Speaker, that there is no need to update this because, oh, well, things have changed. It's a new world now. Things are different. Well, I can only imagine what people were saying back then in the early 90s. You know, I wonder if they're the same arguments coming forward of, oh, well, TV and radio are dominant now. We're never going to be able to affect it. It's such a defeatist attitude to have. And it's an attitude that we're seeing time after time coming from the other side, in particular as it relates to this particular issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very much in support of protecting and promoting Canadian culture. That's what this bill does. And I look forward to this bill going to committee so that we can continue to improve it, get it back to this House, and pass it.
questions and comments, and I mean the member always excites with things going on, brings the level back up. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way. I'm never one to back down from a challenge. He challenged us to find individuals who might have something to say against this bill other than Dr. Geist. Andrew Coyne, columnist from Globe and Mail. Dr. Irene Berkowitz, Senior Policy Fellow at Ryerson University. Matt Hatfield, Campaigns Director at Open Media. Peter Menzies, former CRTC Chair, for example. Monica Auer, the Executive Director of Forum for Research and Policy and Communication. Scott Benzie, Managing Director of Digital First in Canada. Orby Roy, Digital Content Creator, and he was actually a witness at the Canadian Heritage Committee. Darcy Michael, a comedian, digital content creator as well, all spoke against it. Morgan Fortier, Skyship Entertainment for YouTube. Those are just a few, Mr. Speaker, that our friend across the way seems to have forgot that not only Michael Geist and us on this side of the House oppose this bill, but millions of Canadians across this country oppose it as well.
Member for Kingston Islands.
That's great. Why haven't they brought any of those names up before? There's only one name that keeps coming up over and over and over in this House. It's the only name that they keep referencing, Mr. Speaker. So I'm really glad that the member was able to pick up his bill kit from the whip's desk at the back there, come out here and read a bunch of names to me. But I would suggest to him, Mr. Speaker, that he start using those names and some of the members start quoting other references and other sources.
Question commentaire, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Beauport. Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his impassioned speech. I would just like to point him out that in '91 it was a hit. My Heart Goes On in '91 by Céline Dion. So there was also Caroline Desbiens. I wasn't a superstar, but my songs were doing well, and the CRTC allowed for the management of all those people. And I'd like to ask my colleague why I'd like to ask him why my colleague on this side doesn't think that the CRTC can't do its job, because it always has done its job.
Well, and I regret, Mr. Speaker, that when I gave the example, the first one that came to my head was MC Hammer. I should have thought of a Canadian artist, and I apologize for that. But the member is absolutely correct, Mr. Speaker. The CRTC has been able to do this in the past. There's no reason to assume the CRTC hasn't been able to do this in the past. As a matter of fact, even when the Conservatives get up to criticize the CRTC, they've only been able to criticize, like they do with this side of the House and Cabinet in particular, they just start attacking individuals. The chair of this or this person is going out for beers with that person, rather than actually trying to ever get at the heart of the substance. It's what they do repeatedly. They just attack individuals because they see that as somehow a path to being successful in politics, and I would argue that it's not. To the member's point, the CRTC is extremely capable of doing this. I have faith that the CRTC can do this. They do have experience having done this for several decades. I don't know why anybody would assume that they're not going to have the same ability to do it moving into the future.
Question, commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Nunavut.
And to the member for his passionate speech. I think it's great that he's made such a great statement about the importance of ensuring Canadian cultural content. What the bill doesn't specify, though, is how long it will take for large companies like Netflix to make sure that they pay their fair share. And I wonder if the member could share with us if the government will be transparent and make sure that some of these profits are being shared to the public, and on which date that they will be made to pay their fair share.
Parliamentary Secretary.
That is an excellent question, Mr. Speaker. I don't know the exact answer to that. I hope that question comes up in committee, because I think that it's a very good question, because I think that we should have some kind of timeline as to when that will happen. So I encourage the member and her representatives on the committee, if she's not on the committee, I'm unaware, to make sure that point is brought up, because I think it's a very valid question.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. The member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I noticed the headset wasn't exactly where it belonged. There you go. And you're on mute as well.
Oh, no. Oh, thank goodness. I was having trouble unmuting. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to colleagues. It's an honor to stand virtually to join you this evening to contribute to this debate. I am currently in my home riding and honored to recognize and acknowledge the territory of the Saanich Nation. I raise my hands to all of you and say Haishka, Haishka Siem in the language of the traditional people of this land. And I hope that C11 will actually deliver on some of the ideas to increase the Indigenous content of what we see in our broadcast media in this country. We have a lot of work to do. Look, I want to address this bill. I thought a lot about it because there's been some debate where the notion that we need to do more for Canadian content has been somewhat ridiculed because there's Canadian content in things like A Handmaid's Tale, and why would we think that needed more Canadian content? Just for fun, I looked up some of the things that one could think of as Canadian content that never were, like Dudley Do-Right. I grew up with Dudley Do-Right, the accident-prone Canadian Mountie, who of course had nothing to do with Canada. It was produced by the people who did Rocky and Bullwinkle. And then that was in the 60s when I used to watch it. And then in 1999, there was a Hollywood film based on the cartoon. And of course, none of the people involved were Canadian, and the characters who were Indigenous, played in ways that were racially and culturally inappropriate and offensive, were played by actors who were not themselves Indigenous. But I mean, you can go way back if you want to look for Mounties. You can find Nelson Eddy and Jeanette MacDonald from the 1930s with a score from Oscar Hammerstein, including Indian Love Call. I mean, the absurdity of thinking for 1 minute that a Canadian Mountie makes a show Canadian, or that the inclusion of an Indigenous character makes it appropriate, it's laughable. We really do have to pay attention to raising up Canadian content. I share with colleagues in a country, much smaller populations than Canada, like Norway or Denmark, have really extraordinary hit programs that people watch, even if they have to put up with subtitles to watch Borgen or to watch the Occupied film, a series. These things, Canada has amazing talent, and it's time to make sure that we're not undermined by online streaming. So I'm very sympathetic to many of the goals of this bill. Because the Broadcasting Act itself, and these are amendments to the Broadcasting Act, protects freedom of expression. We're not going to lose freedom of expression, but that doesn't mean I don't have some concerns that I share with other members here. I do want to thank Paul Manley, by the way, because as former member of Parliament for Nanaimo Ladysmith, he took on all the workload of Bill C-10, which involved a lot of time developing amendments and being stuck in committee where nothing was moving. And then we had an election. So I did want to get out a public thank you to Paul. Look, I'm just turning to the things that I think really need work. The whole piece around the community element needs work. The broadcasters within community radio, community television, and the role of community really want that community element definition fixed. And one of the key concepts that I hope the committee will take on is, and listening to community broadcasting, is to make sure that community broadcasting is understood by its definition in C11 to be understood as fully community run. It's a really important point, and we want to take that forward. I will be working in committee as a non-member of committee to get some of these amendments made so the Act really protects community-run content. I also am concerned, frankly, about the overreach criticisms, the overreach of CRTC authority that we should really look at. I'm not sure where I come down on this yet, Mr. Speaker, but Michael Geist is a really knowledgeable expert around media, and he is concerned that there would be an increased and expanded CRTC authority. Now, I did used to practice in public interest law, and I went through some really mind-numbing long hearings, like review of revenue requirements for Bell and breaking up of Bell and all the kinds of things that CRTC did. It's a very powerful administrative body, and I just want to mention that to colleagues. A lot of the councils and advisory bodies to government, regulatory agencies, generally provide advice to government. In the case of CRTC, it has decision-making authority and can only be overturned by a cabinet-level decision. So it's really important that we're careful. This is our one opportunity to really say what CRTC is supposed to do and what it's not supposed to do is when we're legislating. So let's make sure we get that right. I have to say my confidence in the CRTC was shaken when I realized that they had put on cable networks across Canada, Russia Today, RT, a disinformation source that's undermined this country's democracy. I don't know how that was ever concluded to be a good idea, but I'd like to make sure that we know that we've given the CRTC the right instructions by legislation to make sure they're regulating and protecting Canadian content, ensuring the survival and the flourishing of our artistic community, our Indigenous community, French language. On doit avoir les
We need to ensure that there is broadcasting in French. This is essential for our multicultural country. But I'm not certain that with Bill C-11, we have done things perfectly. This is not yet perfect.
The other piece I really want to mention is what we do about online content and social media. I really want to commend, and I know that the honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells made reference to it, but the recent work of former Chief Justice Beverly McLaughlin and the quite brilliant academic director of the Centre for Media, Technology and Democracy at McGill, Taylor Owen. This is a very important point, and it's regulate the system, not the speech. So I really do think that our social media approaches shouldn't be to look for when there's been a transgression and then go out and punish. I don't think the government or the CRTC should be trying to figure out when speech is hate speech or when it's libelous. I really think we need to create a system where the social media enterprises have to themselves take on responsibility to be fully transparent, to be accountable, and really this, I'm just going to read this into the record before I run out of time, Mr. Speaker, but this is from an article by former Supreme Court Chief Justice Beverly McLaughlin and Taylor Owen. Quote, for too long, the issue of online harms has been erroneously framed as one of individual bad actors and the regulation of speech. But the problem is one of systemic risk, and it must be addressed as such. Canada now has the chance to learn from and build on policies that other countries have attempted, and we have the chance to get it right. And that's from a recent May 9th article, Regulate the System, Not the Speech. We can do this, and whether it's in this bill or in many of the others that are looking at social media, we have to fix this. I really appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that you have just given me a sign that means a lot, goes right to my heart, the peace sign. I appreciate it, but I think you meant 2 minutes. So I will close there 1 minute and just say, let's get C11 to committee. Let's get it right. Thank you.
Give peace a chance. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, I would appreciate her reflections on what we have heard from the Conservatives. I mean, they make some very strong points about freedom of speech, etc. But how does that compare with their party's policy toward the CBC, which they say they would defund and basically try and get out of the news business? Is there a conflict there that she could comment on?
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honestly, I think those are the honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells, who is a dear friend. I think maybe conflating some things there, because it's not so much freedom of speech that's offended by calling for the end of the CBC. but really making sure we have a public broadcaster that can deliver things that the private sector doesn't care about. I lament how many cuts have been made to CBC that we've lost the supper time news. My swim coach, believe it or not, in our fitness program in Parliament, we used to have Pierre LaFontaine, the former Olympic swim coach, help me learn to swim. And my dear friend Joy Smith, who used to represent the Conservative parties, well, we all learned how to swim really well because Pierre LaFontaine helped us. Pierre LaFontaine said, when CBC lost the supper time news, they stopped covering local sports. That was a great way that we had more kids involved in sports and more parents involved, was that CBC used to have enough money to cover local tournaments, local events. Our news media in this country, whether community supper time news, whether national news coverage, has suffered from being undermined. The private sector companies like CTV and Global have been undermined by competition from all kinds of news sites that and Google and so on that took away their advertising revenue at the same time that they've had cutbacks. We need to fund CBC properly. As far as freedom of speech, again, the Broadcasting Act says that freedom of expression is protected. That's clear. The Charter protects freedom of speech, but nobody has the right to yell fire in a crowded theater. They never have had that right. That's freedom of speech misused, and it's not an absolute right. Never has been.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is the artist in me that is rising tonight. I don't know if people here realize, but in Montreal, members of the Artists' Union, 80% of them earn less than $20,000 a year. That's quite something. A major theater actor in Quebec only a few years ago was taking on the biggest roles, playing at the Gilles Duceppe Theatre, at the Théâtre du Nouveau Monde, playing big roles at night, rehearsing during the day. And at the end of the year, after doing all that, she had only earned $35,000. And I'm talking about one of the greatest actresses that Canada has ever known. Artists can barely put a meal on the table, and the pandemic has only made it worse. So this bill, C-11, we could have voted on it a year ago, and it would have helped artists. I'm not just talking about theater artists, but also television actors, musicians, everyone in the sector. I'd like to hear from my colleague about the fact that the Liberals started an unnecessary election, and thus they delayed a really important piece of legislation to help our artists. The honourable member for Saanich-Gulf Islands. I'd like to thank my colleague for the Bloc Québécois. The goal of this bill, one of its goals, is to protect our artists and actors and creators, directors. We need to protect their role in our society because our wealth as a society depends on them. The soul of Canada lies in our artists. So I completely agree. It was unnecessary to have this election.
Député de West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, sea to sky country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's an honor to rise in this House to speak in favor of Bill C-11, the Online Streaming Act. And this legislation, of course, passed through this House just last year after extensive Conservative filibustering, but it had to be reintroduced because it ended up dying in the Senate. And I felt it particularly important to speak on this legislation because there has been a coordinated attack of mis and disinformation that has confused people to exactly what this legislation will do. So in my brief speech, I'll touch on what this act does, what it does not do, and what some of the implications around the misinformation that surround it is. So given that the media landscape has changed, our approach to it must also change to bring things into the 21st century. The Online Streaming Act does just that. Like we've always done for radio and TV, now online streaming companies will be there to support and promote Canadian content. And the bill does this by bringing online streaming services under the jurisdiction of the Broadcasting Act. And of course, this act hasn't been amended since 1991, and that was a very, very different time. But this bill will also do this by requiring online streaming services that serve the Canadian market to contribute to the production of Canadian content. So similarly that they benefit from accessing the Canadian market, they should be there to invest back into it. And this bill also will ensure that broadcasters will showcase more Canadian content, as well as prioritizing content from Francophone, Indigenous, LGBTQ+, racialized, and other equity-seeking creators. And we have to ask ourselves, why is this important? And it's important because we consume media very differently in 2022 than we did in 1991. And if you're anything like me, you don't have cable. Or if you do have cable, you may use it just to watch sports these days. And you probably don't listen to the radio that much. You may access your music through programs like Spotify or Apple Music or otherwise. So you may be getting your watching TV or watching movies through Netflix, Prime, YouTube, or many of the other streaming services that have absolutely revolutionized the media landscape over the last 2 decades. So in order to have a level playing field, these platforms need to be treated just the same as television and radio have been treated for decades. And sometimes the question comes up, why do we need Canadian content? Well, I think quite simply because we're not American. We feel the impact and dominance of the American media and culture, and that's something that every Canadian's familiar with. We're inundated with American news, TV, movies, music, and culture. And the American media and entertainment industry very much is a juggernaut with the ability to promote and broadcast its influence far and wide, and in Canada, we very much see that. And while the close and familiar nature of our cultures and histories, as well as the vast funding and institutional entrenchment of American media, has allowed it to flourish in our country. And while there's no doubt that there's exceptional content coming from south of the border, our Canadian content creators are at a disadvantage without the same levels of inertia, funding, and entrenchment that the American media has had for decades. And so that's why we need to take action to ensure that Canadian culture and Canadian stories are still promoted and told. And I think we'd all agree that our own culture and history is distinct from that of the US. We have stories and ideas and creative expression that are uniquely Canadian, and it's the shared cultural fabric that helps define our national identity. And that right there is what this bill is really about. We have our own cultural fabric and our own Canadian identities, and we must work to protect our heritage from the influence of foreign media. And it's unfortunate that this bill, which is aimed at protecting and strengthening our cultural heritage by requiring only web giants to pay into creating Canadian content, has been so mired in controversy and misinformation. So I want to take the moment to try to set the record straight on exactly what this bill does not do. This bill does not impose regulations on content that everyday Canadians post on social media. It does not impose regulations on Canadian digital content, creators, influencers, or users. It does not censor or mandate specific algorithms or streaming services on social media platforms. And it does not limit Canadians' freedom of expression in any way, shape, or form, or create the conditions for internet censorship. And this bill specifically carves out content created by users on social media platforms from the Act, except where that content is commercial content. And that's defined by whether the regulator evaluates based on 3 elements: whether the content is monetized, whether it exists on another non-social media platform, if the content has a unique international standard code. And so this measure is designed to standardize treatment of commercial content across all platforms. And so we have to ask ourselves, why would such an innocuous bill that would support our Canadian cultural producers become so controversial? Who can argue with bringing our regulation into the 21st century? And the answer is actually quite simple. It's been a coordinated campaign of mis and disinformation. Members opposite and their party's communication apparatus has peddled in misinformation, claiming that this bill will silence Canadian online content creators, despite the fact that the bill explicitly excludes content creators. They've claimed that the bill will violate charter rights and limit free speech, despite its direct predecessor having been through multiple reviews for charter compliance and the Department of Justice finding it fully compliant. They claim that the bill will control what you can post on Facebook and Twitter, despite the fact that the bill has absolutely nothing to do with regulating online speech. And so the scale of mis and disinformation around this bill has been so extreme that one would be hard-pressed to believe that it came about organically. And if you think that there's no way that this misinformed outrage is organic, then you'd be right. Rather, far-right organizations like Canada Proud have been working overtime, pushing falsehoods about this bill on Canadians. This, of course, is the same Canada Proud that was founded by Jeff Ballingall, who you might also know as the digital campaign director of the former leader of the official opposition in the last election, as well as that as the likely future leader of the official opposition. And it's disappointing that the official opposition work with groups such as these that employ tactics of misinformation, and in this case, clear disinformation. In doing so, it actually undermines and compromises the fabric of legitimate political discourse in Canada, while also sowing division for political gain. In this case, it means siding with foreign web giants over the Canadian cultural sector. That's resulting in them left behind, especially in the light of the serious impact of the COVID-19 pandemic having had on the sector. And it's bad enough that these tactics are poisoning debate in this House and with topics at the national level. But we know this is not an isolated example. In the last election, in fact, the Conservative candidate in my riding did a mail drop a couple days before the election with a nefarious-looking picture of the Prime Minister saying that we're going to tax or remove the exemption on capital gains for principal residences. And I'm sure many other folks in this House could tell you many, many other examples. So I unfortunately have little confidence that the official opposition is going to cease with these disingenuous tactics. It is their MO after all. But these insidious approaches are now poisoning debate all the way down to the local level. And I bring you the example of Squamish Voices. Squamish Voices began as a social media Facebook page that built up a following as a faux community group by promoting themselves on Facebook and asking very innocuous questions like what someone's favorite ice cream was. Once having built up a very large following, they switched into launching a very dedicated campaign of attacks and character assassination on progressive elected officials by spreading misinformation. And they spent over $25,000.
Point of order from the honourable member, Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would simply observe and note and call upon the constitutional requirement of quorum and question as to whether or not there is quorum in this place.
Let me just consult here with my table. I had understood that M11 did not have a quorum requirement. So hold on a sec. I appreciate the point of order, but the order is specific at 6:30 that there is no quorum required from it. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further on that point of order, on page 186 of Joseph Manoir's second edition of Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, there is the claim, and I'll quote that claim for you, Mr. Speaker, that the courts might be effective in ensuring the observance of procedural requirements imposed by the Constitution with respect to the enactment of legislation. Since C11 is currently being considered without quorum, and quorum is a requirement of the Constitution, I trust the courts will take note of my interjection today in the event that C11 is challenged in a court in our country at some point.
And as the member knows, I have to follow the points of procedure, and of course the orders that are set before us. Of course, the M11 did specify that there was no quorum calls after 6:30. So I thank the member for his intervention. I believe when we left off here, the member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country had 1 minute and 35 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Another point of order from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe it's the rule of the House not to be eating in the chamber, and I saw the member for Kingston and the Islands stuffing his mouth in between torturing the people on this side of the House. So I'd like clarification
okay,
on
thank
whether
you.
or not we are
Thank you.
to eat in here.
Thank you. The rule is, though, still there is no eating here. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I do want to apologize to the House, Mr. Speaker. I was eating a Fig Newton when I walked in the doors, and I apologize for that. But it's since been disposed of, so I can't take it back.
We all need to remember, even though, I mean, there are rules that, of course, we need to follow, and Unfortunately, the quorum is not one of them in this particular case, but eating in is, of course, still a rule that we should follow here. Again, the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. Again, 1 minute and 35 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I promise I'll get to the end of this and that. So I was talking about the example of Squamish Voices. So having built up a large following, they switched from this innocuous community group to launching personal attacks and character assassination on progressive councillors. And in fact, there was over $25,000 spent on advertising to do this. But notably, they do so behind a shroud of secrecy, obscuring who they are and the real truth. You can't reach them through their phone number, you can't reach them through their email, and their webpage URL doesn't work. In fact, through investigative reporting and following the dots, the National Observer has found that guess which group is behind it? Of course, it's Canada Proud. And this is actually not just a problem in my riding of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. It's a problem right across the country. The network is making forays into municipal politics with anonymous pages in Vancouver, Vaughan, Richmond Hill, Brampton, Georgian Bay, and Terrebonne. So I feel compelled to bring this up because it's exactly what's happening in this circumstance in this House, and it needs to be called out. And unfortunately, the victims of this case happen to be Canadian cultural producers that are, of course, receiving less income because of the impact of the pandemic and because Canadians are consuming media in a different fashion. This bill needs to pass. We need to find ways of supporting our Canadian content creators. I just want to give a shout out that this year is actually the 50th year anniversary of Beachcombers, which is one of the most, thank you, which is one of the most popular Canadian shows of all time, which in fact included the first one of the first Indigenous actors that was recognized in a national level program. So we need legislation like this to be able to support the future beachcombers that are so important for Canadian culture, and which also has now, in this case with beachcombers, provided entertainment for communities all across the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the member opposite, in one breath, said there won't be any censorship, but in the next breath, he goes on talking about True North and Canada Proud, how they are speaking ill of his party or his set of values, liberal values. So that's quite a contradiction. But more to the point on censorship, there will be smaller, non-English, foreign language sites and stations that stream online who don't have the subscription broadness of Netflix or other major streaming companies. They don't have the subscription, they won't have the money. So by virtue of not being able to afford the CanCom fees, they will no longer be able to be available to Canadians who speak those languages.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, what I'm talking about, some of the very shady things that we're seeing happening that are poisoning discourse, I'm not talking about censorship. And in fact, I'm talking about the exact opposite. We need to have transparency on that and who's behind these things and why they're doing these things that they are. And when you have these types of groups that are leading organized campaigns of mis and disinformation out there, it's something that we should all be very, very concerned about. And that's exactly what's been happening in Bill C-11. And so that's why we need to keep calling it out.
It's you on your nightly news channel. Question et commentaire, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear my colleagues speak a little bit more about the advantages that C-11 will have for our artists, our musicians, our TV artists, our high-quality mini-series that are produced not only in Quebec but also in Canada. So what will be the impact, the positive impacts, the positive consequences of this bill for our artists? Thank you.
Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. There are a lot of benefits with this bill. Our creators will have more support. They will get more support from the web giants, and it's going to be easier for people to find the content that they create. And that's very important for Quebec and for all of Canada, because we are a very unique country, and we have to do what we can to promote all of the diversity that we see in Canada.
Come on to our questions and comments, and I know I've kept them waiting way too long. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and following up on the idea of supporting Canadian content. I'm glad he mentioned the Beachcombers, and I was disappointed when his colleague from Kingston and the Islands mentioned MC Hammer, because if you Google MC Hammer, Mr. Speaker, MC Hammer Canada 1991, the year we're talking about, all you'll find is the fact that there was a big riot in my hometown of Penticton in 1991 after an MC Hammer concert, and when the iconic Peach concession stand was rolled into Okanagan Lake. So I'm sure he was not trying to draw us down that line. But I just wanted to use this opportunity to let the member who just spoke from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky country, expand on the idea of supporting Canadian content and how important that is.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my my colleague from British Columbia for his question. And you know, absolutely, this act is very, very important for doing just that, being able to support Canadian content. That is unfortunately a really unfortunate you know, connection with the example that was given earlier, but whether it's Canadian TV like the Beachcombers, whether it's Canadian film, whether it's making sure that we're able to access Canadian music online, this is really, really important, just to make sure that, you know, as we are a smaller country, we need to be able to support our artists and creators to get them that start, to allow them to have that runway to make it big. Otherwise, we are at risk of being completely dominated by a much larger media landscape in the United States. And so it's very important that we support them. And it's very important just given the impact of the pandemic and the change in the way that, that all people around the world are consuming media.
We'll resume debate in a second, but I can't imagine that we're having a discussion where we're talking about MC Hammer as You Can't Touch This and Molly's Reach, all in the same discussion. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and never a dull moment in this House, even if we're close to quorum or not. It seems like things just continue to roll along in this House with a diversity of opinions, and in fact, we as Conservatives value a diversity of opinions on varieties of subjects and welcome people to have different thoughts and views, and in fact, see that as a strength of our Confederation, not a weakness. I think the concerns that many Canadians are raising during these times and even during this debate, the concerns that are elevating to the forefront is they feel like there's a stifling of free expression, of free speech, and even of thought, that if they happen to think contrary to whatever the supposed latest whimsical fad of fanciful groupthink is, then they can be labeled and therefore marginalized, called names, and pushed out of the public discourse with ridicule and laughter. But in a healthy democracy, diverse opinions and differing points of view are welcome. And we ask them to come to the table and challenge us. As the old expression said, is that iron sharpens iron. And I think sometimes when we have differing points of view, it is a strength to the debate in this House. And in fact, we can come to better legislation. We can come to better pieces of bills that we'll get through and get passed and hopefully help all Canadians as we learn to balance the differing perspectives that are in this House that reflect the viewpoints of all Canadians. And I think the content that is available to Canadians should be as diverse as Canada is. And so should the things that they're allowed to view. So should be the things that they're allowed to listen to or produce or create. That is the strength of our democracy, and in fact a hallmark, which is freedom of speech. What I find quite contradictory is that during this time where we're talking about Canadian creativity and Canadian content, there's a distinct effort to shut down debate, to bring closure, to at a time where they extended the hours of sitting so that we could have more transparency and more accountable government and more debate and welcome diverse points of view, they're now expediting the process of a bill that has raised concerns with many Canadians from coast to coast to coast. I think this House would be a better reflection of the concerns of Canadians by allowing those concerns to be fully vetted in the People's House.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
So the diversity of opinions could be welcomed on the floor of this House. But not only on the floor of this House, may it continue to be allowed, or even further allowed, to be expressed across our airwaves, online, and through broadcasting. I think what's happening is many Canadians feel as though they're not free to express their point of view. They're feeling somewhat suppressed because they feel if they have a certain viewpoint or if they have a certain opinion, they're going to get labeled, disqualified, or canceled. I think it's a slippery slope, Mr. Speaker, that this House needs to think very soberly about and take its time in deliberating this piece of legislation. I think Canadians are raising rightful concerns about the fact that while they say, just trust us, we're gonna make sure it's done right and done properly, this government has not instilled a confidence in people to just trust them with these types of matters. We've seen how the Prime Minister has treated those with whom he disagrees. We've seen the efforts to continually to divide, demonize, and stigmatize those with whom he doesn't agree. And so when they go to express it, he gets angry, petulant, and frustrated, and then decides to throw the full force and weight of government and the law against those with whom he disagrees, even now as we learned today that at no point did the RCMP ever request or require such drastic measures as the Emergency Measures Act. So I believe the people of Canada have huge concerns in trusting this government with even more power to regulate what they can post, what they can view, and some would even call it going as far as censorship of those that would detract from the government message of the day. Whether it's censorship indirect, it could be the back door to censorship. And I think what we need to do is be very careful and cautious. We love Canadian content. We want Canadian producers to do well. We as Conservatives believe in that. In fact, my family is a big, big fan of Heartland. And I must say my daughters love watching that series. And I think it's a beautiful show made here in Canada. And I enjoy Hockey Night in Canada. I enjoy Canadian content. I think it's wonderful. We got a great Canadian story to tell. Yes, exactly. and there's nothing that gets any more intense than Canadians watching hockey or also watching some of the shows that they've come to adore and admire. That's great. But we do not need some government czar censoring through the back door what content Canadians can produce, put online, listen to, or view. Oh, how terrible. Someone has a different point of view than the latest fad of whimsical groupthink. Oh my land, let's ban them. Like, Canadians are genuinely concerned with this rabid push for cancel culture. And I think what we need to do is allow Canadians the chance to weigh this bill carefully. Let us have the debate. Let us improve the bill. Let us have all viewpoints welcome at the table. Let's stop the stereotyping, stigmatizing, and demonizing Canadians who happen to not share, perhaps, the priorities of said government of the day. If it was a reverse situation and this party was on the other side of the House, I guarantee you, the uproar from my colleagues on the other side of the House, they would be boisterous, loud, and overwhelming. Saying, oh my land, you're stifling debate, you're ramming through, how could you be so draconian? We would hear it day in and day out. You wanted it longer hours in the House for debate, and then you shut off debate. Why don't we allow the debate to continue? Canadians aren't afraid of opposing points of view. They're not afraid of diverse opinions. In fact, they welcome it. That's our strength. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's a great opportunity for us to hear the concerns of our digital producers. Those who are making great Canadian content that's original, and they're doing well, and they've raised very legitimate concerns about this bill. Let's make sure those concerns are addressed and heard, and make sure that, yes, Canadian content is protected and Canadian content is welcome and amplified, but at the same time, great Canadian producers can compete, and they can do well, and they can exceed. And I think Canadians are right to have a bit of caution when it comes to entrusting this particular government with even more unabated power. I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, with a quote from a former Prime Minister of old, who was the architect of the Canadian Bill of Rights. Sir John G. Diefenbaker so adequately expressed it this way, and I hope that his words echo in this House yet once again and resonate within each of our hearts and minds as we reflect on this bill. He said, "I am Canadian, a free Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship God in my own way, free to stand for what I think right, free to oppose what I believe wrong, free to choose those who govern my country. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and all mankind." I think when it comes to Bill C-11, let's uphold the principles of freedom of thought, expression, and belief first and foremost, and to make sure the adequate safeguards are put in place to ensure that protection and hear the concerns of Canadians from coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, and I know the member for Whitby would like to ask a question, so the honourable member for Whitby.
The old slippery slope argument. I believe the member opposite used that argument. It's certainly the most simplistic, I think, of logical arguments. One thing leads to another, which leads to another, which leads to another. I think the member also spoke to promoting diversity of opinion. What about artistic expression and Canadian content? The bill explicitly tries to amplify content creators from diverse backgrounds. So doesn't this actually promote the diversity of opinion that the member says that this bill is so, trying to squash?
The honourable member for Tubig-Mactaquac.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. Look, the concerns that I raise in this by no means takes away from the beauty of artistic expression of Canadian producers. In fact, by ensuring protection of freedoms of expression, freedoms of belief and conscience, freedom of artistic expression, or freedom of thought is a worthwhile cause and should be debated thoroughly in this House for whatever amount of time it takes to make sure that the concerns of Canadians are being heard, not rammed through by a government that shuts down debate at will.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much. I'd like to commend my Conservative colleague for his very impassioned speech. In fact, he mentioned the fact that it would be good to have a debate, but they keep bringing up censorship, and that's ridiculous. My colleague mentioned diversity of cultural expressions here that we have in Quebec and Canada, and the importance to showcase this diversity. And I'd like to come back to what my colleague across the way said, that this bill seeks to create space for Quebec and Canadian creators in a universe that is more and more competitive and dominated by foreign powers. So here's my question. Is that what we want? Do we want space for Quebec and Canadian creators, or do we want to allow free rein to the market and be invaded by these foreign powers like GAFA? And then we'll see our Quebec and Canadian culture eradicated. Is that what they want? Because Bill C-11, what it does is that it protects the cultural context of Quebecers and Canadians and allows us to survive and prosper in this more and more competitive universe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his good question. And look, I actually believe that Canadian producers of digital content and otherwise are raising legitimate concerns that need to be addressed. And I believe, though, Canadian artists and Canadian producers can compete with anyone. Absolutely. We have great content, and that content is strengthened by competition, not weakened by competition. And I think we can stand on our own merits and, yes, do the measures that we can to protect and make sure and assure cultural heritage is protected and upheld. But Canada has survived to this point, and we will continue to survive with a rich heritage and rich culture without draconian measures that open the back door to censorship.
Question, commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I always enjoy hearing my colleague, though I must say he was so far removed from the actual bill that we're supposed to be discussing tonight that it was unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. I mean, we've had Conservatives now for weeks and weeks blocking every single piece of legislation, every single one, gumming up the works for routine proceedings, stopping members of Parliament from presenting petitions, stopping private members' legislation. The Conservatives have basically tried to shut down the House of Commons. They have an evening debate. We're discussing Bill C-11, and he talks about something crazy that has nothing to do with the bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, if Conservatives don't actually read the legislation before they speak on it, why don't they take the time to read the legislation and address the legislation, which we believe needs some improvements, and we're hoping that this will get to committee so we can make those improvements to the legislation. But for goodness sakes, Mr. Speaker, speakers here in the House should actually address the legislation that is before the House. Why didn't the member do that?
The Honourable Member for Tebeke-Mactaquac.
Oh, to hear the incredible blooming and blossoming relationship between the coalition partners is quite a thing to witness, and I'm glad to see you compliment one another in this House so incredibly well. But, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that the role of Her Majesty's loyal opposition is to make sure legitimate concerns that millions of Canadians have are brought to the floor of this House and discussed thoroughly, and many millions of Canadians have expressed their concerns about this bill's predecessor C-10 and the current bill C-11. We'll continue to stand up for those Canadians.
Resuming debate, represented by the Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I happily rise to speak about Bill C-11. And especially after that display of political theater that we saw on the other side, which was very entertaining for some, but quite frustrating for others, I'm sure. Certainly from the onlookers in the Canadian public that are watching tonight, they're probably quite concerned that the Conservative Party of Canada isn't really even reading the bills that the government puts forward. And on such a topic that's so important to Canadian creators right across this country. Despite the Conservative Party of Canada and its members propagating inaccuracies in relation to this bill and trying to make Canadians believe that this is somehow about censoring user-generated content, which it's clearly not, and it's explicitly stated by the government in many places, I'm happy to rise to speak to the merits of this bill and its true intentions, which are really to, I think, level the playing field and ensure that online streaming platforms are subject to the same rules and regulations that other broadcasters are. And it's about time that we do that because, of course, as members have said, the Broadcasting Act hasn't been amended in over 30 years. Just for fun, I looked up before my speech today the hits in 1991, and some of the Canadian hits on the charts were Bryan Adams, Everything I Do It For You. Tom Cochrane, Life is a Highway. Now, it was a bender year for Canadian content. Not only that, but Glass Tiger, Alanis Morissette, Sarah McLachlan, Crash Test Dummies, Blue Rodeo, and none other than the Kingston Tragically Hip with Little Bones. What a great tune. Honestly, the content creators or musicians that we've had in this country are incredible. There's no doubt we can be very proud. Now, the overarching goal of the Act is to ensure that online streamers contribute in an equitable but flexible way to the creation of Canadian content, just as our broadcasting system has done for decades. I want to talk about why this bill is fundamentally important and when it comes to our music sector. Online streaming services like Spotify and Apple Music have dramatically changed how we listen to music. Today, most Canadians use YouTube as their primary music streaming service. I know I do. I use it all the time for that purpose. However, these online streamers are not subject to the same rules as traditional broadcasting services like over-the-air television, cable, and radio. Right now, our system is not supporting Canadian musicians and creators the way it really should. If online streaming services are more and more the way music lovers like myself are accessing music, shouldn't they be subject to the same rules as other broadcasters? That just seems to make common sense to me. The music sector is important to Canadian society. It includes a wide array of artists, including songwriters, composers, performers, and arrangers. And let's not forget the people that support them, the agents, producers, record labels, and many others. The music production and sound recording industry accounts for over $625 million of Canada's GDP and almost 10,000 jobs. Through their music and lyrics, Canada's musicians help create relationships and memories, initiate important social discussions, and forge a collective national identity and promote Canadian values. Music allows us to share our country, our culture, and our ideas throughout the world. The best of what Canada has to offer, I would say, is on stage when our musicians and content creators and artists are successful. For decades, Canadian broadcasters have given us incredible Canadian content on our televisions and radios, and this is no accident. We choose to be different from the cultural juggernaut of the United States, and we care about our cultural sovereignty. We believe our diversity should be celebrated. Our culture is who we are as Canadians. It's our past, our present, and our future. It's how we tell our stories to each other. As a condition of their licenses, radio broadcasters have had to invest in our culture and our artists and musicians. It is why we have all the Canadian content that we love today. Whenever we hear Charlotte Cardin, Joni Mitchell, Drake, Justin Bieber, Shawn Mendes, Great Big Sea, and the Arkells, it makes us proud to be Canadian. Digital disruption. Since the early 2000s, the music industry has navigated a landscape that has been profoundly changed by new distribution models offered by online platforms. We've also seen the music industry evolve from selling music on physical media to digital sales and now to downloads. And most recently, the increasing popularity of online streaming. Online streaming has had positive impacts for Canadian consumers and certainly for the artists. Online broadcasters make music readily accessible to Canadians wherever they have an internet connection available. They can access a variety of music and playlists tailored to their tastes and interests. Streaming has also allowed a number of artists to be discovered and their careers have been bolstered in other countries as a result. Ruth B. is just one notable example of a Canadian artist who has achieved great international success after being discovered online. However, the upheaval caused by digital platforms has also had significant consequences for our broadcasters and musical artists. Currently, online platforms have no regulatory requirements to support Canadian music. As more and more Canadians listen to online platforms and the revenues of traditional broadcasters drop, so too does funding and support for Canadian musical artists. And we need to fix this, and I would say now. And that's what this debate is about, and that's what this bill is about. It's about how we fix this problem. The problem is that our online streaming platforms are not contributing to support our Canadian artists and musicians and content creators here in Canada. And this bill is really about that. Mr. Speaker, we've heard it loud and clear from Canadian music producers. Passing C11 is critical to the industry. I want to share a quote from SOCAN, the Society of Composers, Authors, and Music Publishers of Canada. Canadian creators need support, and I quote, Canadian creators need to support to continue to develop Canadian music in the world of streaming. And Canada must be a place of emerging music creators where songwriters and composers can create, grow, and thrive. The tabling of the Online Streaming Act on February 2nd, 2022 is an important first step to make it easier for Canadian audiences to find and engage with Canadian creators, giving our music a place in the world of streaming. The chair of the board of the Canadian Independent Music Association also told us that, and I quote, "The most tangible way to get our artists heard in Canada and around the world is to ensure that we have awesome Canadian artists supported by strong Canadian-owned independent music companies that can compete in the global music market. I welcome all initiatives that help make our companies stronger and our artists thrive," end quote. Mr. Speaker, this is why we're here. On this side of the House, we want to see our artists thrive. And the time to act is now. Bill C-11 seeks to update our broadcasting framework so that the online platforms will be required to support Canadian music and artists, just as traditional broadcasters currently do. Why would anyone not want to support our artists and musicians in Canada? Bill C-11 will ensure that our musical artists will continue to contribute to Canadian culture and be able to make a living from their music. The bill is part of our wider commitment as a government to support artists in Canada and the strengthening of our arts and culture sector. In conclusion, this bill realizes the importance of investing in Canadian music. Bill C-11 creates a competitive and sustainable broadcasting system while supporting Canadian music. The modernizing and fair regulatory framework that the bill proposes will support Canadian artists and broadcasters. Mr. Speaker, I ask the honourable members of this House to support this bill. We owe it to the next generation of musical talent, you know, the Tragically Hips and the Alanis Morissettes of the future. We certainly need to support them now, and this bill, I think, has really got the intentions built into it that are very promising for the future of our cultural sector here in Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But if the Liberals really wanted to drive this bill all night long, they wouldn't have called closure on it. But more to the point, they were talking about this bill applying to broadcasters. Our concern is the definition of broadcaster and how what we find with the Liberal government that the definitions expand, and we're concerned that the broadcasters will be now the people who are broadcasting their own news stations. So we had Canada Proud and True North slagged as broadcasters. Are they now going to have to pay into CanCom as well?
The honourable member for Whitby.
I think the bill is actually very clear on this, Mr. Speaker, in terms of defining the terms of broadcaster and what counts as commercial content that would be subject to the regulations within the bill. To me, it's actually quite clear. There's no slippery slope here. There's no backdoor attempt at trying to censor user content. The member opposite shouldn't be concerned about her nightly news channel being censored. You know, certainly I think the streamers, the very large streamers that are streaming content are making money doing that, and they clearly should be subject to the same rules that other broadcasters are subject to. I think that's the intent of the bill. It's very clear.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Liberals have repeatedly said that this bill regulates content with the platform, not content or users. But Section 4.2 says that the CRTC can create regulations that treat content uploaded to social media services as programs to be regulated by considering three factors: whether the program that is uploaded might cause direct or indirect revenue generation. 2, if the program has been broadcast by a broadcast undertaking that's either licensed or registered with the CRTC. And 3, if the program has been assigned a unique identifier under a standard system. Now, the law does not tell the CRTC how to weigh those factors, but the bottom line is that this might apply. And Michael Geisa said TikTok videos that are uploaded to the service, they may generate indirect revenue. That content is available on licensed services, and the music likely has a unique identifier. The same is true for many YouTube or Instagram videos. So, to my honourable colleague, what is his response to that concern that Section 4.2 does permit, in at least certain circumstances, the regulation of content?
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Well, thank you to the Honourable Member for a good faith question. I do appreciate it. The way I read the bill, and I have the section in front of me here, is that this is how the bill defines commercial content. And commercial content is part of how you define whether someone is broadcasting or not using a streaming service. So in many ways, this is part of the definition of being able to determine whether Canadian content should be promoted. And I think that's the intention of the bill, is that broadcasters that are already promoting commercial content and distributing that are subject to the same regulations that other broadcasters are. And I think that intention is very clearly laid out in the bill. It's very specifically and clearly not to regulate the user-generated content. Thank you.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his...
Appel au règlement.
I think my colleague just forgot something, but I think we've already specified that wearing a badge in the House was not allowed.
Hey, bon. The Honourable Member, Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted one of the most fundamental piece for me on C11 is just around this whole idea of leveling the playing field. Now, you can sign up to host a podcast or have a podcast hosted in about 30 minutes or less. However, if you want to start a radio channel, as I have several people in my riding that would like to do, it typically takes 3 years. It seems to me that rather than trying to get podcasts to operate like radio channels, how about we try to get radio channels to operate more like podcasts? It should, in my opinion, if you could get a radio station signed up in about a day, that would be great. Why the CRTC and all the content that they require on a radio station, why does that have to be a thing rather than just say, hey, here's your radio station, as long as you're not blowing other people off the air by interfering with the channels, here's your radio station. That would be a leveling of the playing field. I was just wondering what the member has to say about that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Whitby, in a short answer.
Well, thank you for that question. I think the member unfortunately misinterprets the intention of the bill. When we say level the playing field, we're talking about the very traditional broadcasters that would be subject to the Broadcasting Act versus the very big, successful online streamers that are running platforms that are streaming content for commercial gain currently. And the playing field is not level because the one that's now successful in today's society is not contributing to Canadian artists and musicians and content creators. We want to make sure that they do so. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing the debate. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on Bill C11, the Liberals' Internet Regulation Bill. This is an important bill because it could have everlasting impacts on how every Canadian experiences the Internet. I think it is critical to state why we are debating this legislation today before we fully examine the details. The reality is that I would not be standing here today to debate C11 if it were not for Bill C10 in the 43rd Parliament. Canadians may recall that it was just last year when Parliament witnessed one of the most alarming pieces of legislation that the Liberals had ever introduced since their election in 2015. Many Canadians viewed Bill C10 as an attack on our freedom of speech and a measure of government overreach and the new means of censorship. I shared those valid concerns and strongly opposed Bill C10 until the final hour on the final day. Michael Geist, a University of Ottawa professor and expert in internet policy, was one of the most outspoken opponents of Bill C10. This Parliament needs to remember in his criticism of the previous legislation, and he stated, and I quote, "No one, literally no other country uses broadcast regulation to regulate user-generated content in this way," end quote, when he referred to Bill C10. Many members of this House voted against Bill C10 at 1 o'clock in the morning as the Liberals tried to ram it through Parliament with as little debate as possible. Kind of deja vu. And I was one of them. Thankfully, because of the hard work of Conservatives and Canadians, we defeated Bill C-10 so that it never had a chance to become law. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-10 has died, but it has re-emerged as Bill C-11. When the Liberals introduced C-11, the minister responsible for the legislation stated, and I quote, "This is about making the internet a better place for all Canadians." Sounds grand. That statement should have been a red flag for every Canadian. We have heard this kind of language from the Liberal government before. Trust us. Everything will be okay, they say. It was the former President Ronald Reagan who famously said, "The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help." It would be unwise for any member of this House to trust this government that it has its best interests of Canadians at top of mind, particularly on the issue of internet regulation. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-11 is legislation that proposes to regulate the internet. The government wants to influence what you see while browsing the web. They want to push specific content to the top of your screen so you see it first. Consequently, move content down your screen so you see less of it. This is what the government really means when they say they want to make content more discoverable. The details of what content and how much the government will promote are unknown. This is because Bill C-11 hands over the decision of making power to the government-appointed body of a body called the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, or as most Canadians know it as, the CRTC. The government claims that this is a way of promoting Canadian content. But I believe that if Canadians want to watch Canadian content, nothing is stopping them from doing so. Why does the government need to reach into the internet to pick and choose what Canadians discover? Canadians don't need assistance from government in discovering what they see on the internet. They are totally capable and free to discover the content they want to see. Mr. Speaker, the internet is exceptionally vast in content. An immense amount of content is uploaded on the internet daily. YouTubers alone upload over 700,000 hours of content every single day. And I cannot stress how much content and how many content providers exist in Canada. How can a government body like the CRTC monitor all this content to determine if it meets the Liberal government's standards? It's impossible, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to discuss some of the technicalities of the legislation. Although Section 2 of the bill mentions who is not subject to the regulation, it does not address what content is subject to the regulation. The government claims that user-generated content is exempted from this bill through Section 4.11. However, Section 4.12 creates an exemption for the previous exemption in 4.11 and allows the CRTC to determine who is subject to these exemptions. The bill is confusing to say the least, and I sincerely question it was intentionally done this way. Open Media, an organization that works to keep the internet open and free, and an organization that I had the pleasure to work with on my private member's bill in the previous Parliament, has also raised many valid concerns. The bottom line is, Michael Geist said, and I quote, "The CRTC is empowered to create regulations applicable to user content uploaded to social services as programs." Canadians will not fully know who or what is exempted from this bill because the Liberals have yet to announce their policy directive for the CRTC. The Liberals have told Canadians that this policy directive will be given to the CRTC after the bill becomes law, not before. Suspicious. I think the parliamentarians and all Canadians deserve to know what this government is planning to direct the CRTC to regulate before Bill C-11 can become law. Mr. Speaker, I want to quote Dr. Irene Beckerotz, a senior policy fellow from Ryerson University. She stated, and I quote, "The idea that the CRTC can or should regulate global internet in an age when a market intervention should be sharply decreasing is unworkable and counterproductive falsely pitting industry against itself. I agree with her. Canadians don't want their government regulating the internet. The government regulates and restricts enough as it is, especially this government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-11 is a very concerning piece of legislation that opens the doors to government overreach. It will impact every Canadian who uses the internet. Canadians expect their elected officials to study carefully and debate it thoroughly. However, the Liberals are playing the same political games they did with C-10. They are limiting the time we can spend debating this important bill. Instead of debating legislation through a standard parliamentary procedure, the Liberals are supporting a procedure to stop debate called time allocation. The fact that the Liberals would move time allocation while dozens of members of Parliament wish to speak on behalf of their constituents is simply unacceptable. How ironic, government overreach on a government overreach bill. It's sad. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are concerned at any time the government wants to create more regulation. Any time the government wants to regulate what Canadians see or hear is even more concerning. The idea that the Liberals want to promote certain content to Canadians who use the internet is disturbing. My constituents believe in less government, not more. As I said earlier, Canadians don't need assistance from the government in discovering what they see on the internet. They are capable and free to do so themselves. I will be opposing C-11, just as I oppose C-10. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there, Mr. Speaker, but perhaps I'll just stick to one point, and that's with respect to, sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. I was saying there's a lot to unpack there, and perhaps I'll just stick with one point, and that's at the beginning of his speech, the member talked about Bill C-10. And if I heard him correctly, he said that, I wrote it down, he said, thankfully, Conservative MPs defeated the bill. That's not what happened to C-10. C-10 actually passed this House and went to the Senate. But is this member trying to take credit for the fact that it didn't pass through Parliament? That's what he's trying to say. It just goes to the continued manufactured outrage that comes from Conservatives, as though they've somehow saved Canadians from the injustices that the Liberal Party is trying to impose upon them, just because of some grandiose notion. This member's trying to take credit for the fact that the Senate wasn't able to deal with the bill, with Bill C-10. It's remarkable.
There's lots going on tonight. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, and Nipawin.
So I think that was more of a comment than a question, I guess. But I think the member, if I do, here's my quote. Thankfully, because of the hard work of Conservatives and Canadians, we defeated Bill C-10 so that it never had a chance to become law. Yeah, what happened? What happened? There was an election called, so the bill got done. There you go, by your own Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. So that's what happened. They killed their own bill. That's even better.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, I think that my Conservative friends hate culture. I think they hate our culture and our artists, but it's true. At the Galette La Disque 2 years ago, Pierre Lapointe said something that was very noted. There's a song called I Hate My Life that's been listened to 1 million times on Spotify, but he only got $500. He's an incredible, famous artist. We have so many great artists in Quebec, Cœur de Pirate, Les Cowboys Fringants, Ariane Moffat, people who are very well reviewed, who are on Spotify. I think the Conservatives think this bill is just for losers. But no, it's to fund great Quebec artists who just can't make any money off the system that exists now. When will the Conservatives understand that?
Thank the honour. Again, I guess we do understand that. We look far beyond, though, Quebec. I think you have to remember that this is a bill for all of Canada. And we can't just think this, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the member to just consider this for a minute. Can you imagine if a Quebec artist came and they said, here, I've got this great song or I've got this great movie, and the CRT said, no, that doesn't quite meet the Canadian content. How would they feel about it now? We don't know. That is the problem. They haven't supplied the directive to the CRTC yet, and that is the biggest problem with this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions, commentaires, l'honorable député de Nunavut.
I was struck by a question that the member asked, and here's my question to him. What is stopping Canadians from watching Indigenous online streaming services like Isuma.tv? And the answer is American streaming services like Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Disney Plus. Does the member truly believe that without this bill, that Isuma will ever achieve the fair Canadian audiences that Isuma deserves?
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa, in under a minute.
I would thank the honourable member for the question. And I think it's more important that it's not to offer, it's questions like that we need to debate more and have a clear understanding of what this bill is actually going to do to the future of the internet.
That's right.
By introducing closure does not help that situation.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would have liked to ask my colleague many different questions. And I was even thinking about Pierre Lapointe's song, the one my colleague mentioned called I Hate My Life. Well, I don't hate my life today, I can say so, Mr. Speaker, because I'm getting to speak about this bill. It's a real honor to be speaking about it. As someone who was a musician, a creator, a singer, I'd like to share with my colleague that I was able to perform on YouTube. You can do that. You can put up your content. You can broadcast your amateur talents without being charged, as we see with this bill. And this is very important. I really want to talk about it. I think it's very important to recognize that it has to do with modernizing our system, and I would also like to respectfully recognize that we are on the traditional unceded territory of the Anishinaabe people here in the national capital, but I believe that this bill is the best way to support original content and production in French. And I would just go back and say that we are all working in different places, and that perhaps you are joining us today from the traditional territory of another nation. So regarding C11, this bill has to do with our need to have legislative measures to modernize our broadcasting system in an era of streaming. And in fact, the last time this act was reformed, the Broadcasting Act was reformed, was 3 decades ago, more than a generation ago. We need to review our legislative framework. It doesn't take into account new technologies and today's digital world. For decades, only traditional broadcasting services like the radio, TV, or cable had obligations under our system. It's not like back in the day when we used to listen to records or cassettes. It wasn't like when you would go buy CDs or when you ended up paying royalties every time you went to the CD store. It wasn't like back then when our artists used to make money off our purchases. We need to ensure that Canadian content is funded at a time when the world has changed and the industry has changed. We cannot ignore the changing reality. Our government cannot ignore the needs.
Our bill will ensure that all broadcasting services, traditional services and those that are online like Netflix, Crave and Spotify, will contribute in an appropriate way to Canada's creative industries. We are convinced, and we recognize this, the contributions that these online services will bring will be very important to support a large number of Canadian artists and creators. Francophones will benefit from this. Canadians from Francophone communities and minority language Anglophone communities will also be able to benefit from these measures. Mr. Speaker, our government's commitment and support to our Francophone community has been very clear. And this is particularly clear in the culture, arts, and innovation sectors. The vision of our government is to continue to strengthen production in French language. The CRTC has already put in place a strong regulatory framework for traditional broadcasters to ensure that they contribute to the promotion of French language content and creators. The government expects online broadcasters to respect the same requirements. And that's what we find in this bill. The Streaming Act will give new powers to the CRTC to make sure that they continue to support French language production and protect its availability and to ensure that it's promoted on online platforms. Despite existing safeguards, access to content in French is insufficient, and it doesn't fully meet the needs of Francophones who want to see themselves on screen, who want to see their stories, their culture, and their identity. There is Francophone talent here in Canada, and we need to make sure that it's accessible. We need to see content produced that takes into account the realities and needs of Francophones. So original French language content should be a priority for all broadcasters, and the online broadcasters need to be included in that requirement. Mr. Speaker, today we listen to music in a very different way than we did the last time the Broadcasting Act was changed in 1991. That was the year that I got my first car, and it had a cassette deck in it. With the emergence of online broadcasters like Apple Music and Amazon Prime, the French language market finds itself in a very concerning situation compared to what's available in English. The car that I just purchased, Mr. Speaker, gives me doesn't have anywhere where I can put a CD or a cassette. I have to go through networks to play music in my car, Mr. Speaker. So, for example, Canadian artists, Francophone Canadian artists, aren't represented enough in lists of popular artists in Canada on online music streaming platforms. Another point that we can't ignore, Mr. Speaker, is that investment and budgets for the production of films and videos in English has been going up for years. It's estimated that the web giants will invest $125 billion around the world in films, television series, and we need to make sure that some of that money goes to original French language content, and we have to work quickly. To fix the problem, we've created new targets for the production and broadcasting of original French language programs, and not just translation. We need stuff that's written in French, broadcast in French, available in French. We've also strengthened the CRTC's mandate to meet all of the needs of the Francophone communities in Canada. The Online Broadcasting Act will make sure that our broadcasting system supports the production and broadcasting of original French language program. And this new bill will also require the CRTC to make it easier to access Canadian French language creation. This is a clear sign that French language productions are extremely important in this bill. It will also give the CRTC the power to impose certain service conditions, including those that would require a certain proportion of original French language programming, particularly which are first run. The CRTC will also have the power to put in place regulations relative to the spending of broadcasters, including online streaming broadcasters. For platforms like Netflix or Crave that offer shows in both French and English, the CRTC could determine a minimal level of spending that would have to go towards original French language Canadian programming. By putting these flexible new mechanisms in the bill, we will be able to adjust the proportions to meet the evolving needs of Francophones both today and tomorrow. So we won't have to come back with a new bill every time we need to change some proportions in the Act. So the government is doing what must be done to protect French language content for years to come. And the CRTC has the resources and the expertise necessary to examine and take into account, among other things, research and variable perspectives on how we can make sure that our regulations remain relevant. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, because I know I'm almost out of time, honorable colleagues, honorable members of this House, we all agree that it's time to to bring back balance to the broadcasting sector by putting in place regulatory tools which will make sure that we have a broadcasting system that's diversified, inclusive, and flexible. Mr. Speaker, let's go forward with this bill. Thank you. Questions and comments? Everybody's been talking about cassettes and CDs, but not 8 tracks, unfortunately. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the fact that we're engaged in time allocation on what is a very important bill on censorship, it's not lost on me the irony of the fact that the government is censoring members of Parliament from speaking to this bill. So I look forward to this going to committee, frankly, because the witnesses that we're going to get, I suspect, will speak mainly against this bill, including Dr. Michael Geist, who's the Canada Research Chair in Internet and E-commerce Law at the University of Ottawa. And he says for all the talk that user-generated content is out, the truth is that everything from podcasts to TikTok videos fit neatly into the new exception that gives the CRTC the power to regulate such content as a program. Now, I know the member from Perth Wellington spoke about what guidelines the CRTC is going to receive. Why is the government not tabling those guidelines to Parliament so that we can understand, and in fact Canadians can understand better what the direction of the CRTC will be from the government after this bill is passed, which is ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, because the Conservative Party is using this bill to spread disinformation, because that's false. People will be able to continue to put content on social media. They'll be able to continue to do what I did throughout the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. I had a little YouTube channel to sing to our seniors who were isolated. I sang Monday and Wednesday evenings. Nothing's going to prevent me from doing that. And, you know, seniors were able to request songs. I practiced them and I sang them, and they were free to do that and will still be free to do that. So that's disinformation. What we want to do is go after the web giants to give back funding to our artists. The Conservatives disagree. They want to support the web giants and give them free reign on the Internet, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate my colleague from Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation for his speech. I heard him speak. I had a lot of pleasure listening to him speak about improvements that will come with that have been made compared to Bill C-10 when it comes to francophone content. And I know our colleague spoke a lot about that. The improvements which were pushed by the Bloc Québécois. He also mentioned the creation of original French language content, so content that is produced in French and not just translated into French. So I listened to my colleague's speech, and I'd like to know if he realizes the extent to which he's almost a Bloc member. All he would need to do is change a couple of songs in his repertoire, and he'd be able to join us across the way. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from the opposition from the other side, but I can reassure you, Mr. Speaker, that there's nobody more liberal and no more Quebecer than me. I'm a great protector of the French language. I have a lot of friends across the riding who voted for the Bloc Québécois, and, you know, I like it on this side, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, when I went through this bill and when I saw all the possibility that francophones would be able to have access to French language content produced in French language, or that people would be able to get paid for producing French language content. Well, Mr. Speaker, we can't ask for better than that for Quebecers. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first off, through you, I'd like to wish the official opposition House Leader, the member from Barrie Innisfil, a very happy birthday. And we're glad that he's with us today in this debate right until midnight. That's quite a way to celebrate a birthday for sure. Je voulais...
I would like to ask my honourable colleague a question because, we know that the web giants are making incredible record profits. And when we look at musicians, for example, we know that they've lost $3 billion throughout the pandemic. Canadian musicians overall have lost almost 80% of their income. So on the one hand, we have web giants who are making incredible profits. And on the other side, we have people who create content, musicians among others, who are just getting crumbs. What will the bill do to fix this situation, to bring back some balance? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go back a little bit to what I said in my speech. The money that we got when I was a musician, when I was a saxophonist, and when I recorded music that went out on CDs, the money that came back to musicians, to creators, whether that be for 8 tracks, 4 tracks, records, we got money coming in. We need to see that come back. And here we have a bill or an act before us that hasn't been changed since 1991. And once again, with this bill, we're not affecting what individual Canadians put online, but we're redressing the imbalance to make sure that artists get back the money that they deserve and to make sure that our artistic community gets the support it needs. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, this is a very important issue to talk about today, C11, the Online Streaming Act, and I'm looking forward to outlining my thoughts about the Act and more specifically some of the concerns and that I personally have with this particular piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. But if you will permit me, I do want to first begin my remarks by addressing a very urgent and rapidly evolving situation in the Kenora riding. Madam Speaker, as you may know, flooding is, there are many floods across the Kenora riding right now. In fact, Highway 105 and 599 are completely closed off, meaning that residents of multiple communities have no way of leaving the community for perhaps urgent medical appointments or other essential trips. There have been multiple states of emergency called by municipalities across my riding, Madam Speaker, and the Trans-Canada Highway itself, the only corridor east-west through the country, is actually now at risk of being completely blocked. It is, quote, passable right now, according to the Ministry of Transportation. However, Madam Speaker, the actual current bypass, the current detour, is going over a Bailey Bridge, which cannot support the weight of a transport truck. So there's certainly a very urgent situation evolving there, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to say that I did speak with the Minister of Emergency Preparedness today. He is well briefed on the situation and standing by to provide assistance should it be called upon. And I just want to assure all members of this House and all my constituents back home in the Kenora riding that this is a top priority, and I'm going to continue to stay in touch with the Minister on this to ensure that the proper supports are in place. And I just want to thank the Minister of Emergency Preparedness as well for his work so far, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to make note of that here this evening. But Madam Speaker, back to, of course, the debate we're having here on C11. In general, I certainly would support creating a more even playing field for Canadian content creators, especially up against many large foreign streaming services. This bill, however, as I'm sure has been alluded to by many of my colleagues here tonight, this bill is almost an exact replica of the previous Parliament's C10, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure you will remember C10 certainly I can see you do remember quite well, received a lot of criticism, not just from members of the opposition here in this chamber, but from folks outside of the chamber, experts and Canadians from coast to coast have raised concerns about that bill, and of course are raising those same concerns about this bill, Madam Speaker. And I'm hearing that at home in the Kenora riding. Of course, given current situations that I mentioned, it's not necessarily a top-of-mind issue at this very moment, but it is something that many people have been raising to me over the last year, and in particular since C11 was brought back in this new Parliament. And I do share a lot of the concerns that my constituents have brought forward, and that's what I'd like to outline in my comments here today. The government, as my esteemed colleague here on his birthday from Barrie Innisfil noted not too long ago, the government is giving the CRTC in this bill more power without telling Canadians exactly what it plans to do with that power. And the minister has noted that he plans to issue a policy directive after the bill becomes law. And Madam Speaker, that's certainly problematic, because we need to know in this chamber what we're voting on. Canadians need to know what this bill is going to be ahead of time. And Madam Speaker, that lack of transparency is certainly a cause for concern for many of us, myself included. The bill also gives the CRTC the power to regulate any content that generates, as it quotes, generates revenue directly or indirectly, which means virtually any content on the internet can be regulated, despite the government members claiming that the bill exempts user-generated content. And if we look back to C10 and, of course, at the new iteration C11, that's something that is a major cause for concern for a lot of people in terms of having that government overreach, that potential censorship that comes into play when the government is potentially regulating all of that content. And we certainly need some transparency from the government on that, Madam Speaker. The government also gets to the power in this bill, if it becomes law, to boost the content that it wants you to see. Again, Madam Speaker, a very dangerous precedent to set in terms of government overreach into what Canadians see privately on their social media and on other sites, Madam Speaker. And I think that is, if I could take a step back, unfortunately with this bill I have a long list of concerns with it, but to take a step back and just talk about the scope of this bill. The government is talking about supporting Canadian content creators and promoting Canadian culture and heritage, and that's great. But what we're seeing in this bill is a number of measures that seem to be targeted at specific Canadians and regulating what Canadians see, what they post on social media. And I can assure you, Madam Speaker, if there was a Conservative government that was proposing a bill such as this, I think the Liberals would have a very different take on this legislation. I'm sure we would hear, frankly, some very strong language coming from the government, the Liberal members. But when they are doing it themselves, of course, they see no problem. Another question that's been raised to me by many in my writing is what is Canadian content? And there certainly is a very important discussion around that, and frankly not a lot of clarity around that in terms of if something is made in Canada, if a Canadian contributed to it, if a Canadian wrote something but was not actually a part of it. After that, there are a lot of questions as to what Canadian content is, and the government is planning to put a commission in place to determine that. But again, without, I think, proper debate and discussion around that beforehand, it does remain a major question mark. Many experts have said that this bill, and they've used, I'm quoting here, they say it has limitless jurisdiction, an overbroad scope, and harmful discoverability provisions. Madam Speaker, I think when we're hearing this type of language from experts, not from parliamentarians, but from experts in the field, it's really important that we take a pause and take a step back to reflect on that. And that's why I think, above all else, when we're talking about C11, I think it's important we have a very wholesome debate on that. I know we're doing our due diligence as the official opposition to review the bill. Obviously, we have some concerns with it, but we're wanting to review the bill and hopefully bring forward some reasonable amendments to improve it. However, my concern is that we're seeing the government move. We already saw the government move closure on this legislation, which I think is quite detrimental to this debate, because I think there are a lot of members that want to be able to speak on this and share their concerns and share their ideas. And I think that having a limit on debate, moving closure and not allowing members to speak to this does do a disservice, in fact, to all Canadians, because they can't have their views properly represented in this place. And I mean, the member from Barrie Innisfil, once again, he's getting featured quite well in my speech here today, Madam Speaker, but he noted it quite well that this is a bill that there's many concerns around the potential censorship of Canadians on social media. And now we have a Liberal government that's actually moving closure and limiting debate on the censorship bill. So it can't really get more hypocritical than that, Madam Speaker. And I think that is really the last thought I want to leave you with here today, is that there certainly is some important measures, some important goals set out in this bill. There's no doubt that promoting Canadian content and ensuring Canadian communities are represented in our content is important, but C11, just like the previous Parliament C10, doesn't appear to be much more than this government single-handedly deciding which content Canadians should and shouldn't see. That is a cause of concern for me, for many in the Kenora riding, and I believe all Canadians from coast to coast, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
I have a question for my colleague. He said that in the bill, what scares him are these new powers that we're giving to the CRTC. But on the contrary, the experts that are being quoted by the Conservatives think that legislating is not even necessary to get to our objectives. That is discoverability. So I'd like to hear my colleague explain to me exactly what these new powers that the CRTC would have that are problematic for the Conservatives. Thank you.
Very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question. It gives me an opportunity to reiterate what I said in my comments. Having sweeping new powers given to the CRTC without really any indication on what those powers will be and how they will be used is a cause for concern. And the honourable member mentioned the experts. And again, I will quote, the experts have said that this bill has limitless jurisdiction and overbroad scope. Madam Speaker, I can't say it any better than that.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for Kenora for his presentation. I know that he has a huge Indigenous population in his riding. And I'd like to ask about the sections regarding Indigenous people in this bill. For example, I'm going to quote one of the wording: providing opportunities to Indigenous persons to produce programming in Indigenous languages, English or French, or in any combination of them, and to carry on broadcasting undertakings. I would like to ask the member, does the member consider sections such as these censorship?
Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from the honourable member from Nunavut, and the short answer is I certainly would not consider that censorship, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned off the top, I think that there are some very important goals set out in C11 and some important aspects of it in terms of promoting Canadian content. And I know from my constituents, particularly many of those in the remote northern First Nations of my riding, which I know are still further south than yours, but northern as far as Ontario goes. The culture is so important, especially in the remote, isolated communities, and anything we can do to promote that and ensure that we have traditional languages and traditional practices preserved is definitely very important, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Kenora for his contribution and also his measured tone. I may not have agreed with everything he shared, but I do appreciate the tone he shared it in. My question is with respect to making sense of the user-generated content provisions of the bill. My understanding of Section 4.22 is that it's limited to that which is revenue generating, which would ideally, cut out concerns with respect to, a parent who might be posting videos on Facebook, for example. And so I'm looking to understand better his concern with respect to user-generated content. He uses the term censorship. If it's limited to that which is revenue-generating, does that not address the concern?
For Kenora.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Green Party for that question. And as he mentioned, we don't always agree on everything, but I've always found that his interventions in this place are very balanced and very positive, and I appreciate his contribution to this chamber. Madam Speaker, I think, from my point of view, to the member's point, the issue I take is the wording of directly or indirectly generating revenue. I think that opens up the door and makes it a bit more of a gray area in terms of what could possibly fall under this category. So that's why, again, I think we need to have more debate on this, more discussion, and I suspect, based on some of the comments I'm hearing today, that this will end up in committee, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to work together, all parties at committee, in order to clear some of this up and make sure we're bringing forward a better bill for Canadians than the one that we're currently seeing.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and let me begin by sharing my concern for the residents of the honourable member's riding. I know that they are in good hands, and I know that he is going to work extremely hard on their behalf to ensure that the situation is rectified for the safety of all of the residents that he represents. This was once a place of informed debate, Madam Speaker, and the concern with this bill, specifically as it relates to the CRTC and the policy directive to the CRTC, happening after the bill is passed, causes me, and I'm sure causes many Canadians, great concern. So I'm just wondering if the honourable member can reflect on what the consequences of that may be as it relates to the content of Canadians, the online content of Canadians. Thank you.
For Kenora, 20 seconds or less.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Barrie Innisfil for his kind comments. And simply, I would say that the lack of clarity, the fact that there's no transparency on what that directive will look like, really leaves it open to interpretation. It leaves it open to the fact that any Canadian's content, I believe, could fall under this, Madam Speaker. I know I'm out of time, so I'll end there. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Good evening, Madame la Présidente, bonsoir, and good evening to all my honourable colleagues this evening as we continue debate on Bill C-11, the Online Streaming Act that is very important to the modernization of the Broadcasting Act, or amending the Broadcasting Act. This evening, Madame la Présidente, I'd like to focus my remarks with regards to the bill and what it means for this disability community and accessibility in particular. Madame la Présidente, c'est un honneur.
It's an honor to rise to speak to the Online Broadcasting Act, especially the measures it contains to support people with disabilities. To date, our debate on this bill has mostly been focused on how the bill seeks to expand the legislative framework around broadcasting to include online broadcasters. However, we must not forget that this act also seeks to make the broadcasting system more inclusive, ensuring that the Canadian broadcasting system can serve all Canadians is a primary objective.
Passed the Accessibility Canada Act to make Canada barrier-free by January 1st, 2040. This historic legislation allows the Government of Canada to take a proactive approach to the identification, removal, and prevention of barriers to accessibility in sectors under federal jurisdiction across Canada, which includes, yes, broadcasting. Accessibility is a part of our government's progressive digital policy agenda, which aims to create a fair, safer, and more inclusive internet for all Canadians, including disabled Canadians. The Loi Canadienne.
The Accessibility Act and the Broadcasting Act both have a role to play concerning the elimination of barriers to accessibility in the broadcasting sector. They work hand in hand to eliminate barriers to accessibility that disabled people must deal with every day in our society. As concerns this bill, it contributes to transforming Canada into a barrier-free society, especially by reinforcing certain provisions of the Broadcasting Act, which seek to confer rights and protections on persons with disabilities.
CRTC already has the power to impose accessibility requirements on traditional broadcasting services. To meet the needs of deaf and hard of hearing consumers, broadcasters generally need to caption 100% of their programs and meet various quality standards for captioning, including accuracy, Madame la Présidente. To meet the needs of blind or partially sighted consumers, certain broadcasters are required to provide described video for appropriate programming in prime time. Par ailleurs, the CRTC.
In fact, the CRTC requires that cable distributors and satellite services offer persons with disabilities a trial period of at least 30 days to allow them to determine whether the service and the equipment respond to their needs. And the CRTC requires that these same companies provide their subscribers with decoding boxes and accessible remote controls where available.
It's the key tenets of the Broadcasting Act to strengthen accessibility of the Canadian broadcasting system. First, it states that the system should include all Canadians, including persons with disabilities.
Second, it stipulates that the Canadian broadcasting system must provide a programming that is accessible and barrier-free for persons with disabilities. I'd like to point out that our bill strengthens this objective by deleting the mention insofar as the resources are available from the bill. Therefore, the availability of financial resources will not be able to justify the existence of barriers that would prevent the inclusion of persons with disabilities.
Act to clarify that the CRTC should regulate the Canadian broadcasting system in a manner that facilitates the provision of programs that are accessible without barriers to persons with disabilities. The policy direction to the CRTC will reinforce this objective.
In addition to these key principles, our bill gives the CRTC the power to impose service conditions both on conventional broadcasters such as TVA and CTV, as well as on online broadcasters such as Netflix and Illico, and on broadcasting distributors such as Videotron and Rogers to ensure accessible programming. To do so, the CRTC will be able to impose service conditions as to the recognition, elimination, and prevention of barriers to access to programming.
To see the power to impose monetary penalties on broadcasting services that do not comply with regulations or orders, Madame la Présidente. Conditions of service are linked to monetary penalties. As such, the CRTC can impose monetary penalties on broadcasting services that do not comply with a requirement to provide closed captioning or described video. Je disais plus tôt.
I said earlier that the Broadcasting Act works hand in hand with the Accessibility Act to eliminate barriers to accessibility from the broadcasting sector.
Accessibility Canada Act broadcasting undertakings will be required to comply with accessibility regulations and prepare and publish accessibility plans describing how they will identify, remove, and prevent barriers in their operations. They will also need to prepare and publish progress reports on these plans and establish ongoing feedback process. Dans le secteur,
in the broadcasting sector, responsibilities in terms of compliance and application of the law are shared among the CRTC and the Accessibility Commissioner. Both of them are entitled to impose financial penalties on broadcasting undertakings that do not comply with the law.
Honourable colleagues, with the passing of the Online Streaming Act, we have an opportunity to make the Canadian broadcasting system more accessible, more inclusive, and to better support Canadians who for too long have been marginalized because of barriers to accessibility.
To do so, our bill will ensure that the Canadian broadcasting system, through its programming and opportunities that it offers in terms of employment, meets the needs and interests of all Canadians, including those with disabilities. Madam Speaker.
Time this evening, and thank you to my colleagues for their time in listening to my remarks on Bill C-11. I look forward to questions and comments. Thank you.
The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and it's great to be here tonight, late in the night, debating C-11. And I asked his colleague this question before, and I'm going to ask him as well.
I believe the gentleman is wearing a button that he was asked to remove.
Thank you.
Sorry.
The honourable member.
One of the things the Liberals talk about incessantly with this bill is about leveling the playing field. And I've iterated to his colleague just prior to I gave this speech around, I have a couple of organizations in my riding that are trying to get a radio station started, and it takes on average 3 years to get approval from the CRTC to get a radio station. It seems to me one of the things that would be leveling the playing field would be to make it that you could sign up for a radio station in about the same amount of time as it takes to sign up for a podcast, which is about 45 minutes, maybe less. Would the member not agree that in leveling the playing field between heritage media forms and the new media forms, we should be trying to reduce the barriers for all of them? On the internet, there's unlimited freedom. You can reach a large network. When you're living in northern Canada, we often don't have good internet access. We're not have the capacity to get podcasts. But if we could get local radio stations fired up in about the same time that it takes a podcast.
The honourable member an opportunity to answer. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la President. I'll try my best to answer the query from the honourable member if I understood it correctly. I will say I grew up in northern British Columbia in a time when there was no internet, and we listened to CHDK, which was a local radio station and local TV station. So I know how important local radio and local TV is to rural communities from coast to coast to coast. What I will say is comparing apples and oranges when you compare the internet to radio and the transmission of radio waves in the process. So I will say that. What I will say is on the bill in front of me and that we are debating tonight, it is a modernization of part of the Broadcasting Act. It is well needed. It does level the playing field in terms of bringing the online streamers into the Act and under regulation. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before putting my question, I would like to commend my colleague for the improvement of his French. He has really made great strides in a few months. Congratulations. My question concerns discoverability. How important it is to be able to have access to Canadian Francophone works, because right now on the networks, all that is offered really are American products. So I would like to hear my colleague's opinion on the importance of discoverability to give a showcase to our cultures. The honourable member. I would like to thank my colleague's question.
Beauport-Limoilou, excuse me. Thank you, Madame la Présidente, and to my honourable colleague. I will say that discoverability with reference to language minorities across Canada, where that situation may prevail, is something that I find very, very important in terms of enhancing the accessibility to French-speaking programs across the country is very, very important in my humble opinion. Thank you very much.
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, I thank my colleague for his speech, and I wanted to ask his comments on what the Conservative strategy has been over the last 6 months. Basically, since the ban on conversion therapy got through the House, the Conservatives have refused to let any legislation through. And yet, when we have this debate tonight on C11, we know we have a situation where the web giants have created billions of dollars, record profiteering during the pandemic. And Canadian musicians and artists and actors are finding themselves, in some cases, the case of musicians, losing 80% of their income. And we have many examples of the web giants using the production, the creative knowledge of Canadians to make enormous profits, but are paying just pennies to scraps to Canadian artists. So I wanted to ask him why he thinks Conservatives are objecting so strenuously to having in place a situation where Canadian artists are actually paid, remunerated effectively for their creations. And why are Conservatives blocking this and so many other bills?
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. To my honourable colleague, Canadians from coast to coast sent us here to get work done for their benefit and move legislation forward. I'm very, very happy to see that the NDP is working constructively with us in order to do that, whether it's on this bill or Bill C-19 or other pieces of legislation. We need to bring online streamers within the system. They benefit to access here in the Canadian market, but they don't contribute to the creation of Canadian content. They do not, and we need to change that, and this part of C11 does that. And we need to level the playing field, which C11 does as well. Thank you very much, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a great deal of interest in speaking today about Bill C-11, following up on Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act. Now, as a former journalism student from Jonquière, and I would like to pay tribute to everyone I worked with there, then with a bachelor's in communications at the University of Sherbrooke, and more recently as a critic for seniors, I've heard a lot about the fan companies and the media. So I will make a few different remarks today. I will talk about the relationship between this bill and local media, the importance for seniors of protecting regional media, and I will also talk about the gains obtained by the Bloc in this bill. I'll start by making a heartfelt plea for preserving regional media. I'd like to quote a few passages from a book that a journalist from my region wrote, Marie-Ève Martel. If we don't ask for enough from the big media companies of this world, we are contributing to a decrease in regional media. After all, the web giants benefit from tax advantages, and the federal government is not doing enough to correct this. Local media have been part of Quebec community's socio-cultural landscape for decades. But now they're having to close their doors due to the economic precarity of their situation. They can't get to a stable economic situation. But there's a real price for all this. Very often, small media companies just have one journalist or a small team. TV teams are reduced, or the TV time is filled by national reporting, which is more general. And in some cases, there are just press releases, which is a message that comes directly from the source and has not gone through the journalistic filter. Which means that media are essentially just trying to camouflage the fact that there is less and less local media because there isn't enough resources. We often say that journalism is the fourth power that balances the others, legislative, executive, and judicial. We know that our elected officials say that they want to be transparent, and we know that increasingly politicians are available online and through social media. But despite the fact that they claim transparency, information isn't necessarily more accessible than it used to be. There are many obstacles. We need to recognize the many obstacles that are making it harder for local journalists. Even though these obstacles may not be directly contributing to the disappearance of certain media companies, they are preventing journalists from fully carrying out their mission. Another thing is that media in all regions have to keep a close eye on the powers that be. Just as elected officials represent voters, journalists play a role in holding the public purse and the municipal apparatus accountable. This is one of the main foundations of the need for media. We shouldn't forget that the media started as political bodies several centuries ago. And so, on behalf of the public, journalists hold representatives to account. But journalists also serve politicians, for example, by helping politicians learn what the mood is among the public. Media play an important role in constructing a local identity. They support local cohesion, and they create a popular forum. They are also a platform for publicity that enables consumers to see advertisements. But they also allow SMEs in small regions to put their wares in the shop window. There's real importance to this kind of service journalism as well. An American study published in 2018 has shown that closures of local medias have profound impacts on local economies. This study covered a wide range of American regions with various different small newspapers, many of which disappeared. And it showed that there was an impact in terms of the way the media oversaw contract adjudication by different levels of government. And it turned out that in communities where there was no local newspaper anymore, the costs for long-term loans for infrastructure projects were actually higher. So I would say that these are just some snippets of information from that book. I would recommend it to anyone who wants to learn more about the issue. Madame Martel also wrote another interesting book which talked about the access to information system in Quebec, which has been in place for 40 years. But unfortunately, this system is not working well anymore. It takes too long, it costs a lot, there are conflicts of interest, documents are heavily redacted. In many cases, we are seeing our access to information severely undermined, which is bad for the democratic foundations of our society. In the 20th century, Quebec and Canadian local broadcasting had two advantages that ensured that local journalism would be available for free, but also bring in revenue. It could offer bundles with different genres and categories in order to ensure that the more profitable aspects would support the less profitable ones. For example, some television stations would offer a bundle with the news and sports and use the returns to financially support less profitable genres. And then secondly, radio, television, and newspapers would offer news that in many cases consumers wouldn't have been able to find otherwise. But the internet changed everything. It started out with Craigslist, then later there was Google and Facebook. These companies grew, and very quickly they became competitive and started undermining local media. The internet started competing for ad dollars and for consumers' time and attention, including internationally. Competition, especially caused by global internet conglomerates, ravaged Canadian local media. And now, the Quebec and Canadian radio broadcasting and television sector is in crisis. In an article in La Presse from 2020, it says that the future for the sector in Canada is extremely dark. It is time that the web giants be regulated by the Broadcasting Act and that they have to contribute financially. Secondly, for seniors, ensuring that local media survives is crucial. It enables them to remain connected to their community, and they are very concerned when they see that the web giants are not paying their fair share. I got a subject about this during a debate in the 2019 election campaign, and more recently, as a critic for seniors, I hear from organizations about this. And finally, I would like to mention the fact that the Bloc Québécois has contributed majorly to improving the previous version of this bill, the infamous Bill C-10. And I would just like to mention those gains again. More protection and promotion of original French content, discoverability of Canadian programming services and original Canadian content, including a fair rate of French language content, promoting Canadian programming in both official languages and Indigenous languages, mandatory contribution to the Canadian radio broadcasting system in case a business cannot use Canadian resources for their programming, then they have to make a contribution. The presence of additional Francophone content to ensure that on Netflix there is new Francophone content, not just old ones, and a sunset clause every 5 years for review of the Act. And I would also like to mention that last week at a gala in the Haute-Yamaska region, the daily newspaper La Voix de l'Est got an award, and I think getting this award shows that our local newspapers are an integral part of our economy. Mario Gariepi got the award for his commitment in making the Voix de l'Est a co-op. In conclusion, this is a bill we care about deeply. Quebec culture is at the heart of our mission, and broadcasting is one of the best tools to enable us to help our national identity thrive, as artists often remind us. The Bloc Québécois supports the modernization of the Broadcasting Act. We need to move forward, end disinformation. I was barely 10 years old the last time this act was reviewed. Questions and comments?
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the most concerning parts about Bill C-11 is the fact that the government doesn't have to release the policy directive to the CRTC on user-generated content, and they don't have to do it while we're debating this bill. In fact, the expectation is that the bill will once it's passed, then that policy directive will be shared with the CRTC. So in the absence of any knowledge of what that directive may look like, does it not concern the Bloc that this bill doesn't reflect what that policy directive is as we debate this bill? So we're effectively debating something that we're not sure of what's going to happen. Is that not a concern to my honourable colleague?
Député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, I hear so many things from the Conservatives, but I think we need to work hard on this bill. I think we will accomplish something. With this being enshrined in law, I don't have concerns. I think this bill needs to move forward. The last time it was reviewed was in 1991. We need to move forward, and these issues will be settled as we go. There is too much misinformation about this, and we've seen on multiple occasions that the Conservatives are spreading disinformation about this issue. We've had enough.
Député de New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I know Shefford very well, and I'd like to congratulate La Voix de l'Est on its award. It's a very well-deserved award. She's put a lot of great things on the table in her speech, including the importance of supporting artists. And I think, once again, this bill needs to get to committee, so we need to ask some of the important questions she raised. For example, ask the CRTC to clarify how certain things should be interpreted. All that should happen at committee, but the Conservatives are systematically preventing that from happening. And so I wanted to ask my colleague, what are her impressions of the Conservative systematic filibustering on this issue? The honourable member for Shefford. Well, Madam Speaker, in my reply to the previous Conservative question, I started addressing this issue, but it's hard for me to understand. There's so much disinformation. In fact, there were legal opinions issued that clearly showed that the Conservatives' arguments are not founded on reality. And I think that the committee review will help with this. And beyond that, I just don't understand the attacks on artists. We know that we need to do something. We need to modernize this instead of attacking our artists. In addition, this is enshrined in legislation, which would make CRTC rules more rigid. There are various aspects to all this, but we need to move forward. We need to go to committee. I just don't understand why the Conservatives are trying to prevent us from doing that, and in addition, making unprovoked attacks against Quebec artists. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Shefford for her speech. I know how much she cares about journalism, arts, and culture. And I know how important she feels this bill is. She also cared greatly about the previous version. And this one is even more important because it's even more urgent. Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot recently about the importance of the position of Indigenous culture and languages. We want to bring Indigenous voices and culture back to the center of our culture. I was recently speaking with a representative of an Innu community, an artist, who told me that people don't hear us, that they don't make space for us, that we don't have our chance to shine in the broadcasting landscape, and same thing online. I'd like to ask my colleague, does she believe that without this legislation, Indigenous First Nations cultures, which we keep saying that we want to help promote, might end up being shelved despite all of our nice speeches? The Honourable Member for Shefford, a brief answer, please. Well, discoverability applies to Francophone content. As we heard from our colleague for Beauport-Limoilou, she was saying that it was hard to find that content on platforms, and it also applies for our Indigenous peoples. They need discoverability. Last week, we had a debate here on missing and murdered Indigenous women. We know that Indigenous artists need more discoverability. It's not something that just applies to Francophones, but for many other cultures.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate the opportunity to rise to speak to this bill, the Online Streaming Act, which we know amends the Broadcasting Act and makes consequential amendments to other acts. At the outset, I do want to state, as my colleague, the member for Perth Wellington, did in his excellent remarks on this bill, support for those sections of this bill that would see major international companies pay their share and invest in Canadian content. However, my remarks will focus on the impact that this bill will have on the rights of all Canadians. But first, a recap. When the first iteration of this bill was introduced in the last Parliament, it did not capture the attention of many Canadians. In fact, at second reading, the bill was simply passed on division and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage for review. But then, during the clause-by-clause deliberations, the Liberal members of the committee voted to remove an important safeguard of Canadians' freedom of speech. Canadians began to take notice and started to loudly voice their opposition to this amendment and, by extension, to the bill's passage. It bears repeating that the clause the Heritage Committee removed was a substantial clause which the Justice Department, in its opinion of the bill, made specific reference to as being necessary for the protection of Canadians' rights. It is baffling to me that the government, and in particular the Minister of Heritage, along with his allies in the NDP and the Bloc Party, couldn't see why millions of Canadians became opponents of this bill overnight. I believe that Canadians rightly suspected that this was not a case of the Liberals, together with the Bloc and NDP, just having a difference of opinion, but rather knowing that C-10 infringed on their fundamental rights. They didn't care that it did so. Equally troubling, though, was how the Liberals rammed Bill C-10 through the House and without allowing a full debate at Heritage Committee. The many outstanding concerns that had been expressed by experts and parliamentarians and Canadians went unaddressed. In fact, the Shadow Minister at the time, the member from Richmond Arthabaska made the following observation, and I quote, "Weeks ago, the Trudeau Liberals secretly withdrew the section of their own bill that protects individual users' content."
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
The member was, although she was quoting, said, used the Prime Minister's last name and was referring to this Prime Minister, not the previous Prime Minister with the same last name, perhaps. She wants to rephrase it.
Duly noted, and the Honourable Member knows better.
Chair, my apologies. Weeks ago, the Liberals secretly withdrew the section of their own bill that protects individual users' content, resulting in Canadians being subject to broad government powers to regulate their use of social media. The government went even further when they used extreme tactics that haven't been used in decades to silence the opposition, keeping Canadians in the dark about their infringement on freedom of speech and ramming the bill through without proper debate. End quote. At this time, I need to point out the complete hypocrisy of the Liberals and NDP as we are discussing this bill late in the evening, but under time allocation. When the Liberals introduced Motion 11, we were told that one of the reasons they were doing so was so that more members could participate in debate on legislation. So why then did the government, with the help of the NDP, pass a time allocation motion on this important bill at second reading, limiting debate and the ability for the remaining opposition parties to hold this government to account? The answer is that this is part of a pattern of behavior where the Prime Minister and his government run from transparency and accountability. So here we are, debating Bill C-11, which is another encroachment by the Liberals on the fundamental rights of Canadians, but under time constraints. When clearly opposition to the former bill, now packaged as Bill C-11, and its encroachment on freedom of speech is not a partisan matter. It is not just the Conservative Party and our strongest supporters who are opposed to what the Liberals are attempting. Bill C-11 is a near copy of the Liberals' deeply flawed Bill C-10 and fails to address the serious concerns raised by experts and Canadians. I would like to quote from a piece published by Michael Geist on his website on February 3rd, and I did that just for the member from the Kingston and the Islands. And I quote from this article on February 3rd, entitled, "Not Ready for Prime Time, Why Bill C-11 Leaves the Door Open to CRT Regulation of User-Generated Content." The opening paragraph reads as follows, and I quote, "The Minister and his department insisted that the new Bill C-11 address the concerns raised with Bill C-10 and that Canadians could be assured that regulating user-generated content is off the table. Unfortunately, that simply isn't the case. The new bill, now billed the Online Streaming Act, restores one exception but adds a new one, leaving the door open for CRTC regulation. Indeed, for all the talk that user-generated content is out, the truth is that everything from podcasts to TikTok videos fit neatly into the new exception that gives the CRT power to regulate such content as a program." End quote. He concludes his article on Bill C-11 with the following: "There was an opportunity to use the reintroduction of the bill to fully exclude user-generated content. No other country in the world regulates content this way. Limit the scope of the bill to a manageable size and create more certainty and guidance for the CRTC. Instead, the government has left the prospect of treating internet content as programs subject to regulation in place, envisioned the entire globe as subject to Canadian broadcast jurisdiction, increased the power of the regulator, and done little to answer many of the previously unanswered questions. The bill is not ready for prime time and still requires extensive review and further reform to get it right." The former Commissioner of the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications, Peter Menzies, is quoted by Global News saying the following: The biggest difference is that it's called Bill C-11 instead of Bill C-10. I think they deserve a little bit of credit for acknowledging that some of the concerns that many people raised last spring did indeed have merit, but their efforts at resolving those, I think, are weak, end quote. And the campaign's director for open media said of C-11 the following: treating the internet like cable television was a bad idea last year, and it's a bad idea now. The Online Streaming Act continues to give the CRTC the power to use sorely outdated 1980s ideas about what Canadian content is, to control what shows up on our online feeds and what doesn't, end quote. These quotes by experts give voice and detail to the many, many emails that I have received from constituents and from Canadians who oppose this erosion of their freedoms. Madam Speaker, Canadians are paying attention. In closing, I do want to remind my colleagues of two very short quotes by a former Prime Minister, Sir Wilfrid Laurier, who passionately defended individual liberty. Canada is free, and freedom is its nationality, and nothing will prevent me from continuing my task of preserving at all cost our civil liberty, end quote. I agree with that Liberal Prime Minister, Wilfrid Laurier. I wish the current Liberal Party did as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure that Wilfrid Laurier would be very glad to hear that Canada is ranked 5th in terms of freedom of all countries in the world, as founded by Freedom House, which is an organization that's been around since 1941. They've actually rated our political freedom 40 out of 40, and they've rated our civil liberties freedoms 58 out of 60. We're ranked the 5th freest country in the world. Would the member not like to perhaps reflect on the fact that maybe there's a little bit of manufactured outrage going on right now with the Conservatives trying to find a wedge issue, trying to find something to try to drum up some fear, to try to score cheap political points? Maybe that's what's going on here?
For Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Madam Speaker, I do thank the honourable member across the way for the question. As I mentioned in my speech, to me, what was the most troubling part of the debate which occurred over the predecessor to the proposed legislation is what we have now before us. Listen, time and time again, we have seen this government's overreach into the lives of Canadians, whether through their values test in the Canada Summer Jobs Attestation, their subtle willingness to undermine Canadians' freedoms by failing to adequately protect the conscience rights of medical professionals, or their inexplicable refusal to end the federal mandates. Their actions demonstrate to all Canadians that this government is out of touch and does not care about our constitutional rights.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that we all agree, I like to start with things that we can all agree on. I think we all agree that we need to amend the law. It dates to 1991. That was the year where I met my partner, but 1991, that's a long time ago. The Act needs to be modified. It needs to be adapted. It needs to be changed to better represent the reality of today and to make sure that our artists have their window and that they're not completely obscured by by the American market. So I'd like to ask my colleague, what would she like to see in changes to the Broadcasting Act?
Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do thank the question from my honourable colleague. I would say to my colleague through you, Madam Speaker, that I support creating a level playing field between large foreign streaming services and Canadian broadcasters while protecting the individual rights and freedoms of Canadians. I said at the beginning of my remarks that there are parts of this bill that we do agree with. We know that Canada is home to many world-class writers, actors, composers, musicians, artists, and creators. And creators need rules which don't hold back their ability to be Canadian and global successes. And while, like I pointed out, while the government claims there is now an exemption for user-generated content, this legislation allows the CRTC to regulate any content that generates revenue directly or indirectly. And we need to make sure that we are dealing with the, I think, clauses in this bill that are deeply flawed. Thank you.
For Nunavut.
I appreciate the member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek's comments and their effort to want to protect the freedom of speech for Canadians. I'm finding their positions interesting, though, because as an Indigenous person, as a person who've experienced intergenerational trauma, I tend to be quite sensitive to assimilation, direct or indirect. And I feel like their opposition to this bill is more as a way of protecting unfettered foreign assimilation by web giants like Netflix, Amazon, and Disney Plus. And I wondered if you could comment on whether this is indeed the fact that what you're trying to do is protect those rights.
Just a reminder to the honourable member that not I'm trying to do something, but the honourable member for Carlton Train Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the question from my colleague. As I said, Conservatives support the idea that large international corporations like Netflix, Disney Plus, and others must pay their fair share in Canada and invest in Canadian content. I would remind the members in this place that this was in our election platform. However, where we have concerns and where we differ drastically from the NDP Liberal government and their Bloc allies is in regards to the application of this bill to creators of online digital content. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci. J'aimerais dire.
I'd like to say at the beginning that our cultural life is very important. And, you know, for years now, we've seen measures for Canadians that will allow Canadians from coast to coast to coast to listen to Canadian music, watch Canadian films, and to really live Canadian culture. And our culture is so complex, and there's a lot of diversity within that culture. And when I look at Quebec culture, for example, I remember the first time that I heard Robert Charlebois on a Sunday night at my home in New Westminster, because I was able to listen to the radio in French in New Westminster in BC, and he was the first artist from Quebec who allowed me to understand the full diversity of art and culture from Quebec. So when we look at what artists are telling us, well, they're telling us that there's really an imbalance right now in the system, and that means that artists, however talented they might be, can't truly profit from their works as artists, and it's harder for them to create the works that make our culture so complex.
Our artists across the country are saying there's something wrong with the system. When web giants, these massive companies that are foreign-owned and that Conservatives support to the detriment of Canadians and Canadian artists, that these companies profit and make these enormous profits while paying just scraps to Canadian artists. And what they do, as you know, Madam Speaker, the reality is when we're talking about the word censorship, which is thrown around so loosely when it comes to C11, I'll come back to that in just a moment. The reality is the censorship that takes place now with the web giants is the algorithms that withhold Canadian content from Canadians. Even Canadians going on, trying to access that content, can't because of the algorithms that are not shared, are not transparent, that censors what Canadians can see and what Canadians can hear. That is the reality, Madam Speaker. And as you well know, in other countries now, they are putting forward legislation so that these web giants, these massive corporations, foreign-owned, that have that pay no taxes in Canada, that don't show the responsibility that they should be showing in Canada, that they actually have to be transparent on the algorithms that control what people see and what people watch and what people can hear. So the idea that we actually put in place an update to the Broadcasting Act makes sense, because what it does is establish a level playing field so that we don't see the situation we're seeing now, where Canadian musicians have lost 80% of their income as more and more of their product goes online, and they get paid less and less by the massive web giants that are supported for reasons that I do not understand by some members of this House. As that happens, it is important for Canadian MPs to step up and try to level the playing field. Musicians losing 80% of their income should be something that all members of Parliament should be concerned about. $3 billion taken out of musicians' pockets, that should be something that all Canadians are concerned about. Madam Speaker, I talked earlier about listening for the first time in a late evening in New Westminster, British Columbia, to Quebec artists like Robert Charlebois, Eastern, Western, Pan-American, and understanding the incredible depth of Quebecois culture. It's also important that we, and I was growing up, Madam Speaker, were able to listen to Rush and Gordon Lightfoot and Bachman Turner Overdrive and so many other Canadian artists that would not have been able to get a market if the American record companies and the American broadcasters had told Canadians what they could listen to or not. And that's the reality here. When we have foreign companies deciding what Canadians can watch and can see, we need to establish a level playing field so that our Canadian artists can shine through. And that is, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives who are opposed to this legislation moving forward, even to get answers on the legislation, should understand that not one of them have quoted a Canadian artist or musician tonight. They can't, because artists, associations, everyone from the Canadian Independent Music Association to ACTRA are all very supportive of the legislation. So, Madam Speaker, what then should we be doing tonight on this debate? Now, my Conservative colleagues, and I have respect for them, but have said that they simply don't want this legislation to move forward. Like they have been saying for months, they don't want any other legislation to move forward. We've seen that with C8, where teachers were asking for their tax credit, and Conservatives said, no, we're not going to pass it. C19 with dental care that the NDP pushed forward. And for the first time, an affordable housing platform, Conservatives said, no, we don't want that to move forward either. On C11, we've heard the debate tonight, and Conservatives have had three concerns. First off, they reference a bill that no longer exists, and they say, we didn't like that bill. Well, fair enough, but that's not the bill we're debating. And then they say, well, the bill that may be coming in a year or so that will deal with online harms, we don't like that bill either. Well, Madam Speaker, that debate will be in a year. And then they say about this bill, well, we believe in a level playing field, but we have some questions. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, they don't want this bill to go to committee where we get the answers to the questions they've asked. Some of the questions they've asked are legitimate. Around the CRTC, how it defines its powers, it's a legitimate question. I have that question too. We'd love to have this come to committee, because the committee, as you know, Madam Speaker, as part of our legislative process, is the place where we get answers to those questions. We could sit here to midnight every single night, but we're not going to be able to get the ministry and the CRTC to actually answer those questions until it gets to committee. So, Madam Speaker, this is where it becomes passing strange. We've had a debate for a number of days. We should be referring this to committee. If Conservative members don't want to vote for the bill, they don't have to vote for the bill. But for them to say, no, we're going to stop any member of Parliament from getting the answers that they are asking around the bill by refusing to have this go to committee, that doesn't make any sense at all. And it's not respectful for the artists from coast to coast to coast that have been asking for years to have a level playing field, that have been asking for years for us as members of Parliament to play our role and to establish a level playing field for them, to allow them finally to be able to have some presence in the online world so that Canadian content can actually shine, and not have the web giants decide what Canadians get to see, what Canadians get to hear. And so this is really the challenge of this evening. We'll be sitting till midnight now, and Conservatives would say, well, we want to just keep sitting and sitting and sitting and saying the same things. As I've mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, they've debated a past bill that no longer exists. They're debating the future bill that may or may not exist. And on the bill itself, they say they have questions. Well, I think we should all agree, Madam Speaker, that the way to get answers to those questions is to refer the bill to committee, to allow the Heritage Committee to sit down and get those answers from the Minister, get those answers from the CRTC, and in that way respond to what is our legislative role, to make sure as we pass this legislation that it is done in the most effective way possible, and it actually does what it purports to do, to level the playing field for Canadian artists so that our musicians, our actors, all of the Canadian cultural and artistic sphere can shine. Because we know, Madam Speaker, when there's a level playing field, it's not the web giants deciding what Canadians can see and hear. When there's a level playing field, Madam Speaker, Canadian artists will shine. My message to the Conservatives is let Canadian artists shine. Let's get the answers in the bill. Let's get this bill to committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives seem to have trouble understanding the fact that those who control the distribution networks can produce their own products. They understand when we're talking about oil, but that's when they understand the distribution system. And I think that that's very eloquent. But doesn't the member agree that all C11 does is to give an opportunity? It asks online broadcasters to provide simply more products, and that improves democracy. It's as simple as that. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that what it does is that there's more balance in the broadcasting system. It means that Canadians can hear and see more Canadian artists. And that is why the entire art sector across Canada says that this bill needs to go forward. Madam Speaker, to date, I've received about 8,000 letters in favor of this bill and a couple of dozen against. And the couple of dozen against were from people who were still talking about this bill, this future bill that doesn't even exist yet, like the Conservatives are doing. So that will be plenty of time to have that debate. But for right now, Canadian artists want us to put in place a system that, for once, levels the playing field. And I think we need to listen to them and I think we need to move this bill forward and refer it to committee.
Province. That's what I was trying to say. The honourable member for Province.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby, for his speech. Madam Speaker, the NDP used to always be a party of principle, standing up for Canadians' rights and freedoms and civil liberties. Since their new common law relationship with the Liberals, it seems as though they've abandoned some of those principles and are willfully choosing to overlook the aspects of this bill that would actually provide undue censorship and give the CRTC power that we are not used to them experiencing. He's completely mischaracterized Conservatives in the fact that we believe that there should be a level playing field, especially for Canadian artists, and we believe that big web giants should be paying their fair share. Absolutely. But my question to him would be, we've seen how the Liberals have abused Canadian civil liberties, violated their constitutional rights and charter rights through the Public Health Agency of Canada by allowing the Public Health Agency of Canada to track all Canadians and Quebecers on their cell phones. Is he not concerned with this bill that the Liberals will abuse that as well?
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Well, I have respect for the member from Province, but I think he's just proven my point. I mean, the Conservatives are not debating C11. In fact, many of the Conservatives that have intervened tonight patently, Madam Speaker, have not read the bill, don't know what is in the bill. So they're debating everything else. They're debating cell phone technology. Are you kidding me? Madam Speaker, this is exactly the problem, that the Conservatives want to sit to midnight, and they want to talk about cell phones. They want to talk about anything but the bill. So, on behalf of Canadian artists who, from coast to coast to coast, I say to the member from Province and all other Conservative MPs, let's get the bill to committee. Let's get the legitimate questions answered. Let's stop talking about cell phones and all kinds of other things that have nothing to do with C11.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, I thank you, Madam.
To interrupt the honourable member, I have un rappel au règlement de l'honorable député de Drummond.
Point of order, the honourable member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, you are doing an excellent job, but we have just heard a speech from our colleague from New Westminster Burnaby, and we would have liked to have had a question, and there were only 2 questions that were asked. They were perhaps a bit long. Maybe the answers were long as well. But I would have appreciated that at least a third party would have been able to have the opportunity to ask a question. It's for future consideration.
And on the same point of order?
On the same point of order, Madam Speaker, I think if you sought unanimous consent, there'd be unanimous consent to give the member from Drummond a question. I really want to hear what he has to say, Madam Speaker.
Going to ask.
We can't take it.
Sorry, apparently, not even through unanimous consent. Malheureusement, on peut...
Unfortunately, even with unanimous consent, but I understand the member's point. I was looking at the clock, obviously, and there was no time for a third question, so I apologize.
For Yorkton Melville.
Well, again, thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to stand in my home to speak tonight to this bill. It pains me actually to have to do this on another attempt by the Liberals to restrict Canadian speech. I'd like to reiterate what so many content creators and their stakeholders have expressed in opposition to Bill C11 and its predecessor C10. No matter what the Liberals claim, this bill is a near-carbon copy of C10 and represents a direct assault on the free speech of every Canadian. That simple fact outweighs any supposed benefit of the legislation, which is why I feel it needs to be stopped. I had previously spoken on Bill C10 in the last Parliament. That was before the Liberals decided to vote against aspects of their own legislation in order to target the free expression of average Canadian content creators. At the time, I spoke about shortcomings of the bill and how it does not succeed in making the changes to our broadcasting system that are needed to ensure that who we are and what we say and how we say it within Canada and to the world is available going forward. The pandemic amplified that need. We've all spent more time indoors during the pandemic, and without a doubt, more time with family in front of a TV and computer screens cemented the fact that our media landscape has changed forever. Canadians have changed how they gather information and find entertainment. They've also come to realize that there are no limits on the opportunities to choose where they go for their content. Looking at this bill in its present form, I think the Liberals fully understand this new reality. That's why they felt the need to take it in the concerning direction that we see today. Background on this C11 gives sweeping power to the CRTC to regulate the internet with no clear guidelines for how that power will be used. That's significant. Despite claims that this bill exempts user-generated content, the Liberals still plan to allow the CRTC to regulate any content that generates revenue directly or indirectly. That means virtually all content would still be regulated, including independent content creators earning a living on social media platforms like YouTube and Spotify. In fact, YouTube has been critical of attempts to force feed Canadian content, which Canadians might choose to not watch. 90% of Canadian YouTubers' revenue comes from beyond Canada. A video's poor performance within our borders will translate into reduced distribution around the world, threatening an industry which contributes $923 million to Canada's GDP. This isn't a surprising element of the bill. In the last Parliament, the Liberals voted against the section of C10 that would have at least partially exempted individual users who upload videos to social media sites like YouTube and Facebook from CRTC regulation. They have given the CRTC the power to regulate the content Canadians upload on social media and the social media sites that allow them to publish that content, just like the programming on a licensed television station like CTV or Global. At the time, the minister also mentioned that the CRTC could impose discoverability regulations on individuals who have a large enough following online. This would put Canadian content at an even greater risk, especially the content that the minister or the prime minister don't like. Speaker, this government doesn't like the fact that Canadians have the freedom to create, criticize, and comment online free of government censorship. This government's fear of the average content creator is evident through their past actions to curtail debate in the committee. Our Conservative opposition does not oppose elements of legislation without putting forward common sense amendments. At Heritage Committee, members proposed an amendment to C10 that would have limited regulation to online undertakings with more than $50 million a year in revenue and 250,000 subscribers in Canada. In effect, this amendment would have only applied to large streaming services. This approach was rejected outright, so there's a disconnect here. Then the Liberals went to the unprecedented lengths to gag our working committee. In a move not seen in over 20 years, the Prime Minister and his minister placed time allocation on the work of the committee to properly vet each clause of the bill and hear expert testimony on how it will affect them. This is what they're saying they want in committee now. Sadly, the Liberals have also shown disrespect for this House, as well as the fundamental rights and freedoms we've all been elected to defend. The latest Motion 11 given this NDP Liberal government power to daily extend debate without notice till midnight, while giving themselves a pass on having to participate and giving the Prime Minister the ability to arbitrarily shut down the House until the fall if he feels his power is being threatened by truth revealed in this place. Over and over again, they have come dangerously close to being exposed for using disinformation to convince Canadians that they have their backs and are motivated by concern for the safety of Canadians. So why would Canadians trust them with this latest version of their anti-speech bill? On this side of the House, we won't permit them to run roughshod over Canadians' rights and freedoms without a challenge. I would like to reiterate the concerns of some of Canada's leading experts on the digital economy and our media landscape, because we want to hear from the people who are the experts, right? Well, Michael Geist serves as Canada Research Chair in Internet and E-commerce Law at the University of Ottawa. He has said that despite the government's claim, it simply isn't the case that the Internet regulation is off the table with C11. To Geist, everything from podcasts to TikTok videos fit neatly into the new exception that gives the CRTC the power to regulate such content as a program. He has warned that C11 actually goes beyond C10 in empowering the CRTC to control user-generated content. He says, and I quote, as Bill C10 made its way through the legislative process, new provisions were added to limit the scope of CRTC orders and regulations over online undertakings and user-generated content. Those limits have been removed from Bill C11, which once again opens the door to a far more aggressive CRTC regulatory approach, unquote. I'd also like to reiterate what Mr. Geis said last year. He said we would never dream of saying of the CRTC would or should regulate things like our own letters or our blog posts, but this is a core expression for millions of Canadians, and we're saying that it is treated as a program like any other and subject to regulations, unquote. To Geist, it's clear that C11 aims to pick winners and losers in the competitive digital marketplace of ideas. No other country in the world regulates content in the way that this bill is proposing. The government missed a golden opportunity to listen to what Canadians had to say. While they could have fully excluded user-generated content and put strict limits on the CRTC's power, they chose not to, and that is a concern. Peter Menzies is another expert well known to the government as the former vice chair of the CRTC. According to Mr. Menzies, the biggest difference between C11 and last year's Bill C10 is the bill number. He says the Liberal quote, and I quote, continue to believe that the internet is broadcasting, and I don't think they really understand what it is, unquote. Well, either they don't understand, or maybe they are so concerned that they're trying to limit that. His input on the debate has justified many of the fears that myself and my colleagues have with regard to the practical effect of C11. Like with so many other bills, and this is important, the Liberals are choosing to throw up their hands and empower the unelected CRTC with defining social media and whether uploaded content passes its smell test. That shouldn't be their job. Canadians could attempt to hold the CRTC accountable for their decisions if there were public records of their meetings, but according to Menzies, no minutes of their meetings are kept. As a former commissioner, Mr. Menzies knows the mandate of the CRTC better than most anyone. Speaker, the CRTC does manage speech. In his words, and I quote, from the moment the Royal Commission on Broadcasting was established, the regulation and licensing of Canada's publicly owned radio waves has been about who owns it and what speech it will approve to be used on it. The CRTC governs what type of music is made and by who and when it's played, along with how many hours a week must be designated for spoken word, news, DJ banter, and advertising. It decides what is and isn't a montage, and it makes sure as well, if you're a religious broadcaster with a perspective on a certain faith, you have to give 20 hours per week to people who do not share that same perspective. The CRTC is not a transparent body whose natural instinct is to regulate and shape speech to align with its definition. The CRTC and Liberals should not be defining what the public wants in this new digital age. Speaker, Conservatives support creating a level playing field between large foreign streaming services and Canadian broadcasters and championing Canadian arts and culture. We have made that clear. However, we do so without compromising Canadians' fundamental rights and freedoms. There's a poison pill here. This bill is flawed in many ways. It's clear that the Liberals are caught between their own hunger to control thought and speech and their inability to grasp the sheer scope of the media landscape that grows by the day. C11 is clearly an effort to stifle inconvenient speech in a digital world that the Liberals do not control. They do not want Canadians to make informed choices for themselves and do not want to protect their freedom to create content that showcases the best of that our amazing country has to offer.
And we have to go to questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
There's almost no part of that speech that is true.
Is near the...
There's no part of that speech, Madam Speaker, that's true. It's completely fabricated. Like the member spent a lot of time talking about user-generated content, like many members from the Conservative Party have, but there are several sections of the bill that seek to make sure that user-generated content is protected. Sections 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, Section 3 sub A, Section 4.1, 4.2, 4.3 subsection 3. Has the member to the point of the member from New Westminster Burnaby, has the member actually read the bill, and is she aware of those sections that attempt to make sure that we protect user-generated content?
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know what? The reality here is that this government has had to backtrack and then come forward again, and they put little poison pills into their bills that are not acceptable to Canadians. Canadians are very aware that this government is afraid of average people expressing their views and sharing their creative work. Controlling speech in the new world of communication is a means to protect the platforms they currently reward and communicate their ideology through.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Well, I just can't stand it anymore. I'm sorry, I give up. I give up. If we adopt C11, Canada will become a dictatorship. There will be the thought police. No one will be able to publish anything anymore. No artists will be able to be creatives anymore. There won't be any more creative films. Freedom of expression will be over. It will all be over. Congratulations, you got me. I give up. But it's all very well for me to say that, but it doesn't change the fact that we need to help and protect artists. For example, I was saying earlier about Pierre Lapointe, who got 1 million views and only $500. So what do the Conservatives actually want to do to help artists?
Melville.
I said in my speech, and this is the truth, that I absolutely support creating a level playing field between large foreign streaming services and Canadian broadcasters and championing Canadian arts and cultures. There are multiple ways to do that, and having the CRTC have the authority that it is being given without clarity and without checks and balances is not in favor of our own Canadian arts and culture. I have children of my own who are very engaged in this field, and believe me, I understand the dynamics. However, this bill has issues and needs to be incredibly improved, if not scrapped and started over, so that we, and I know there's frustration on the fact that CRTC has not been improved for very, very many years. But the issue is that this is not the correct bill. And that's what happens is this government brings forward a statement that reflects what they want people to understand they are moving towards. And there are many other elements to these bills that they bring forward that end up causing great concern.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member talked about average Canadians, and my niece, who's a musician, she plays in a band called the County Line with her partner Hayden. I wouldn't call her average. I'd say she's above average. But she just posted that her first concert is after 2 years is going to be on the 14th of May. And, you know, for 2 years, she hasn't earned revenue as a musician. And in the meantime, Netflix revenue has gone up 22%. And, you know, we heard the member's speech. We heard the member before try to say that this is going to help track people, the government tracking people's cell phones. Now, clearly, if anyone read the bill, there is no way that the government can track people's cell phones. It's not in the bill. And I'm deeply concerned about the Conservatives not bringing forward real solutions. If they actually support, you know, our artists in Canada and want to stop the economic leakage, what is it that they want to see change? Why are they continuing to be the gatekeepers for the big web giants?
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I do not believe I heard my colleagues' statements, and I don't believe that's what was being said. I think it's around the frustrations that Canadians do not have confidence in this government doing things that are actually appropriate in regard to their freedoms. And the second thing is, I totally agree with having the big providers pay their fair share, and that needs to be done. I have young people as well that are involved. There are many young people who are finding ways to become very efficient and profitable online, and we have to give them those freedoms as well.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I did just want to very quickly apologize to the interpreters. I've done that 3 times tonight, and I know that can create a loud ringing when you put the headset close to the microphone. So through you to the interpretation services, I apologize for that.
I'm sure the interpreters appreciate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston. Warner.
Thank you, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a privilege to speak in this House, and I rise today to add my concerns to those of my colleagues around Bill C-11. Now, for those who have been following the process closely, Madam Speaker, Bill C-11 has several working titles here around Parliament Hill. To some here in the House, it's just a reintroduced C-10 from the last session of Parliament, with one change and one exception, making that change irrelevant. To others, this bill is known as How to Save the Future of Broadcast, despite the fact that broadcasters, like Reuters and Bell, for example, have never publicly mentioned that their future relies on this act. Or, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague from Perth Wellington would call it, it's Groundhog Day Act, because the challenges that existed in this bill when it was introduced as C-10 are there again in C-11. So let me explain, Madam Speaker. Bill C-11 aims to regulate online streaming, online news, and online safety. And those are admirable goals. But Canadians understand and expect that large, foreign-owned streamers ought not to be given advantages over the regulated Canadian broadcasting sector. Large foreign streamers should pay their fair share. On the face of it, this bill simply updates regulations in an industry that has moved faster than regulations ever could. However, there is one thing that we have learned from this Liberal government. It is that they are never able to resist the allure of power at any cost. They take powers, control the narrative, silence their opposition, then never account for their actions. We have seen this before, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister just couldn't resist the urge to silence his opposition, going as far as to use the Emergencies Act, although unnecessary, and he and his government are never accountable for their actions. And this is why, Madam Speaker, we as the opposition need to be extreme in our diligence to ensure that the government could not be given powers that could be misused. Now, why? Why is that necessary? It's because this Liberal government has proven that they have the audacity to use these powers and then not be accountable for their use. With that said, and for my colleague across the way, Dr. Michael Geist, a law professor at the University of Ottawa, where he holds the Canada Research Chair in Internet and E-commerce law, and is a member of the Centre for Law, Technology and Society, clearly a highly esteemed legal voice on this issue, unlike my colleague across the way, has had nothing flattering to say about this government's proposed C-11. As we know, Madam Speaker, the government does not meet with those who have the courage to hold opposing opinions. First, the question of regulating user-generated content, referred to in this bill as content uploaded to social media service, to a social media service. Have you ever thought about how broad that is, Madam Speaker? Content uploaded to a social media service. Based on that definition alone, every member in this House should take pause. Because by that definition, the Facebook post that I put out this morning put me in the same regulatory framework as the major players. The Liberals on the other side have tried to make the argument that there are exclusions in this act. But the devil is always in the details with their legislation, meaning that the exception covers that users would not be regulated like broadcasters, but their content could be treated as program, subject to CRT regulation. Now, these regulations included discoverability requirements that would allow the CRTC to require platforms to prioritize certain content and effectively deprioritize other content. The problem is not that they don't have protections looking out for individual users. It is that we know that even the context that this should protect Canadians is not enough to keep this Liberal government from overreach. Now, second, in addition to the continued regulation of some internet content as programs under CRTC rules, the remarkable scope of the bill also remains unchanged. In fact, Madam Speaker, there was a 10-page memo that set out what the government could regulate with this new bill. Example, podcasts, audiobooks, sports streaming services, niche video stream services, just to name a few. In fact, as Professor Geist explains, and here it comes, my friend, and I quote, "The potential scope for regulation is virtually limitless, since any audiovisual service anywhere within Canadian subscribers or users is caught by the rules. Bill C-11 maintains the same approach with no specific thresholds or guidance. In other words, the entire audiovisual world is fair game, and it will be up to the CRTC to decide whether to exempt some services from regulation." End of quote. Madam Speaker, did you just feel that shiver go across this room? No. Well, guess what? Canadians did. Just the thought of having the government-appointed body of Liberal friends be in charge of deciding who they want to regulate without legislative guidance, now that is scary. Now, third, the uncertainty found in the former Bill C-10 is also largely unchanged in Bill C-11. C-11 tries to include some criteria for defining key provisions, such as the user-generated content exception and what constitutes a Canadian creator. But how do you think Canadians feel about vague ways to identify who will be covered under provisions in this bill? Or how items are left unidentified? For example, key terms like social media, used 12 times in the bill, are undefined. This is, unfortunately, lazy Liberal legislation. Or maybe that's what they want us to think, Madam Speaker. This is their second attempt at this bill, and I think they still got it wrong. They have left the door wide open for government regulators to cross lines of government overreach, leaving us with only the hope that no government would have the audacity to stoop so low. But, Madam Speaker, in thinking that, we are underestimating what this government is willing to do with its power. Madam Speaker, when opening the debate on C-11, the minister asked us to, and I quote, "Imagine a day without art and culture. No music, no movies, no television or books. It would be really boring," end of quote. Well, this act, however, asks us different questions. It asks us to imagine a day where the government of Canada decides which music, what television, or what books were acceptable, and how they should be distributed and regulated, and with no clear guidelines of what they actually are. It asks us to trust the government by giving them the power to broadly regulate with their word, that although they could use it to silence opinions opposed to theirs, they assure us that they wouldn't. I have considered that world, Madam Speaker, and I have found that this Liberal government needs no extra powers to silence the viewpoints of Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I just cannot believe, Madam Speaker, that Conservatives get up, and this member just concluded his speech saying that the Liberal government wants to use this legislation to silence its oppositions. That's the most ludicrous thing that you could say in this House, that somehow a government's trying to use legislation like this, like we live in some kind of dictatorship or so. Well, yeah, and they're saying, yep, okay, well, maybe I stand corrected. They genuinely think we live in a dictatorship. I guess I have nothing else to say then.
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, man, I have lots to say about that, Madam Speaker, because Canadians do feel we have lost our democracy in this country. And this bill is just another example of the slide of democracy, the slide of democracy. And because what my quote was, what my statement was, is that the Liberal government needs no extra powers to silence the viewpoints of Canadians. That's how Canadians feel. We're not the only ones who oppose to this, Madam Speaker. Look around. Look at the people in this country who are media experts who are saying this is a dangerous bill put together by a dangerous government who's drunk on their own power. Let's look at that, Madam Speaker, because that's exactly what this bill is about.
Honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was quite surprised to hear my colleague, whom I respect, I was quite surprised to hear him say that this was a lazy bill, given that several months were spent negotiating this bill, moving forward, tabling amendments, whether in the previous Parliament or now. And that was the case for all parties. So that's just one comment. Then, with regard to content and discoverability, yes, the CRTC will have to decide how we manage content, but not in a precise way. It won't be saying, oh, this and that user will have to do something specific. And my real question is, am I to think that my colleague does not have any issue with the fact that we're essentially seeing American content on social media? Does he really think that Anglophone Canadian content and American content are the same thing and that we don't need more Canadian content?
Curtston Warner.
Well, thank you to my friend across from the block for that question. I will say, and the reason I use the term, it's lazy liberal legislation, because this is their second kick of the can. They had serious opposition the first time around. The bill was turfed because of the election, so they had an opportunity to fix what Canadians said needs to be fixed, and they really didn't. So that's what I mean by lazy legislation. And with respect to content, of course, I think Canadians deserve to have a choice in the content we see, which includes Canadian content. And I don't see how this bill actually improves that. And we can't rely on the CRTC to completely regulate everything that isn't legislated for them.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I would like to ask the member through you that C11 states clearly that both the Act and the CRTC shall implement the Act in a manner consistent with the freedom of expression. Does the member not agree that Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms provides the necessary guidance to allow for Canadian freedom of expression?
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Curtston Warner.
Thank you to my friend from Nunavut for the question. Absolutely. Absolutely, the Charter guarantees freedom of expression. But again, while the Act says that the CRTC has that opportunity, do we, given the history of this government and their involvement in trying to, regulate what Canadians can say and do, I don't have no confidence that this bill will improve what's going on online.
Very brief question from the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Speaker, one part of this bill that I appreciate is how it can legitimize the role of community broadcasters in media by the section that defines a community element. One example in my community is Midtown Radio, whose focus is on supporting KW musicians and audio creators. I'm hopeful in committee that this language can be improved, and I'm curious what the member might think about this too. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Curtston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question. Obviously, I agree that the language certainly isn't adequate currently. And I'm not on the committee, on the Heritage Committee, and I don't propose or don't understand exactly what would be the right language, but certainly it's something that we would be looking at improving to ensure that language is adjusted to reflect that issue.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James's, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C11, the Online Streaming Act. This bill seeks to awkwardly apply the same content regulation framework we see for radio and television onto online streaming and video platforms. Last year, the Liberals passed Bill C10 in the House of Commons without allowing a full debate at the Heritage Committee to address many outstanding concerns from experts and parliamentarians over how this legislation affects Canadians' rights and freedoms on the Internet. The Minister of Canadian Heritage claims that the bill's purpose is to target only large online streamers. The problem is, Madam Speaker, this isn't what the bill says. In fact, Section 4.2 sub 2 says, in making regulations, the Commission shall consider the extent to which a program uploaded to an online undertaking that provides a social media service directly or indirectly generates revenues. So to be clear, any content that generates any revenue could be regulated. On this point, Michael Geist says the tone for the government's communication on Bill C-11 was established from the very beginning. In the very first speech from the minister in the House of Commons, he stated the proposed amendments in the Online Streaming Act regarding social media would not apply to content uploaded by users to the users themselves. This isn't completely true, though, as content uploaded by users who may benefit commercially from their uploads can be regulated under 4.2. Not only does the law have few limits with respect to which services are regulated, it is similarly overly broad with respect to what is regulated, featuring definitions that loop all audio-visual content into the law by treating all audio-visual content as a program subject to potential regulation. Bill C-11 essentially defines broadcasting as any transmission of programs, audio-visual content for reception by the public. Mr. Geist also says, for all the talk that user-generated content is out, the truth is that everything from podcasts to TikTok videos fits neatly into the new exception that gives the CRTC the power to regulate such content as a program. The kind of speech that many Canadians engage in on these platforms is just basic, fundamental freedom of expression that does not require and should not be subject to any sort of regulation or regulatory oversight by a broadcast regulator. The bill gives the CRTC wide latitude to decide how to implement its new powers, and there are legitimate concerns about regulatory overreach. Now, Madam Speaker, one of the fundamental tenets of our free and democratic society is the need to separate political direction from the independence of media. We see that in oppressive regimes like Russia and others that maintain a firm grip over what people see and don't see. That's why I'm so concerned about this bill, and in particular Section 7 and how it's expanded under this Bill C-11. This section says that Cabinet can tell the CRTC how to regulate online platforms. The section modifies Cabinet's power to issue directives of general application on broad policy matters. This section would not only allow Cabinet to issue general directions on broad policy matters, the section would also allow Cabinet to direct the CRTC on specifics such as the definition of a Canadian program. It would shift final authority for regulation from an independent authority to politicians and Cabinet. Now, just today in question period, the Prime Minister refused to answer what direction the government would in fact give to CRTC for the implementation of this bill, and that is a concern in and of itself, given the fact that debate is about to end in a few minutes on this bill, and presumably we'll be voting on it very shortly. The government says the goal of C-11 is increasing the share of Canadian content consumed online by Canadians, yet the reality is, Madam Speaker, that lots of Canadian content is already uploaded and shared every day, albeit in a disorderly manner, but I think most Canadians have come to see social media and the internet as an inherently disorderly place. In fact, it's what many Canadians appreciate about the internet and social media. It's the sense of randomness and orderly chaos to the content they consume. Madam Speaker, this legislation must be considered very carefully. We live in a society that values freedom of speech, thought, and expression. These values are entrenched constitutional rights. By allowing the CRTC to impose a revenue test, any new online creator must now contend with the regulatory quagmire, rules, regulations, and whim of government regulation for fear of being offside the fiat of CRTC. This test alone will have the exact opposite effect of encouraging Canadian content. In fact, I would go so far as saying that it would be a chill on new creators. Former Vice Chair of the CRTC, Peter Menzies, stated that overall the big problem still is that the Liberals continue to believe that the internet is broadcasting, and I don't think they really understand what it is. Under the previous Bill C-10, there was originally an exception proposed, Section 4.1, which would have allowed those who generated content on social media sites to be excluded. However, at committee, government members removed that exclusion, opening up user-generated content to regulation. Further complicating the matter in Bill C-11, the Liberals added an exclusion to the exclusion as proposed in Section 4.2, mainly regarding the revenue exception I've already mentioned. This exclusion to the exclusion is so broad that the government, through the CRTC, could once again regulate wide swaths of content uploaded to social media. Canadians are rightfully concerned that an unaccountable government agency would be enforcing and controlling what people see and do not see on social media sites. Although the goal of promoting Canadian arts and culture is one I believe in, the government will never be able to be an honest broker, as it will always choose to highlight the content and media it subjectively enjoys. The incentive structure will change. The word will get out that if you want to get celebrated and promoted, you'll need to share the government's subjective view of what is Canadian. Canada is home to many world-class writers, actors, composers, musicians, artists, and creators. Creators need rules which don't hold back their ability to be Canadian and global successes. Honestly, Madam Speaker, when it comes to social media and other online platforms, Canadians' main concerns aren't about where their content is created. Rather, their concerns are more personal. Canadians consistently express frustration that the current regulatory framework allows for the easy and near constant sale of their personal information. What Canadians want is to take back control over their lives and their personal information. Let me offer a constructive suggestion if you'll entertain a thought experiment, Madam Speaker. Suppose that I am an Uber driver and I have a great reputation as a driver, but I want to open an Airbnb apartment. But I have no reviews on that, which means it's going to be hard. What if I could port my reputation from one application to another, make reputations portable and free existing, and allow me to own my own reputation instead of some social media giant? It could be regulated in a way similar to how we currently regulate intellectual property. I know this idea isn't perfect. It's more of a rough sketch of a solution. My point, Madam Speaker, is that Canadians are way more concerned about control of their personal information online and reputation portability than they are about the already pleasantly abundant supply of Canadian content. The truth is, Madam Speaker, C-11 is nothing but a solution looking for a problem. Instead, why don't we solve real problems? Canadians should control the valuable data they generate, and the government should focus on issues that truly preoccupy everyday Canadians. For this reason, Madam Speaker, I cannot support this legislation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, in the closing remarks there, the member said that the government should be focusing on issues that Canadians are concerned about, basically suggesting that the preservation of and promotion of Canadian content and preserving Canadian cultural identity is not important. If I heard him correctly, he basically was just saying that he doesn't see the value in this place talking about how we can continue to promote and preserve Canadian culture. That's what he said, right? Could he confirm that?
Member for Charlotte St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Madam Speaker, I don't know what speech the honourable member was listening to, but I certainly didn't say anything like that. But I do want to say something which I found interesting, because the member from Burnaby earlier talked about how it's impossible to find Canadian content online. So I thought, ironically, I just did a quick Google search of Canadians who became famous by posting online. And the first site that came up is an article that talks about 5 super famous Canadian singers who got their start on YouTube. I don't know if the member across the way who just asked the question has ever heard of Justin Bieber, but he posted a YouTube video in 2007. If this law was in existence then, Justin Bieber would be paying royalties. Would not pass the revenue test under Section 4.2 and be brought under the regulation of the CRTC. You know who else became famous?
We'll have to have time for more questions. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Russia and Canada, same fight. It's not me who said that. I heard that from the Conservative benches. They're comparing the threat of dictatorship from this bill with disinformation from Russia, and that's look, that's really serious. They're going too far. My colleague is talking about an attack on freedom of expression, and he gave an example from a witness at committee. But the Justice Department did a legal analysis of this, and they said that there was no threat to freedom of expression. So what does my colleague say to all of the Quebec Artists Group and to all the Quebec media who say that we need to modernize the Broadcasting Act, that we need to go forward with this, that this has been delayed long enough? What should we do for them? I have to give the honourable member the opportunity to reply.
Charlotte St. James.
Look, Madam Speaker, the truth of the matter is that the internet and platforms like YouTube have been a godsend for Canadian artists and creators. There's so many of them that are famous and successful today and doing Canada proud on the national stage. Not just Justin Bieber, Carly Rae Jepsen, Shawn Mendes, Alyssa Cara, The Weeknd. I just did one quick Google search. I'm sure I could find many, many, many others, including, I'm sure there are many, many from Quebec. I'm saying to you only that, as I said during my speech, Bill C-11 is a solution looking for a problem.
For the honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member made it very clear that this bill needs to be examined and analysed properly. Now, you've got the Liberals, you've got the Greens, you've got the NDP and the Bloc that all want to do that. We actually want to get it to committee. But the Conservatives don't want to contribute anything, Madam Speaker, to improve this legislation. Now, we know the Conservatives have been the gatekeepers for the super wealthy, for big oil. I don't know why they're sacrificing Canada's cultural workers and broadcasters at the expense of, you know, the big web giants, Madam Speaker. Now they're the gatekeepers for the big web giants.
For Charlotte St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Very rich, coming from a member who just voted to cut off debate in this House on this bill. Very, very rich when he says we want to analyze the bill. Of course we want to analyze the bill. We'd like to keep putting up speakers, but members like that have cut us off. So unfortunately, at midnight, debate on this bill is going to end, and it's very unfortunate that this member has taken away the ability of parliamentarians to properly analyze the bill in this House the way it should be.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and appreciate the time tonight for those watching. It is 11:32 here in Ottawa. The bill that we're debating is Bill C-11. In case you haven't picked up on that already, folks out there. But I think what the question that really we're asking tonight is, can we trust this Prime Minister and this government? And so let's not answer that question quite yet. It seems like the NDP and the Bloc just want to completely trust whatever they're going to do. It's kind of a marked shift from where the NDP used to be actually critics of the government. And now, again, they're carrying the water of the government. So it is different. But my hope is that they would be really true servants in opposition again. But again, the question is, can we trust this Prime Minister and this government? And I'll bring it back to, we're talking about C-11, but I'll give a bit of preamble. Everybody remembers the values attestation for the summer jobs program. And this was where the Prime Minister said, look, if you're going to be a certain faith-based group or have a certain belief, look, no need to sign up for the summer student jobs program. And so this is a government that proves that it makes value judgments and decides who the winners and who the losers are. So again, my question, can we trust this government? But how is it relevant to Bill C-11? So for some in the NDP that said that we hadn't read the bill, I mean, I have it right here. It's marked up quite a bit. I marked up the C-10, the previous iteration of it. I was former chair of the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics Committee. We studied at length these kind of issues. So the key section the member across the way in the Liberal Party, it's kind of interesting. We all heard it. He mentioned different clauses in the bill, but he missed a real key one, and that's 4.2. He forgot to mention that one, which is a pretty key category here. So let me read through 4.1. This act does not apply in respect of a program that is uploaded to an online undertaking that provides a social media service by user of the service for transmission over the internet and reception by users of the service. Now, if it just stopped there, we'd probably say, that sounds pretty good. But it goes on. Despite subsection 1, this act applies in respect of a program that is uploaded. So despite, right, uploaded as described in that subsection, if the program is A, uploaded to a social media service by the provider of the service or the provider's affiliate, or by the agent or mandatory or, of either of them, or B, is prescribed by regulation under section 4.2. So, Madam Speaker, what many of experts have said about that particular section, it is an exemption a truck can drive through. So this is the concern for us, and this is why we're debating till 12 o'clock at night, is because of that particular section. Because what it essentially does, that user content that's supposed to be exempted from this oversight is now included. So that's massive, Madam Speaker. So we talk about TikTok videos, we talk about YouTube videos, all now under the purview of the CRTC and the arm of this Prime Minister of shutting down free debate and free speech in this country. That's the potential that it has. And can we trust him? Can we trust this government? Again, don't answer the question quite yet. But I'll go through some quotes because, again, the member across the way, he hasn't heard enough quotes tonight, but I'll read some out. And these are some experts that have appeared at committee in the House of Commons and well-respected witnesses. So, Madam Speaker, it's pretty hard. I can't hear myself here. The idea that the CRTC can or should regulate the global internet in an age when market intervention should be sharply decreasing is unworkable and counterproductive, falsely pitting the industry against itself. So not really a glowing quote in Bill C-11 from a person that's got some pretty good credentials, Dr. Irene S. Berkowitz, Senior Policy Fellow at Ryerson University, pretty significant individual. And Madam Speaker, it's really hard to hear in here, on both sides, actually. Now, I had to say it. Bill, I'll go my next quote. Scott Benzie, Managing Director of Digital First Canada. Bill C-11 still has many issues for digital first creators, and the sandbox that is said to be given to the CRTC is too broad and could include every piece of content online. Now, Madam Speaker, listen to this. Most concerning, though, is that there is still room for the bill for the government to force platforms to put approved Canadian content ahead of independent Canadian content and artificially manipulate algorithms. Even in the best case scenario, this bill only has downsides for digital first creators, while the traditional media industry gets their funding doubled. And again, that's Scott Benzie, Managing Director of Digital First Canada. Madam Speaker, it isn't just Michael Geist that's speaking against this bill. There's many that are concerned about this, much broader in the community. Another quote from Scott. That exemption clause 4.2 that I mentioned that the member of the Liberal Party failed to mention, the exemption clause 4.2 is far too vague, far too broad. There are no guidelines. It basically includes the entire internet. So, you know, again, the NDP down the way, we wish you would be opposition with us and fight some of these bills, but you know, it'd be nice if you read the bill and actually understood some of the problems with it. Again, and stand with us instead of criticize us. You're actually, the opposition's criticizing, that's all we've heard tonight is critics from fellow opposition parties. It's really strange. But anyway, I digress. I know my time's a wasted. So, last quote that I will mention tonight, Madam Speaker. Remember the question that's hanging out there for everybody to answer. We haven't answered yet. So this from Andrew Coyne, columnist from the Globe and Mail. I wouldn't say he's a conservative. I wouldn't. But he's not Michael Geist either. But Michael Geist is a very reputable, and I will say I've heard him testify, very reputable individual. And I think to disparage the Liberal Party, to completely disparage this witness, it doesn't say too much about the party across the way. Okay, final quote. This bill would assign wide latitude to regulate, well, the internet. Not only the big audio and visual streaming services like Spotify or Netflix, but any number of other services from podcasts to audiobooks to news channels, and not only those based in Canada, but anywhere in the world. This is surely the far greater concern. Whether the users of these services are subject to regulation in their capacity as content posters, so far as the services are compelled to give greater prominence to certain content, its users can hardly be unaffected. Now, I don't know if the member across the way heard how significant that one phrase was. To give greater prominence to certain content. And one thing that we've learned, and I have another former chair of the same Access to Information Committee sitting behind me, that concerns us greatly, because we've seen examples of big tech throttling up, throttling down certain social media accounts. We were the ones that actually subpoenaed Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sandberg to appear at our committee because of our concerns around their misuse of personal data. And so what this government is now asking, hey, look, you know, big tech, we actually want to take over. We want to do that job. And again, can they be trusted? Will they be trusted? I'll finish this quote. And so far as the services are compelled to give greater prominence to certain contents, its users can hardly be unaffected. They are certainly subject to as consumers. So, Madam Speaker, I would just say our concerns are very warranted, and it isn't just the Conservative Party across the way. It's many experts that we've heard from tonight. And again, I started with the question, can you trust this Prime Minister and this government? I would answer tonight, the answer is a firm no. No. And that's why we need to oppose C11. And I just commend my colleagues for staying up for hours like this at night to do the good work of the Queen's loyal opposition and hold this government to account. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, I do want to thank the member for referencing somebody other than Michael Geist. It only took them till 11:35 p.m., 20 minutes before the debate is over, for them to do that. So I do greatly appreciate that, Madam Speaker. But more so to the point, the member started to go down the road of algorithms again. I heard him talk about that, like many of them did. Listen, I don't know if the member has read this, Madam Speaker, but he should refer himself to page 14 of the bill, which specifically talks to algorithms, computer algorithm or source code. It says the Commission shall not make an order under paragraph 1E that would require the use of a specific computer algorithm or source code. It's written in the bill, Madam Speaker, that the Commission does not have the authority to do that. Why does this member and all Conservative members continue to get up and say the same thing over and over?
Order for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's one thing that we have fought for on this side is algorithmic accountability. And looking through the dark curtain of big tech and seeing how they're throttling up and down certain social media accounts. But again, what this member fails to mention, I haven't heard him refer to it yet tonight, is Section 4.2. Section 4.2, he may want to check it out because it's the exemption that allows a truck to drive through what he just said. It allows for all that to happen. I challenge the member to read it.
The
Honourable Member for Drummond. I thought that the member from Kingston had finished. I apologize. I appreciated the speech from my Conservative colleague. I also liked the fact that he quoted experts other than Michael Geist. And I met with the digital first creators as well. And it wasn't exactly the right place, but I did meet with them, and I asked them to tell me about their organization. It was, and he was a very kind gentleman. He had a number of concerns, and I said, "How many members do we have? Do you have?" And he said, "No, we don't have no members. We're just getting started." And I said, "Okay. Are you registered as a lobbyist?" "No." So perhaps he shouldn't be called an expert, but I do want to say that we met with him. He met with people from the industry, and the Quebec cultural industry, and his horizons opened up quite a bit. And I think that his the conversation would have been different if he hadn't been given leading answers. But we need to lighten the load of regulation. So how do we do that to protect Quebec and Canadian culture, given the American giants?
George, Peace River, Northern Rockies in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure what the question was there, Madam Speaker. But, you know, witnesses appear, and, you know, one thing that I appreciate with the House of Commons and our committees is that we have experts with PhDs, but we also have just regular folks that come here and testify. They're just as legitimate as witnesses and able to speak to some of their concerns around the bill. And C11, again, its threat is real, Madam Speaker, and again, I hope that the House will vote against C11. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 11:45, pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Rodriguez, may I dispense? Renvoi de l'objet du projet de loi.
Referral of the object of the bill.
Thank you. Sous-amendement.
Sub-amendment.
Patzer, dispense. Okay. Mr. Patzer, seconded by Mr. Kitchen, move the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding the following, and that the committee report back no later than 10 sitting days following the adoption of this motion. The question is on the sub-amendment. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the sub-amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I think it's important that Canadians know exactly how everybody voted on this, Madam Speaker, so I will request a recorded division, please.
I think he's right.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Thursday, May 12th, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Seconded by the member for Kingston and the Islands, that this House do now adjourn.
Madame Fortier, appuyée par Monsieur Gerritsen.
Ms. Fortier, seconded by Mr. Gerritsen, moves that the House do adjourn now, pursuant.
Point of orders.
Pursuant to order adopted on May 2nd, the order is deemed adopted.
It being 11:47, pursuant to order made on Monday, May 2nd, 2022, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Great. Yeah.